Peace. New caller, hello.
Peace. Assalamu alaikum.
So what I do is I usually put everybody in the waiting room every time a new caller come in, so we get a little background, so we're too much talking over each other and confusing. And your name is, what's your name, brother?
Rashid.
Okay, yeah, it was sent to me. All right, cool. And as far as your background, would you consider yourself Muslim? If so, are you with the nation or Orthodoxy?
I'm Muslim. I'm Orthodox.
Okay, cool. And we were going over the subject of Yaqub. Are you familiar with that subject, that story?
Yeah.
Okay, do you accept that story?
No, I don't accept it, but I'm familiar with it.
Okay. Interesting. So, you know that it's taught that from, like, you could say, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, that this is the origin of white people.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I believe they teach it as part of history and science. Like when I say science, the process, the birth process, the birth control process, and history is this supposed to date back 8,400 years, the birth of Yaqub, and 6,600 years, something like that. But the white man, are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I'm familiar. I'm familiar with the theory. I'm familiar with the teachings of the nation on Yaqub and on the island of Patmos, I believe it's the name it's called. I just think it goes against the traditional Orthodox teachings as far as where we all come from and how we all got here.
Okay, got it. And okay, so let me ask you, what does your belief suggest how we all got here? That's opposed from the Yaqub story.
Well, there's a hadith in which the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that Adam was made with all the different color sands on the face of the earth or dust, and that from his offspring that we all came from those different colors of sand. I know the Quran says he was made with black mud also, but I don't find that hadith to contradict what the Quran says. And also the Quran says that all the sons of Adam were made with honor. So if you're made genetically inferior to other people, then that's not made with honor. That's how I would answer that question.
Oh, that's an interesting take, because the teaching suggests that Adam, I guess, was the father of the Adamic race, which is, I believe they claim that's white folks.
Well, as far as I just don't believe that Islam and what the Prophet Muhammad and what the Quran taught, I don't think it has those teachings as far as one race is made superior and anyone is made inferior. In fact, in Islam, from my understanding and my teachings, is that the only way you're superior to anyone else is if, the one who has the most faith, the most good deeds in the sight of Allah, those are the ones who are superior. So it kind of makes it even, Steven, as far as, who's the best in the sight of Allah. And that's why you can have someone who may not be born Muslim, may not be from the Middle East. In the sight of Allah, they're better than a person who may be born right there in Mecca. you know.
Right.
So.
And when you say born Muslim, can you explain that? Is that like a inheritance or birthright?
Yeah, because a lot, you might be born like me. I became a Muslim 26 years ago. I've been practicing Islam 26 years, and I've been studying for almost 30. I wasn't born Muslim. I was actually raised in the church, and so that's what I mean. I'm a convert to Islam.
Right. So, you would say you converted to the faith?
Oh, most definitely. You have to. Well, my understanding is you have to convert. I don't believe anyone is just naturally born Muslim. As far as like you
That's why.
have to learn. You have to learn the faith and grow from the faith and accept it, because even if let's say I have children, my children have to one day take their shahada. They can't just go around saying, "Oh, I'm Muslim by birth." They have to eventually take their shahada and bear witness that, look, I do believe this is the truth. I do believe Muhammad is the messenger of God. Being Muslim is something that you consciously have to be aware of.
Oh, so you're not necessarily born into it.
Well, the only reason why I say born into it, I was talking about like your parents are Muslim and they're raising you to pray. You know what I mean? Those the rituals or whatnot. I wasn't born like that. I definitely was born into a Christian background.
Okay. And what made you accept Islam as your continuing faith?
To make a long story short, one verse from the Quran really got to me was when the Quran kept saying over and over again, we make no difference between the prophets. And for me, I just kept comparing a lot. Why would God change up his essential message? The very essence of his message is God is one and worship him and him alone. And I found with the Jews, they put so much emphasis on Moses, and the Christians with Jesus, everything was about Jesus. And with Muhammad, I found unity. Look, God sent prophets since the beginning of time. And that was just so powerful for me. I could never shake that concept off.
That's interesting. So it was an Islamic verse that turns you onto the faith of Islam, and not a Christian or a Bible verse.
No. It was the Quranic verse. But I will say this, when I kept asking Christians, they were hearing that I was thinking about becoming Muslim, they kept saying a lot of stuff about Islam that was false, and it backfired. I think they were trying to do scare tactics, but it actually made me draw closer to Islam, because they would say things like, well, Muslims worship Allah. And then when I asked a Muslim, well, what is Allah? And they, made it so clear, hey, Allah is just the name for God. I was like, oh, okay, they do believe in God. Why are y'all saying that? Well, they don't believe in Jesus. Then I found out, hey, you can't be a Muslim unless you believe in Jesus. So it was things like that a lot of Christians did that it backfired. And it just made me really want to study more and more about this faith.
The reason why I put heavy emphasis on it was a Quranic verse and not a Bible verse that had you pursue the faith of Islam, because when you hear it from some followers of the Nation of Islam, they would tell you that you have to teach the Bible in order to convert, to get converts into Islam.
Right. I don't believe that. And I've heard a lot of them say that. And I'm not saying that there weren't Bible verses after I really came very interested in Islam, but that verse, I couldn't shake it. I remember the night that I decided to be Muslim, I felt like I physically elevated. And I was like, man, that's just too powerful. And I kept thinking over and over again since Adam, look, God kept teaching the same message. And I was like, why would he switch it up with Jesus? Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you, I'm really going to come on a suicide mission and die for you. So, you got to worship my son now. I was like, nah, that just didn't make sense to me.
Yeah. Yeah. The reason why I say that, okay, let me ask you this. Do you think you need the Bible to convert somebody to Islam? Or is the Quran?
Not really. I think it depends on the person. Like if there's a real devout Christian who may just have some questions like compare, I don't think you really need it, because there are a lot of people who are just Christian by name, and they get curious in Islam. And if you just teach them Islam, I think Islam is profound all within itself to, you know what I mean? Give them that light. I just, for me, on a personal note, I just think that some Muslims, and I was one of them after I took my Shahada, they spend so much time studying the Bible, I don't think they see the beauty in the Quran. And they end up knowing more about Christianity than they know about their own faith. And I'm like, okay, you know so much about Christianity, but you don't really study the depthness and richness of Islam.
Right, but wouldn't that answer the question? That's why they make so many mistakes when they use the Quran to back up some of the events. Right,
Such as?
Like for example, when they interpret the last messenger or the last prophet, right? They take that to mean, when they read that, they take that to mean messenger. So somewhere in the Quran says a messenger will be sent to a people, I'm paraphrasing, who never had a message before. So they read that to African Americans. You know, they say Islam dominated the East. Everybody, it touched everybody. But over here in the West, you know, the New World, the Black Americans, you know, the people who became Black Americans have not experienced Islam, you know. So they were saying that those people, according to the Quran wouldn't be writing his act, because those people, those new created people, the Black Americans, have not experienced Islam. So they too deserve a messenger.
Two quick things I would say, because there's a brother from the nation that calls me, and he asked me questions, and he basically told me the Quran says that Allah send a messenger to all people, and he comes with this verse. And I've been studying Arabic grammar for a couple years now, and when I told him, if you read that verse in Arabic, it's clear Allah is talking about past tense. That's not talking about messengers are still coming to us. And the Quran says that the Arabs there in the time of Prophet Muhammad, they were the worst of all people. And yet the Quran was enough to guide these people out of the darkness. So if it's enough to guide the worst ever people, I don't feel like African Americans are nowhere near the worst people ever. So if it's enough to guide them to truth, why come it ain't the same for us? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but let me get a little pushback. So what they would say is that the Negro wasn't created at that time. The Quran had that passage. So they would say the Negro later on became the worst people ever.
I don't believe that. I don't. I believe we were oppressed like other people in time have been oppressed. I feel like other people throughout history, not just African Americans. Now, we do have a unique history, I would say that, but I would also say that, you know, the Quran and Allah's words is powerful enough to reach anyone. And if Allah says in the Quran that he has perfected this religion and chose it, perfection means it's enough. It's done with. It doesn't need to be upgraded. It don't need an oil change. It just needs to be taught properly. And for me, I personally feel like as African Americans, one thing I see that happens to a lot of us in Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, we get bootleg versions of Islam, of religion. And I feel like that's disrespectful to us, that we have to always get this new version of religion. Like, we're not intelligent enough to sit down, comprehend what any religion is saying, and use our own rational mind. I feel like that's the real insult to us, in my personal opinion.
Okay, so you asked me to give you a case in point, because I said you said that they read more of the Bible than the Quran, so they have more of a Christian understanding of the worldview, and even their solutions are based on Christianity, right? Very Christian versus the Bible. So I said, well, wouldn't that be a reason why they always flaw reading the Quran? You said give you an example, so I gave an example. So back to that question, you know,
Mm-hmm.
they misinterpreted that, and they didn't know that the Arabic, the original Arabic, like you just said, you went back to the Arabic word that means past tense. So that was my case in point. So couldn't that be possibly why they mess up the Quran, because they're so focused on the Bible and they don't really study the Quran equally?
I think I kind of understand what you're saying, but I also think like it's up to you as an individual. Like when I became Muslim, I hope I'm answering your question, but when I became Muslim, I allow other people to tell me, oh, you don't need the Arabic. Oh, it's not important. But the Quran says that it's a message and it's an Arabic Quran. So over time, I began to change and be like, wait a minute, what the Quran says versus what these people say, go study the Arabic. So I just started I just did what I say I believe in, told me what to do. It says the Quran is in Arabic. So I stopped listening to the people and I went by the text. The text that I say is, I believe, is the very word of God. So,
are you familiar with Dr. Khalid Muhammad?
Yeah, I definitely am.
Okay. Have you heard he had a lecture and he used an analogy of the black cat and the dog. You remember that one?
The black cat. No, if I've heard it, it's been a long time, but I do know
Yeah.
who you're talking about.
Right. So maybe I'll find it, and that kind of gonna highlight my point that I'm trying to say. So what I'm saying is this: if I'm told to research canines, okay, I'm told that researching canines is the path to glory, and then I get sidetracked and I start researching about felines, cats, things like that, of the cat family, and that's all I research. And then if I go to give a lecture on canines, about the history and the breeds, I'm probably not going to be writing as that, right? So I was giving that as a comparison to what the point I was making about the Nation of Islam. If you're reading the Bible a lot and normally all the time, and only quote certain passages of the Quran, certain ayats. Now when it's time to read it and understand it, you got to microwave it now. You got to just fit it in your stories. You're going to mess up because you're not well versed, not fluent in that book. Because the religion is broad. It's a lot of history. It's a lot of it's a lot of history tied to the events. So just what the point I was trying to make is that that could be the reason why when they go into the Quran, their interpretation is different than yours. Or when I say yours, I mean the scholars of Islam.
I get what you're saying, and in one of my groups that I'm in, it's actually my group, and we talk a lot with brothers from the nation, the Black Israelites, etc. That's one thing that we often talk about. Is like one brother asked one time, he was like, "Why would you join a religion? Take its name, take its culture, etc., everything, its book, and then try to fashion it to something else? Why just go not, call yourself something else?" And he's like, if you're a Christian, go by the New Testament. That's what Christians do. If you're a Jew, you're going to go by the Old Testament, etc. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? So that's basically how I feel when people come and say they're Muslim. They're not going by what Muslims actually believe when they're taking things, especially when they're taking it away from the Quran. They're taking sources outside of Islam, but you're still connecting to the name.
Yeah, so that was the point I was making. This is probably why the errors are there. When you read, have you read Message to the Black Man? Any part of it?
I read a little bit, but it's been many, many years ago since I read A Message to the Black Man. I've listened to tons and tons of Farrakhan's messages. I've actually had a real good relationship with the brothers from the nation, right, in Texas, where I live. I used to go to a lot of their Wednesday night Bible meetings back in the 90s.
Okay.
90s, early 2000s.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the reason why I asked you that is that when he goes into his faith, right, and explain things like Allah's God, he uses a lot of Bible references and Quranic references. So I was to support his idea that you would vehemently oppose, but again, he's using the Quran, and it goes opposite to what you would believe. Like, for example, when he goes to tell you that Allah's a man, you certainly don't believe that. And when he says Allah wasn't always eternal, he had a point in time where he was self-created. Of course, you don't agree with that, but he used Quranic verses, to support those ideas.
I would like to know what verse from the Quran he would use this to support that Allah is not eternal. Also, what verse from the Quran could you find that describes Allah being a man? And if someone says things like, somebody in the group asked me, why does God say he? Well, in Arabic, everything is a he or she, even non-living objects. Everything is preferred
like
to
Spanish,
he.
Right? Like Spanish, like
I've heard that but I don't know enough Spanish or enough about Spanish. But I know like a boat, a car, anything in Arabic.
So I'm gonna tell you. Yeah. So they call it a gender language because a pen is la pluma, right? So and a book is libro. So that's male. So A, Libra is feminine, and O is male. So yes, so Spanish similar to what you're saying.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't know that. I've heard that, but I didn't know for certain. But yeah, so sometimes when the Quran is saying he,
now you can use that as an analogy. So when they get lost with the he in Arabic, you could say, well, look at Spanish. They turn objects as feminine and masculine. But go ahead, brother. But you finish your point with he.
Well, yeah, I was going to say that's oftentimes what a lot of people say. Right. Well, how's Allah not a man? And he describes himself as he. And, and I think sometimes some people mess up. But I think for me, it shows the beauty of Arabic language. And, I kind of see, more and more why Allah chose that language for his final message. It's really a profound language. And it shows to me, the definition of Arabia means to express and state clearly. So I think sometimes a lot of misconceptions come due to language. And the more you learn the Quranic Arabic, it makes it clear. That's just my opinion.
And that's my point. You said the more you study the language, right, it makes it clear. And I'm saying that they're focused on the Bible. They're focused on what the Greek says and what the Hebrew says about the Bible words. So I was saying, if you're not studying the language or reading the Quran, then when you go give your interpretation of the Quran, you're probably not going to be accurate. And that's like with anything in life.
True that. But you know what? I think even in Hebrew, I don't think God describes himself as a man in the Torah. I think when you look up a lot of those words in Hebrew, I don't still see how God is describing himself as a man, but I understand your point. But I think what it boils down to is, hey, if you say that you're a Muslim, you say you believe in the Quran is the final message. The second verse of the Quran is, this is the scripture in which there is no doubt. So if the Quran says it's the scripture in which there is no doubt, why would I need to go to any other sources? You know what I mean? Like, this is where it is. This is the faithfulness. Well, I'm going to go into a book that we know, even biblical scholars say, is full of contradictions, unknown authors, missing books. They don't believe now none of the four gospels were written by any eyewitnesses. This is what Bible scholars are saying. So I don't need the guesswork when I got the butter. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So when can you said that that the Quran has said that the religion came converted and came to a people who were the worst, and that was the Arabs. Can you give me some things that made them the worst, so I could try to compare contrast with them and the white-made Negro over here in America? Like, what are some of the things that made them, made the Quran say that they were the worst people at that time?
Well, one of the things they did, they took their baby girls and they buried them alive out in the desert because they thought having little girls was like bad. Like, women were beneath them. At no time, as bad as things have gotten for African Americans in this country, have we ever took our little girls and buried them alive out in the desert, out in the hood, the woods, the country, wherever you want to say? We haven't did that.
Yeah, that's brutal. Anything else come to mind?
The constant. One thing I think too was the constant wars. I know it was nothing. I knew it was nothing for a woman to be married and to be married to 10, 11 men and to have sex with all those men, and she would get to pick and choose which one was the child's father, and the rest of the men would accept that. That was one of the practices in Jahiliyyah, Arabia. So I don't recall sisters in America ever saying, hey, I'm going to go sleep with 10 of y'all and I get to pick which one I want to be the baby's daddy. And the other 9,
they
like,
do that
okay,
now.
That's cool.
Yeah, they kind of do that right now. Yeah, I can see that happening.
No, I don't think willingly. A brother might be in love with a sister, but I ain't gonna know you've been with 9 other brothers and be like, you know what, brother, I like you the most. I'm gonna just let you be the daddy, and I'm like, okay, I accept that, sister. Nah, okay, I ain't buying that one.
Yeah, I got you, mean, but we are dealing with that on a level. You dig? So I can see them arguing against that one.
Yeah, well, that was the practice of Jahiliyyah. I mean, when Prophet Muhammad was born, the Arabs had been at war for 40 years over a horse race. They fought 40 straight years over a horse race. No, I'm serious. I mean, the Jahiliyyah Arabs, they was into some serious, practices.
Wait, stop. So their black on black crime was worse than, or Arabic crime was worse. Yeah, they went to war. A 40-year war over a horse race. I almost choked
over a horse race. Yeah.
Wow.
Warring tribes over a horse race. So, I mean, they had a lot of backward practices.
So yeah, is there any of the physical danger stuff that they did? So I'm actually jotting this down. So when I have a conversation with a brother, I'm gonna bring up some of these points.
Okay.
Is there anything else you can think of that was like severe, that is like worse than what we would do over here with ourselves, with the Negro mind, the ninja mind?
I think all 3 of those got us beat. To be honest, I don't think we've ever been that bad. Surely not killing our kids like that. I mean, our kids may kill each other fighting in games, but no, I ain't never heard of us on a mass number ever going out killing our children. Matter of fact, there's a verse in the Quran that says on the day of judgment, the little girl will be raised up and she will question them, what crime did I commit that you killed me?
Wow.
You know,
there's an event like that. They had to put in the Quran. That's
yeah, I think it's in Surah 83 or 85. Yeah, it says the little infant girl will be raised up.
Yeah, in the words of Young Dolph, that's major.
So are you in the nation, or are you Orthodox?
So I was influenced by the nation's doctrine, not the Islamic Orthodox Sunni doctrine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
okay, I got you.
Yeah. So this is why, it was about Yaqub, but let me ask you this lastly. So we tackled the heat thing, right? Because they will go with that, talking about how okay, so what about when they bring up Surah 2102, I think that is. Are you
20 what?
102, 103.
You have to read it to me.
Are you okay? Let me well, if I just give you a piece of it, I think you'll know exactly where it's at. What about when they argue about the guilty blue eye?
Oh yeah, most definitely. It talks about those with the guilty, but it's the language. It's like a fear that the people will have, and it will like cause their eyes to become blue off of the fear. Traditionally, it's never been understood in 1400 years to mean white people. Because some of the Europeans that really try to get African Americans to denounce Islam, they use the verses like, and on that day their faces will become black. Well, if you're in hellfire, you're being burnt, of course you're going to be black. You ain't going to be white, or, you know what I mean? You're going to be black if your skin is being burnt. So I think it's oftentimes people reaching.
Are you familiar with the footnotes on that particular verse?
I'm familiar with some footnotes. Yeah, I know one footnote says something like
Romans.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So what do you say to that? Because not only does it say guilty blue eye, but it shows you like who eyes were blue in the footnotes. It's, you know, it pointed to a race in particular at that point. So there's no need to
that's one person's interpretation, but that word there is describing basically like a fear and what's going to happen to these people. That's my understanding of that verse and that word in Arabic.
Okay, so
but I am familiar. I've seen that argument a few times.
Now, what I'm gonna say is you're actually correct in the proper interpretation, which is fear. And actually, blue isn't the color. It talks about blindness, right? It's about being blind. So the whole chapter emphasized on being blind, can't see. It had nothing to do with really eye color, right? But anyway, the fact that you said that these people be so fearful. Obviously, this is the judgment time, right? Correct?
Yes.
Right. So now, on the day of judgment, they're saying that these people, according to your translation, these people, or your interpretation, these people who are being judged, these weren't the good people, by the way, that this passage is focusing on. These are the disbelievers. You know what I mean? So we're talking about this group of people. So it says that their eyes, in your interpretation, right? You said that these people who were disbelievers, right, probably killed prophets or tried to assassinate, all type of stuff, that their eyes, they'll be so afraid their eyes will be blue.
Right.
So I can understand why somebody could look at a disbeliever, a savage, you know, in today's time, with already blue eyes, and in their mind, right? In their mind, they could be saying, listen, these people are fearful of their judgment because their history is so wretched that Allah just cursed their eyes blue as a baby. So
that's why I've seen many of the arguments because of that. People making the same argument that you had, but or that you're talking about now. That's what a lot of people have said. But that's what I'm saying. I've seen white people make that same argument for the verses that talk about people's faces being turning black and be like, look, your prophet was racist. Your prophet was a white, pale Arab that was racist. He hated black people.
Yeah, they use similar verses in the Bible to talk about the Hebrews are black when it's been talking about people who've been burnt alive. You dig? So I know what you mean. Yeah. So anyway, but maybe I share some notes with you on that surah, to get you blue eyed, because I used to talk to him about that, and when I get done, there's no confusion. You know, they understand it's not talking about white folks. It's talking about a mind state. You know, because
alhamdulillah.
Yeah. I actually
are we the only ones on the phone?
No. I got people on
standby.
Okay. Yeah, I got people on standby. They're listening.
Okay. Alhamdulillah.
Right. So I'm getting background from you, and you're not coming with the doctrine. You know, you don't believe in Yaqub. You know, you're coming with.
No. The sister gave me the number. I call and I listen. Like I say, even in my group, we got all type of topics. They ain't just Islamic topics, and I'm willing to listen to anything, but it doesn't mean I have to believe in it. But I don't mind listening, getting people's perspective.
Right. Same thing here. This platform is very diverse. We could talk about the Nation of Islam. We could talk about Hebrews. We could talk about politics, current events, some unjust shootings. And a matter of fact, on the same show, like how we're talking about this right now, it could depending upon who comes in next, they might shift it to some Illuminati conspiracy theory. You know what I mean? So it definitely fluctuates.
Yeah.
And, it changed direction. But because I was expecting you to be a Nation of Islam member, this is why this is why the subject is pretty much your way, like far as your beliefs. Because I expect you to be somebody who supported the doctrine of
okay.
Yaqub.
My bad, didn't mean to disappoint. So I was just, trying to listen. I was on a call earlier with a bunch of Israelites, and the topic was basically about Abraham. Was he an idol worshiper from the Quran or the Bible? So
do you and your group ever hop on like some type of conference call and like talk it out, or you guys just type it out like text?
No, we video.
Okay.
The name of the group is called Let's Talk About It. It's a Facebook Messenger group, and a lot of us been friends 10 years. A lot of Israelites, Christians. Had a couple of brothers in the nation in there. But we go at it all day, every day. To be honest with you, we might get on a video call, and them brothers and sisters may not get off till about 6 a.m.
Same thing
it
here.
It just all depends.
Brother, we got 11-hour conversations. All right. So
yeah.
But the Hebrew Israelites that you speak with, are these the ones that say the white man's the devil?
Some of them are Torah only. Some of them are New Testament and Torah. Some of them you get like the white man ain't about nothing, and then you get some that's like, hey, it ain't about hate. It's about following God's commandments. So we get a lot diverse. We got some Arabs. We think we got 2 whites in the group.
Okay.
Got some brothers from Saudi calling in. A couple other different countries they call in.
Wait, hold on. What are the ones from whites? The ones that are whites. What do they subscribe to? What faith?
One's a Mormon, and one of them's a Christian from Europe. He calls from Spain all the time.
A Mormon? Wow.
Yeah, she's a Mormon.
That's interesting. Yeah, you definitely pull some diverse people in there. So.
Oh yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah. So maybe the sister can share the link, or you can. Yeah, I think I'll ask her to share the link. We could check out your Facebook group. Those are interesting things like that. I just want to ask you about this. So you said bootleg religion. Can you specify?
Well, when I think about bootleg religion, for me, especially like I said, I feel like, how a lot of times an African American may go to college and become very educated and use proper English. Some people say like, oh, you're trying to be white, as if though a black person can't speak proper or be educated unless they're trying to be white. I think that's an insult to black people. I feel the same way that approach sometimes. I'll use Muslims, like an African American who may want to learn Arabic. He may wants to try to practice Islam the way that it was taught by Prophet Muhammad. I don't think that's making him trying to be an Arab. I think he's just trying to be the best Muslim. And, oh man, you ain't talking about the black man. You ain't said this about the, so-and-so. I think that to me is a form of bootleg version. I think when I think about Christianity, how sometimes the pastor gets up there and how they, and God, and, it's the emotionalism, like, bro, talk to our people. Like, we're intelligent people. We don't have to, everything has to be catered to our emotions.
Okay, so
that's kind of like the example that I'm saying. We don't have to get the bootleg version. Everything doesn't have to be about our spirit. We are very intelligent and rational people also. So that's what I meant.
So what state are you in, by the way?
I'm in Texas.
Okay, cool. I used to live in Dallas, Texas, by the way. I went to some of those elementary schools, and one was Russell School out there. It was called.
That's where I'm in Irving, Texas.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm in New Jersey, and I don't know if you noticed, but Newark, New Jersey is heavily like Islamic, right? A lot. Okay, so some will say, I know some members of the NOI will say this. They would say, where's the representation in Orthodox Islam, and as far as speaking about Black issues. For example, you had a lot of Black Lives Matter movements popping, and especially in Newark. And I seen a lot of protests. I don't really recall seeing like Black Muslims there. But then I seen an independent protest somewhere downtown, and it was like the Orthodox Muslims. They was protesting something, but it was like kind of just them. There seems to be a disconnection, especially this with the nation argue, a disconnection when it comes to Black social ills. You know, it seemed like the Muslims will just focus on Muslim problems and won't really join the Black problems, if I'm saying it correct.
I think that I've heard that a lot. And me personally, I think the thing with the nation, you get the bow ties, you get the brothers clean shave and the suits. So when you see one, oftentimes you'll see a bunch of them. So it's not hard to recognize and point out, hey, the nation is here. You know what I mean? They're organized, they walk together, you know, so that's not hard to figure out. Meanwhile, myself and a lot of Orthodox brothers I know, if we go somewhere to a candlelight or protest or something, like I went to downtown Dallas to protest about something was going on. Nobody knows that I'm Orthodox. They don't know that I go to Masjid in Irving. They just see another African-American brother. They don't know I'm Muslim. You know what I mean? So I think that's the problem that you have with Orthodox is that we're everywhere, but we probably ain't going to get recognized simply by, you know, just our look. Because some brothers may have the big beard, some brothers may not have a beard, unless he come out saying, hey, I'm Orthodox and I'm at such and such a masjid. You don't know. So that's kind of what I think the issue is.
Yeah, that can be true. I'm just saying, like, when I seen the protest with the Muslims, it was clear they were Muslims. They had the garbs on and stuff like that out there. It were clearly Muslims. You know.
Yeah, and see, for me, I don't dress like that. I don't wear
Yeah, so I'm not really
garment.
Right. I'm not putting the flag on your mountain and making you the representative of Islam. I'm just saying, like, when there's an Islamic protest, they seem to make it clear that they're Islamic, you know.
Yeah, I can see that. I think some brothers feel like everywhere they go, in every conversation, they got to go and announce, hey, I'm Muslim and I'm such and such. I mean, I can dig it. I agree 100%, but I'm secure in myself that I don't have to wear my religion on my shoulders and, you know, announce to everyone, hey, this is Brother Rashid. I'm from such and such masjid. Because, like, I went with some brothers. They were trying to feed the poor. And before, and they kept saying, this is from mosque so-and-so, this is from masjid so-and-so and so-and-so. And I asked them to stop that. I was like, hey, could you stop that? And they was like, why? And I was like, just give to the people. You don't have to sell your religion. If you're doing your deeds, the people will come to you naturally and ask where y'all from, what y'all about. But I just kind of personally felt they were so busy trying to get the name my so-and-so out more and just feed the people, help them, you know.
Yeah, so because I heard a brother say this. I had a brother Nation say this maybe 2 days ago. He said, you know, he was using the pronoun they, meaning Muslims, all. And of course, he's talking about Orthodox. They come over here, they sell us pork and blah, 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 blah. And he was asking, like, why don't, you know, in the Quran, pork is forbidden. This is his words. In the Quran, pork is forbidden. And you have a lot of Muslims from, you know, the country come over here, sell us pork, and no Muslims really stand, you know, defend and say, hey, what you doing? Like, why would you sell them something you don't eat yourself? And, like, you know, it's divinely prohibited and things like that. What would you say to that?
I would say this. I think that those brothers in the store that's selling pork and selling pornography, all those things, I don't think they're our example. I don't think we should see them as a religious people worthy to teach us. You get what I'm saying? That's what I just recently told a brother, actually from the nation, that asked me that. Like, I was like, why would you go to a store and a lot of them are trying to sleep with the sisters? You know, they sleeping with crackheads and soliciting teens. Their whole representation is not Islamic. And one thing I've known in my travels is that a lot of times we put them, I think we don't do it consciously, but subconsciously, we probably put them on a pedestal. And what I learned from my travels is that they're not even speaking Arabic. They're speaking slang. We think it's Arabic because we don't understand, but they go back to their country. They lie about the type of businesses and stuff that they run over here. They not put on a pedestal at all. And they're probably the worst of the worst from their country.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, man, so I went to Egypt years ago and tried to study in Egypt. And that was one thing I noticed, that a lot of the African Americans from America that was speaking Arabic, the Fusha Arabic, the Arabs over there didn't understand them. They weren't educated. They only spoke slang Arabic.
Wow.
And I was like, wow, there's a difference. And they call it Amaya, but it's not even it's just basically a real unintelligent way to speak, should I say.
Okay, hold on. You said they call it Amaya?
Amaya, yeah. It's not Fusha Arabic.
How you spell Amaya?
I don't know, bro. I don't even know. I just know when I hear it. But it's Amaya. It's like what we would call Ebonics.
And like kind of like what Hispanics use when they come over here. You got Spain, Spanish, and you got the like the Puerto Rican Dominican type slang of Spanish.
Right.
All right. Let me see if there's anything else. Oh, so that's an interesting take on that. That those who that's over here could be the worst of, ever. Yeah, I never thought like that. That's.
Hey, I'll say it like this. What I told the brother, I say, would you ask somebody out there selling dope on the corner, would you ask him to teach you Christianity, even though he got a big cross around his neck? You wouldn't think, hey, brother, teach me about the Bible. I know you out here selling dope. You got this 40 in your hand. You wouldn't think that he would teach you about Christianity. And that's why I feel like the Arabs, like, I don't care that, they in the store selling. I'm like, you're not my leader. I wouldn't even think you're going to teach me about Islam.
So right now we got Stu Pease just trying to Stu Pease.
Yeah, brother Rashid, big up. I'm Stu Pease. Michael Smith, but everybody here calls me Stu Pease. With pig still, but
what do you say?
I'm Stu Pease. My name is Stu Pease. My real name.
Okay.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm going in the elevator, so I'm going to move.
Where you from, brother?
I'm Jamaican. I'm from Jamaica.
From where?
Jamaica.
Oh, Jamaican, okay.
Yeah, you got a big echo in the background, Stu Pease.
Yeah. I'm going downstairs. But I go downstairs.
Yeah, but that's an interesting point again about the dope dealer with a cross on his neck.
Most definitely.
And you're surely not going to look at him as a representation of Christianity,
Yeah. I mean, imagine a young brother is just struggling. I won't get in the church. I mean, you don't see him as TD Jakes or anything like that. So
yeah, that's an interesting outlook.
Yeah. So that's just my take on it. But I think, I had to grow into that understanding, because when I first became Muslim, a lot of people that I was with, because I went to Imam Muhammad's masjid, and a lot of them would be like, they don't give us the greetings. They don't speak to us.
Yeah.
So I started over time, like, why do I care if this brother from Saudi Arabia, who might be selling pork and beer or whatever at a store, why do I really care if he speaks to me? Like, he ain't nobody. That's just kind of how my mind started being. He ain't nobody. So
that's an interesting outlook, because like you said, you put him on a pedestal simply because he come in the name of like Islam.
Yeah, and his name Muhammad, and he eat more pork than Big Mama.
I was gonna say this, like, nobody's gonna look for like a Christian drug dealer, Christian prostitute to speak to them. Like, you're gonna walk right past them. So like, why would you want a Islamic, thug or criminal or somebody who's going against the book to want to speak to you either? It should be the same energy. Like, I don't want
right,
either.
exactly.
Yeah. That's an interesting outlook on
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
I think we just share that with our people, man, and get our people out of like, hey, man, you might be better than this brother that's from overseas. And, a lot of times they've told me that, man, we love you guys more, or they'll start crying and be like, pray for me. And at first it was kind of like crazy for me. I'm like, why do you want me to pray for you? And they'd be like, well, you came to Islam on your own free will. I grew up in Islam, and like, you really studied it. You came on your own free will. Some of them have told me before they don't think they got the courage to choose another religion, even if they thought Islam was wrong. You know what I mean? So they're looking at people, African Americans, who are coming to Islam in record numbers on their own free will, like, wow, these people really believe. So, I don't know. I just don't put them on a pedestal.
Yeah.
Yes, 2 P's. What'd you say?
Yeah, Brother Rashid, can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I respect the man's faith. I respect your humility. I'm enjoying the conversation. What else I'm saying? I enjoy the fact that you believe in what you say. You're not doing it for clout. You are
thank
who
you.
you
Appreciate
are.
it.
When you mentioned a while ago that when you're giving up, when you're assisting the poor, you don't really have to tell them your religion. You're assisting them because they're a human being and you're a human being. And honestly, that speaks loudly about the character of a man. So I'm not going to go full blast because he's a good person. But the question is, why Islam? Why Islam? What is it about the religion called to you?
Man, I could talk all night, but I think the concept of God is so profound to me in Islam. And like I was telling the brother, how Islam really teaches that God has sent messenger after messenger to humanity. And even before Islam, Christianity, or Judaism as we know it, people have been worshiping God in Africa, Central America, China, etc.
No, I'm not. No. I don't want to. I want your opinion.
No, but that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, when I look at those people and I look outside the name that they call God, Elohim, Yahweh, whatever, is still the same one God. And I feel like the only religion that I see really talks and address that is Islam. And that's appealing to me. Is like, I didn't feel like Islam was acting like everybody else was lost and nobody else didn't know God, but that everybody's been trying to search and worship this one creator. That's what I found more appealing. I was just giving you the example of all those cultures and people, because in the Quran it says that God has sent many messengers. Some he's named, some he haven't named. So I don't think a human being sit down and thought about something like that.
Were you in a faith before Islam? Were you Christian? Were you?
Yeah, I was raised Christian.
You was raised Christian. And
yes.
And basically, you're saying that you found Christianity to be lacking in how to present it.
Most definitely. After I started studying the history of Christianity, I kept finding a lot of holes and contradictions for me personally. And I started finding out a lot of things that people attributed to Jesus. I don't think Jesus ever said it.
Do you believe that Christianity was used as a tool to enslave Black people?
In America, you can say that, but Christianity was practiced in Africa 1,000 years before slavery. So I don't think Christianity is a white man's religion, but I do think Christianity here in America was used. In America, I have to be specific. In America, Christianity was forced on our people, a version of Christianity.
No. I'm saying that. Do you think that it was used as a tool? That means it was they used Christianity. Did you think that Christianity was used to justify slavery in America?
Okay, well, see, now you're being more specific. Oh, most definitely, yes.
Okay.
Now that you said America, you put America on there. Yeah, in America, yeah, Christianity was justified to, for slavery.
For slavery. So Christianity played an important part in the transatlantic slave trade. Correct?
Yeah.
Because it was used
Correct.
as a justification. Right? Now,
Yeah.
I'm going to leave the transatlantic slave trade and I'm going to swing now to the sub-Saharan slave trade. Have you ever heard about the sub-Saharan slave trade?
Yes, with the Arabs, yes.
With the Arabs. Do you think that Islam was used as a tool to justify Black people being enslaved?
Not really, not the same, but I do know that in like East Africa, the Arabs were very harsh and oppressive toward blacks, and I found like it was opposite in West Africa.
In West Africa, if we look at geography, West Africa is very far from East Africa. The distance from West Africa to East Africa is farther than New York to California. It's very far. So we're not going to use that because geographically things change. You don't have the same numbers of Arabs there. So you probably won't have the same concept. But we'll go to West Africa, we'll look at the Sudan.
Well, Sudan would be more or less East Africa. And
East Africa. East Africa, we'll go East Africa and we'll look at Sudan, we'll look at Mauritania. We look at countries with high volumes of Muslims.
Right.
Would you say that Islam, the religion called Islam, was also used as a tool to justify the slavery of Black people?
No, not in West Africa, and I'll tell you why. Because
in East Africa, in East Africa, in East Africa, you have to be honest.
I'm trying to be honest as I can because, like I say, what happened in East Africa and the sub-Saharan slave trade, I don't think it was motivated to push a religion. You get what I'm saying? Because the Arabs were already invading and enslaving people before Prophet Muhammad was ever born. So this is what
But after the religion, after the Prophet was born, it was also used as a justification. Because if we look back, we can cite a lot of examples of practicing Muslims having Black slaves. The person who was who's known for calling that caller called the Belal, that's his name, who called the prayer.
Yes.
He was a slave.
Yes.
Was he not a slave?
Yes. Yes, he was a slave, and who paid for his freedom? It was Abu Bakr, the Prophet Muhammad's best friend, paid for his freedom. Prophet Muhammad told him, and then when you get into Prophet Muhammad's life, a lot of times we only talk about Bilal being the only Black person that was around Prophet Muhammad. I mean,
no. What I'm saying that was Bilal the only slave?
Hold on. I gotta make this point, brother. The reason why I'm saying that is that if you really study the history of the life of Prophet Muhammad, there were a lot of Blacks with Prophet Muhammad. So when people say like Islam is somehow all Arabs and then Black people came around, I would have to argue that because Prophet Muhammad was raised by a Black woman named Barakah. She lived with him his entire life.
All right. Well, the question is,
his personal bodyguard was a Black man named Muhammad Muslima. You have Zayd, his adopted son, was also a Black man. So when we start getting into the history of Prophet Muhammad, it's not like Black people had nothing to do with Prophet Muhammad and Islam at the beginning, and it was all Arabs, and then Arabs went and forced Islam. That's why I would have to argue those points.
No, well,
You
I'll steal something. I'm stealing some information from a dude who he and I don't really get along, but I have to give him big up on his information. Brother Sabio. Brother Sabio is interested in the Ottomans. The Ottomans were Muslims, and the Ottoman
correct.
conquered most, if not all, of North Africa in the heyday. And one of the tools they used to conquer North Africa was that they converted all the people who they conquered. They had a choice: choose Islam or choose death. That was a choice that they gave. That was the choice
Well,
that the Ottomans gave to, to the North Africans. And we're coming from the Ottoman Empire all the way to Tunisia, right? So we're coming
um,
all the way across North Africa. That was once Ottoman territory. That was all Muslim territories, right? And but let's go back to this. In the time of Balal, he wasn't the only black man, but was he the only slave at that
no,
time?
no,
Right? So
no, he wasn't.
is there anything in Islam that says slavery is wrong?
No.
So Islam don't just
Islam told us about how to treat slave and brought slaves their rights, but Islam gradually did away with slavery because slavery was the backbone of that society. Everybody had slaves. Arabs invaded other tribes and they enslaved other slaves. Like when you mentioned to me about Bilal, the thing that most people say Bilal was black, but Bilal was half Arab and black. He wasn't just black. And his tribe was invaded and he was taken as a slave. The same way Prophet Muhammad's adopted son Zayd, who was also black, the same thing happened to him.
but we can put it to history that the reason why the Arabs get the darker complexion now, as to what they may have looked like. And if you want to know what an Arab looked like, there is a picture of an Arab who was once a Caesar. There's a picture in the British Museum. I soon tell you the Caesar's name, right? But during the trans-Saharan slave trade, the men were castrated, the women were impregnated, the male child were oftentimes killed. This history this we're talking about. Let's not deny it, right? So, and those people entered into the population. So we have children of mixed race, African and Arab, right? But let's not talk about that. Let's go back to the whole issue of slavery, because that's a big issue to me. Because if a religion doesn't have a problem with slavery, that means the religion don't see everybody as equal. If the religion can look at you and say, this is how you treat your slave, that means that the person is not the equal. If I have to put specific right to a set of people, they cannot be my equal. True or false?
I would have to say false. You're making a lot of I'll say this, brother. I don't necessarily disagree with some of the stuff you're saying, but I don't think you're putting it in its historical context. Because when you talk about the Ottoman Empire, I want to go back to that. When you talked about the Ottoman Empire in North Africa, you were 100% correct. But here's the thing that you didn't mention. The Ottoman Empire also was in charge of all the Arabs. And the Turks were in charge of the Ottoman Empire. They're not Arabs that are enslaving white people. They actually were European Turks, and they were in charge of everyone. They wasn't in charge of just Africa. It was the Caliphate. So we can't just say, well, they were in charge of North Africa and not mention that they were also in charge of the Arabs. The Europeans came in and had the Arabs fight the Ottoman Empire, and this is where you get the modern day countries like Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia. All of those are modern day countries. Those weren't countries that all of them almost are less than 100 years old.
Yeah, but
so they used the Arabs to go against the Muslim empire. The Arabs actually broke up the empire. They told
yeah,
them, hey, we'll give you your own country. We'll make you kings and queens. This is why you got the Saudi royal family, King Jordan of Jordan, and the royal family in Kuwait, because they helped the Europeans fight the Muslims.
No, it is not that easy. That we're talking about global politics now. The Ottomans were too powerful, and the Europeans figured out a way to allow them to infight among themselves and break up their own empire. That's what the Europeans did to the Ottomans, right? They broke up the empire because it was too powerful, because it encompassed Arab land and it encompassed all too many. It was too big. So the Europeans didn't have the strength to fight them themselves, but they had the brains. So what they did, they broke it up. But let's go back. Let's look at it a little now. When was slavery abolished in Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia is where Medina is, right? Mecca and Medina.
I think 1960, 62, 65 before it was officially abolished.
Right. So where was the Quran before 1965? That some human beings were looked at as less than. And the human beings that were enslaved in Saudi Arabia was black people. Where was the Quran before 1965, when the Americans insisted, not the Saudi, the Americans insisted, the white Americans insisted that the Saudi abolished slavery. You knew that, right? That was the Americans who insisted that.
No, sir. First of all, we have to put in context what is a slave, because we can't assume that everyone that is a slave, like here in America, it was the same treatment as slavery around the world, and especially in Islam, when we say someone is a slave. Like in my studies in Egypt, I've seen many Arabs that they are called slaves. They're called bowabs. Nobody's beating them. Nobody is raping them or hanging them from a tree. But by all accounts, they're still called bowabs. They're still considered slaves. And as far as the Europeans here,
castrated? Were they still being castrated and made eunuchs?
Are they still being castrated right now?
No, not right now. In the 1960s, were they still being castrated and called eunuchs?
Probably so. Some of them, yes. I can see that.
Right. So if a man is having his balls cut off, you cannot see a man as a man without his balls, because the ability to pass your seed on is a definition for most people of who is a man. The definition.
Yes, but can I? For me as a Muslim, I go by Islamic texts. I don't go by the actions of what certain men do, because if that's the case, I might as well go out and sell pork and have a bunch of girlfriends and drink, because I'm seeing Arabs at the store doing these things. They're not my example. Also, a man that cut another man's testicles off in the 60s, he's not my example. I follow Prophet Muhammad of Arabia, and I didn't find Prophet Muhammad of Arabia cutting black people's testicles off. And before I would give white people too much, you said something else I would like to address. Before I give white people too much credit about America actually didn't free the slaves in the Civil War. We still had 10 states in the North that still had slaves after the Civil War. So there's a lot of history.
I'm not talking about then. I'm talking about.
No, but you compared it to the white man, and I'm saying before I give him too much credit about what he's done.
Situation. I'm talking about a specific situation. I'm talking about the Americans insisting that the Saudis abolish slavery. That situation I'm talking about. If the Americans insisted in the 60s.
Can I ask you this, brother? May I ask you one simple question? In 1933, who put the Saudi royal family in power, and who to this day constantly keeps the royal Saudi family in power to cut black people's testicles off?
The Americans put them in power for the oil.
Okay.
And the Americans insist that they release slavery. And that's why you don't have black man balls cut off in Saudi now.
Exactly. And that Saudi royal family, trust me, brother, I am no fan of them. I think they are some of the biggest hypocrites in the world. But thank God they're not my example on how to be a Muslim. I see them going to Europe and going to the Playboy mansions, but they're in charge. They are in charge.
But guess
able
what?
to get in a little bit?
That's one last question. But one last statement. But guess what? You are a convert and they are the Muslims. So although you might not see them as an example, you are a convert to their religion. Now, it wasn't yours, it was theirs. So they practice it in the way that they was practicing for generations. So you as a convert don't come in and say, I am going to make this thing better than how they practicing it.
I don't necessarily agree with that. And I've also been to Saudi Arabia also. So I don't want to stereotype all of them. I'm only talking about the Saudi royal family. I think they're hypocrites. But I think all religions have hypocrites and good people that practice it. The small religions, the big religions. So again, I think what your logic is, because some certain people did certain things, they somehow represent all Muslims. And again, like I was telling the brother earlier, I don't know if you heard, I don't put no other man on a pedestal to where I look at him as if though he's somehow my daddy or he's my boss. He's not my example. Prophet Muhammad is my example.
That's right.
Okay.
Possible I could
Google
get in?
Scholar, go ahead.
Peace, everybody. How you doing, man, Brian?
Hey, peace. So after Google Scholar, brother, after you go, I want so we keep some order. I want Hassan Muhammad to chime in after you. But peace, Google Scholar. So far on the panel we had. On the live, where we're talking, we have Stu Pease, Google Scholar, Hassan Muhammad, and brother Rashid Abdur-rahim. Okay, Google Scholar, you can continue.
Peace, brother Rashid, and peace to everybody.
Hey, peace, brother.
There's some fundamental things that I heard, which I don't agree with, which I feel I want to challenge. The first thing I wanted to mention is I heard the brother was making a statement that why should he care about the Arabs if they're doing something wrong or something? Because they're not the masters. I would have to disagree with that. If you're not a native Arab speaker, then basically you are relying on the Arabs because the Quran is in Arabic. So if you're not native Arabic, you have to rely on the Arabs for your religion. That's the first thing. The second thing is no matter what language you speak, you have to pray in Arabic. So you first have to go and learn to pray in Arabic. So you have to depend on the Arabs. So this is an Arab religion. That's the first thing. I need to make that clear, because if you want to say you don't depend on the Arab, you have to. You just have to. Even the dates and the explanation for the verses, these are all written down in Arabic, and they have been passed down to you by Arabs, and Arabs are who translate them to English. You need the Arabs. That's the first thing. And the second thing was in regards to Bilal. I keep hearing Muslims saying that Bilal was a slave and then he was free. I don't think Bilal was ever freed. Even after Muhammad died, Bilal was still a slave. So that's that. And also, question for the brother, and then he could respond to what I said. If Muhammad was a pale Arab with black slaves, why should black people in America follow such a man?
Okay. I'm gonna try to address a few things. I actually pick up the Quran and I read the Quran in Arabic. I've actually studied Quran. I study Arabic grammar now. So, and my teacher is probably blacker than anyone on here. Also, right now in 2022 in the world, the greatest Arabic dictionary that was ever written was also written by a Sudanese black man. The Arabs go to him to learn. What we can't do is assume when we say the name Arab that Arab describes the color of your skin. Arab is one who speaks Arabic. Arab is not a race of people. So you have black Arabs, you have white Arabs, you have brown Arabs. That needs to be understood. And I've traveled. I'll just put it like that. I've traveled pretty well, and I've met, and I know personally dark Arabs that if they were in America, you would think, hey, that's Marcus or whoever, and their language is Arabic. So, and also, to make sure I understand what you said, Bilal was not always a slave. In fact, you find stories of after Bilal was freed, someone was still trying to like manhandle Bilal, and Bilal checked him. Bilal basically told him, "Is it that you tried to free me to be your slave?" And Bilal basically told him, "I'm only a slave to Allah. I'm not your slave." And after Prophet Muhammad died, Bilal actually went off into Syria as a free man, married, and died in Syria under Muslim providence. So this whole notion that Bilal was still a slave, that's 100% incorrect. So I don't know if I answered all your questions you asked. You asked quite a bit of questions, but I'm an African American and I have studied Arabic. I'm still studying Arabic. I'm not a scholar, but I pick up the Quran in Arabic and I read it in Arabic.
No, I actually only asked you one question, but if you want me to respond first, or you want me to re-ask the question so you can answer.
Oh, well, you can re-answer the question.
The question was, we know from the Hadith that Muhammad was a pale Arab, and we also know that he had black slaves. So I'm saying in 2022, how can you justify Black Americans following a man that was close to white having black slaves?
Because slavery was the everyday life of everyone in that society. Muhammad also had a white slave named Shuaib. He's also famous. Most people don't know he was a European slave named Shuaib. He was also with the Prophet Muhammad as a slave. You have Persians. So this whole ideal that it was only black people that were slaves around Prophet Muhammad, I reject that notion. Also, Zayd, who he adopted as his son, who lived with him, he also was a black slave. Baraka was a freed slave. His foster mother, she lived with Prophet Muhammad her entire life. So I just think that there's a lot of misunderstanding about that society. In fact, Sumaya was the first martyr in Islam. She was a black woman. She followed the Prophet Muhammad. Her and her husband, they were the first two martyrs in Islam. They were black. They were martyred for following Prophet Muhammad. So I just don't find Islam to be anti-black. I know better. I know the history of Islam and the life of Prophet Muhammad, and I don't find him being anti-black.
Okay.
And even the brother you mentioned, Bilal was the treasurer of the Muslim nation. Prophet Muhammad also put in charge of the entire Muslim army a 17-year-old black man who was in charge. I mean, I could go on and on about how many black people were around Prophet Muhammad.
Hey, Brother Rashid, let Hassan Muhammad respond.
Yes, sir.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Walaikum salam.
I'll let him go. I think he's doing a good job. But I want to add, though, this just the understanding of the terminology or the words that's being used and how the question is being framed. When you say black slave, you know, the idea of that we have today of black people didn't exist at the time of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and this idea of what we have today, or understanding of what we have today of a slave, didn't exist during the time of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So I think the question needs to be kind of reframed in light of the conditions that existed during the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, to question those conditions, not using the understanding that we have today of what black is and what slave is, given the history of it, of those words and the usage of those words, and trying to ask a question from that kind of basis or that foundation. So it kind of like,
Yeah,
I think that needs to be.
yeah.
Yeah. So if the brother won't mind, what can you explain to us who are not clued in, what does their deep mean when it says a black slave? What how does it relate to what we think of as black in 2022?
So that is for right, brother Rashid.
It was a black person who was a slave. I mean, I don't have a problem with I don't have a problem with that terminology, because there were many people that were slaves, but it just seems, this is just my opinion, people only get caught up when it mentions black slaves, or that's only people they think were actually slaves during that time.
Well, for the record, no, the thing is, it's not that we get caught up in that they're only black slaves, but we are black, so we're talking about black. We're not bothered by white slaves. We're talking about black. Is it meaning black people? Like when I say a black man, like myself is a black man, is it meaning that, or is it just meaning something else?
Wait, and
can I add real quick?
Wait, bro, before you answer, I think that was a good point of emphasis that Brother Rashid pointed out, that there were other slaves, because I was under the impression that the slave was just black. Like, so I was just educated just now. So I think that was a valid point to let them know there's other slaves. So I although I understand where Google Scholars is coming from, but I did only believe that until just now that they only had black slaves. So go ahead, brother.
Fair enough. Yeah, can the brother explain to me what's the difference between a black slave then and a black slave now?
I guess I would have to ask you where your question seems like, to me, brother, I'm looking for very specifics, because I don't try to lump everybody or every place or every time together. Like, Muslims don't enslave other Muslims. So when you read these hadith, you're reading these hadith based upon a specific time frame. And Prophet Muhammad's mission was 23 years. So, of course, he's dealing with these Arabs in that society that had slaves. And he's telling them, look, you don't beat slaves, you can't rape slaves, you can't, et cetera, et cetera. So when we read these hadiths, we seem to not put them in this historical context.
Okay.
So that's why sometimes I need you to be a little bit more specific, because it seems like your questions are real vague, and
okay,
I want to answer them, but I need you to be more specific.
I don't think my question was vague. It was more for the other brother that says black now doesn't mean what it means as black then. But I can address another point. In terms of the whole idea of the imagery of black versus white in Islam, do you not think it's an issue? For example, Muhammad is described as white, as his skin being very white.
Actually, no, I don't think that. I think that's a misunderstanding, because Arabs didn't call white people white.
Yeah, but I'm building to a point. So it's not just that. All right, let's forget about that one. I don't know if it's true, but let's forget about it. The imagery of black in Islam seems to carry a negative connotation. For example, Muhammad says that the black dog is the devil. It's not the red dog, not the yellow dog. The black dog is the devil. It also says that the most man that Allah hates is a black man. So there are negative connotations associated with black and black people in
Oh,
the Islamic literature. Oh,
I'll
how do
address
you feel about that?
I'll address the first one because I've heard this for so long. The hadith that talks about the black dogs, it actually talks about black dogs that were in the mountains of Mecca. They were wild black dogs with white spots that attacked people. He was talking about those wild dogs up in the mountains of Mecca that attacked people. It wasn't every single black dog on the face of the earth. And again, I think that a lot of people that are Islamophobes, they read those stories in hadith and they only read the part where it mentioned anything about black and run. And because I've been asked that, man, Muhammad didn't like even black dogs. And I'm like, those were black wild dogs, Pacific dogs that were in the mountains of Mecca.
I believe that's a little bit disingenuous, though, because they specifically talk about different color of dogs. And he said the yellow dog or the black dog or the green dog. It says that the only one that is the devil is the black dog. Are you telling me that all the dogs are in the mountain were only black dogs?
Wait.
This is not logical to think. Huh?
Right. Wait, before the brother respond. All right. So my favorite, so I watch a lot of Animal Planet, right? And my favorite predator are the African wild dogs, the black dogs. Mm-hmm. So if he's talking about them, yes, they are more ruthless.
He's not talking about that. He's talking about regular dogs.
I said the black wild dogs in Mecca that were up in the mountains that would attack people, and that's the dogs that were dressed. Look, nobody talks about the wild dogs. They don't talk about it was told in that hadith. It was even told the location. I'm telling you, people seen black dog, and run with the black dog part. Forget everything else. He said black dog. This man is racist. Also, I heard you say something about Muhammad being white. Arabs didn't call.
No, I conceded that point, so we don't have to go down that road. I conceded that I may be wrong on that point. So let's not.
Are we saying? I just want to get some clarification. Are we saying that the black dogs in Mecca? Are we suspending the African wild dogs? That's not.
No, Muhammad didn't know about those. The black those dogs are in South Africa. Muhammad didn't know anything. Muhammad didn't leave the area of Mecca and Medina. Okay. So he's not talking about it. But we can move past this. I have another important question.
So I want to ask the brother. I just want to close out. Yeah, I do want to say that.
Can I add something real quick?
Yeah.
I just think that, and I could be wrong, but I think that the basis of Google Scholars' questions is coming from a lens of race as perceived today. And I think that's, if we look at the time of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam through a lens of race and the history of race in this country and between, black people and white people, we look at it through that lens and try to understand a hadith or a time frame or whatever events is happening with slavery and stuff like that, then we can get a misunderstanding from that. And
I hear what you're saying, bro, but I keep asking for you to define the difference for me, but I haven't gotten that yet.
Well, he was already talking about how the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he set conditions about how to treat your slave. And if we look at those conditions about how the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam set about how to treat the manner in which a person should treat a slave, you'll see clearly that those conditions are clearly different than how a slave would be treated.
No, I'm not talking about the conditions. I'm talking about the difference between what when it says black. Does it mean the same thing we're meaning when we say black? Because you're saying it's something else.
How could it? But my question back to you is, how could it? because what we're saying is not what they were. Their views weren't the same as ours. That's 1,400 years ago.
So I'm asking you to
how could we
explain to
view it?
us
How could we
what
view
the
black?
difference is.
I'm saying,
Explain to us
how
what
could
the
we view it
difference
that
is.
way? What reason will we have to
No,
view?
don't ask me how. Just explain to us what the difference is between then and now. The difference in black then and black now. That's all you have to do.
Why is that? Why is that my responsibility to do that?
All right, can we move on, because you're just wasting the time. If you're saying I'm saying it wrong, but you're not explaining to me
No, but
why
you are though. It's clear that you are.
No, you're not. So tell me how I'm wrong. You can't just say you're wrong, and you can't tell me how I'm wrong.
But you know, but hold on. Let's not. You know that you're viewing black from a racialized standpoint from today. Are you not?
Bro, all I'm asking you, explain to me
I'm
the
saying,
difference
are you
how
not?
I view black.
If you're not doing that, you're not doing that.
Explain to me the difference between how I view black and how Muhammad.
Are you saying that you're
all.
not doing that? That's what I'm asking.
Don't ask me a question. Just explain to me.
Okay, you want to move? We can move on. If you don't want to be,
let's move on.
Yeah, you don't want to be direct in where the position that you're coming from.
You want to move on. It says a black man. It says a black dog. It's a black.
Black
dog.
is just color. Black is just, if you want to get to the nitty gritty, black is just a color.
So that's what I'm
black
talking about.
Black is just a color, but the idea of what black is has different connotations from it. So what standpoint are you asking the question?
A black man 1,400 years ago is a black man today. That's all I'm saying. So let's move on.
Can I ask a question, please?
Just one more, stupid, and then you can go. Right? In Islam, the Sharia teaches that if somebody leaves the religion, they should be killed. And there's a hadith that backs it up, that the Messenger of Allah says, whoever changes his religion, kill him. Now, do you believe in 2021 this is guidance from a God, or this is just somebody who is afraid that their cult will be dwindled by the numbers and they're putting in a mechanism to stop it from happening?
Are you asking Rashid or the other brother?
Well, I'm asking the Muslims. I'm asking you primarily.
So Rashid, you can go first. Yeah.
Well, Rashid's understanding of this, again, hadith and historical context, this is talking about people that leave the religion that committed treason against the state. Because in Prophet Muhammad's life, there were people that left Islam, nothing happened to them. But those who left Islam, went and got with the enemy and committed treason against the Islamic State, they were put to death. I don't have a problem with that. And I'm saying I don't think just leaving Islam alone, as you're trying to allude that hadith that, somebody woke up, said, I don't want to be Muslim, that Islam teaches kill this person. I don't have that understanding of Sharia law.
No, I'm sorry, but you're answering a question that I didn't ask. I specifically quoted an hadith. The hadith says
you quoted a hadith without the understanding and the application of that hadith, because you can clearly see during Prophet Muhammad's life, people left Islam, they didn't want to be Muslim, and Prophet Muhammad didn't kill them. But you do have also where people were under Islamic State, they left Islam, they went and joined with the enemies of Islam, they were put to death. So what I'm saying is, it's the understanding of that hadith. No, I'm saying it's the application of that hadith.
No, this is plain. It says, whoever changes his religion, kill him. How does somebody misinterpret that?
Let me ask a question. How do you understand? Because what Muslims follow is the Quran and Sunnah. We follow hadith and the Quran. So how do you understand that hadith that you're quoting from your understanding? How do you understand that? Because clearly you're not leaning towards what the scholars say about it. So you're going from your understanding. So
no. I understand that some scholars say what this guy is saying. I understand that there are scholars that say that if you apostatize from Islam, you should be put to death. So don't try to pretend.
What scholar?
What school do you follow?
What scholar?
No, what school do you follow? I
What
don't have a
scholar
scholar off the top of my
are
head.
you
What
referencing that
school do
says
you
that
follow?
whoever changes their religion should be killed?
I said I don't have the scholar off the top of my head. I'm asking you a
Okay,
question.
so clearly you're
What school
going
do you
from your
follow?
understanding and not from the
You
scholars, is
see,
what I said.
you're arguing as a very disingenuous person.
I'm not
What
arguing as
what
disingenuous.
school do you follow? I ask you.
You're stating
Do
a
you?
position that you hold. You started
I
your point by saying the
no
Sharia law says this. You didn't quote any
no.
scholar. You didn't quote any scholar. You said the Sharia law says this. This is how you
So
started your point.
so if I get a scholar, you be okay with that?
No, because it doesn't go in
No.
light with what the
So it
Quran
doesn't matter
says.
what
And
I
this is
say.
my point. This is what I'm asking you
What
is
does the
this.
Quran say?
The Quran
What
says
does the
there's no
Quran say?
compulsion in religion.
The Quran does
Exactly.
not say that.
The Quran says there's no compulsion in religion. So how do you understand? My question to you is then, how do you understand the hadith in light of what the Quran says? How do you make sense of those two?
Okay, the Quran also says fight those who
No, I
don't
want you
believe in
to
Allah.
explain that. I want you to explain that.
No,
We're talking
let
about
me explain to you.
apostasy. We're talking about
Okay,
apostasy.
okay, let's go with it. Are you saying that this hadith is wrong because it
I want to know
contradicts the
what you
Quran?
say.
No, no,
Because
bro.
I want to know
Stop
what your opinion is.
My opinion is that the Quran is a bag of contradictions. That's my first opinion.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about on apostasy, what you just said. You started your position and said the Sharia law says this. That if you leave your religion, then that you should be killed. And you quoted and you referenced the hadith in that.
No. I said the Sharia says that apostasy
Where's the Sharia derived from?
It's from the hadith.
And what else?
And I read.
And what else?
It's the Sunnah. Why are we?
No, where is Sharia derived from?
From the hadith.
And what else?
Bro, it's from the hadith.
And what else?
And the hadith. The Quran
Okay,
and
so
the hadith.
again, so
I'm
trying to make this point very clear. I'm trying to make this point very clear because you started your point by saying you asked your question, but you started your point by saying the Sharia law says this, that if a person leaves their religion that they should be killed, and you tried to reference and you attempted to reference a hadith from the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And you said the Sharia said this, and I'm asking you, where does Sharia derive from? And if it's derived from Quran and Hadith, my question then to you is, how do you understand the Hadith in light of what the Quran says? Because the Quran says there's no compulsion of religion. So if there's no compulsion of religion,
hold on. So yes, you asked me the question like 10 times. The Quran says many things in regards to the religion, right? So
talking about apostasy in particular,
bro. Let me speak, okay? I'm not a Muslim. I don't determine what is doctrine or what is not. The Quran says a lot of things in regards to religion. In specific terms of apostasy, it doesn't say that. But the hadith here is the word of the Prophet, and according to you Muslims, the Prophet is masum. So what he says is binding. It's true. It must be followed, right? This hadith says whoever changes his religion, kill him. There are also schools of Sharia that says apostates from Islam, the death penalty is applicable. Now, I understand that not all schools of the Sharia says this. That's why I asked you what school you follow, and that's why you don't want to answer because Wait, I'm not finished. You don't answer because you know if you tell me which school, I can go and get the scholar from your school that say what they say about this, and you don't want to answer. So again, I ask you, what school of the Sharia do you follow?
Okay, so you nicely evaded my answering my question.
You're not going to answer, right?
Which was swift. You nicely evaded it. You did a swift job in doing that because I asked you, how do you understand the hadith? I asked you your understanding. I asked you, how do you understand the hadith? How do you understand the hadith in light of what the Quran says?
I understand the hadith that whoever changes his religion, kill him.
So how do you understand that in light of what the Quran says when the Quran says there's no compulsion in religion? How do you understand that?
That has been abrogated.
By who?
By this verse in the hadith, by this hadith.
So according to your understanding, hadiths abrogate Quran?
Well, according to your understanding, the
No, I'm
Quran
asking
said,
you. I'm
yes,
asking you.
yes, I have an
Hadiths
example. I'm about to
abrogate
give it to
Quran.
you. Bro, I'm going to give you an example.
I know. Which I just want to make this clear. You're saying that a hadith can abrogate Quran.
Bro, I'm going to give you an example.
You're failing miserably. You're failing miserably.
Don't want, yeah, that's fine. You don't want the example, or you do want the example?
No, because you're failing.
Okay.
You're
failing.
Okay,
I'm
failing,
bro.
Let
him fail, bro.
Let him fail. Let him fail.
You don't want to give me the. You don't want me to talk.
No, I'll let him fail. I'll let him fail.
And by the way, I still need you to answer what school of the Sharia you follow. But before you answer that,
no, because you want to evade the apostasy thing.
Okay.
And want to try to change the question. Go ahead.
Okay. The Quran says practice muta. It says don't practice the muta. Do you practice the muta?
Make your point, brother.
That's all the secrecy.
Question. That's a question.
Just go and make your point.
I'm asking you a question.
Did he ask you, do you practice the muta?
The muta, yes. The muta is
make your point.
Oh,
I don't want to comment. I want to hear your point.
The muta says that you can actually have a contract with a woman for 3 days for sex. That's the muta. Now it is allowed in the Quran. It is abolished in the hadith. The Shia don't follow Sunni hadith, so the Shia still practice it. The question is, there's nowhere in the Quran where it says that the practice is banned, but you as a Sunni Muslim don't follow it anymore. So there is an example of the hadith abrogating the Quran. Now the same thing goes here.
So your point, your point is that, hold on, I just want to be clear. Your point is that the Quran says that you can marry someone for 3 days, how long?
You can do for 3 days and you can increase if you want to. Not marry, and don't use the word marry. You can have an
what are you
agreement
saying?
For sex.
I just want to be clear on what you're saying that the Quran says.
So you can have an agreement with a woman for sex for 3 days or more. After that, you go your ways.
Can you reference an ayat from the Quran?
No, I can do that. But you're trying to get away from the point.
I'm not. I want you to be clear on what your point that you're making. I'm not trying to get away from it. If you're saying something, I want you to be very clear on what you're saying.
Quran 434.
Okay, let's go to Quran 434.
You see, this guy is it's clear.
Yeah, though, like if I'm talking to a Christian or somewhere like there's different sects, right, with different understanding. Mm-hmm. So in order to talk to you in a coherent manner, he would have to know
what school you follow, but he don't want to talk. He don't want to do it.
You're not
so it's you not above board.
Yeah, you can keep slipping and sliding because you can say, well, I don't. You know what I'm saying? He can't pinpoint to another because you won't declare what you are. So how can he have a coherent combo with you? It's crazy.
He won't because I won't declare what I am. I'm Muslim. So because I won't say
what school of the Sharia do you follow, bro? That's an easy question.
Yeah.
Do you follow the Hanafi?
I follow the school of Salafi thought.
Salafi.
Yes.
All right. So that's fine.
Can I
respond?
Can I ask a question, please?
It's not exactly my question, but go ahead.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so let Brother Rashid.
Brother Rashid wants to comment.
Let me say this.
I think the brother. I think the brother is I think you're bearing false witness against the Quran because the Quran doesn't say you can have a muta for 3 days. Also, I would also like to say that you have a problem that a lot of non-Muslims have, brother, is that there's a difference between the Sunnah and a Hadith. Muslims are commanded to follow the Sunnah and the Quran. We're not commanded to follow every Hadith. And the difference is the Sunnah is what is established and practiced, what is known and practiced by Prophet Muhammad. Because Muslims know that somebody, and it happens, that somebody can just write a hadith and the Prophet Muhammad may or may not did that thing, and then you're asking me and this other brother, don't you do that, don't you do that. If it's not in the Sunnah, we're not obligated to do that. That's a big difference. So I just want to make that point. I think you're saying things about the Quran that you know is not there.
Okay, well, we got to source something on it because we got to get clarity right there. Because he's saying one thing and you're saying
ask a question.
so we got to get like to the bottom of that before we even go further. Like,
But the thing is this.
Hold on. Let me ask a question, please.
Can I make this point? You can ask your question, Stu. The thing is that he's not quoting scholars. He's giving us kind of references, but giving his own interpretations of what they mean without really understanding it. Without really understanding it.
I'm sure you understand it.
No, what you don't understand it. So you're trying to give me references and tell me things, but you don't understand, and you don't have the understanding to put things in its proper place. So all your questions are going to come from a place of misunderstanding, because there's no way you could understand that the apostasy thing and then correlate that with what the Quran says. There's no way you can reconcile that unless you have a proper understanding, which you don't have. And if you're saying that,
I'm gonna get the scholar who say what I say. Is that okay?
Okay, all right. Can I ask my question now?
You're saying hadiths abrogate Quran. You're way off.
Well, if he gets the scholar, if he asks for a scholar,
wait until him come back with him. Wait until him come back with him justification. Can I ask a question? Earlier we were talking about the Quran specifically detail how slaves should be treated. Correct? Does the Quran tell you how slaves should be treated? Any other Muslim?
No.
Does the Quran tell you how slaves should be treated? Or how
I think it does to a certain degree.
The hadith does. It doesn't.
I think you get both, because the Quran talks about being fair and just, and if you truly believed in free a slave. There are certain aspects.
All right. The reason I asked that question, because the Quran said that, and it was written in the 14th century, as the brother said, the Quran stated that, or whatever stated that in the 14th century. Why was castration still being practiced up until the 19th century? If the Quran tells you,
that's my question again. Can you say it again? I didn't understand.
Quran tells you how to treat your slave. Why was castration of Africans? Because by then, most of the Africans were slaves in the 19th century. Why was castration still being practiced on those people in the 19th century? Is that a just treatment? Is that a fair treatment?
Even in Islam and battle, and I'm talking about your enemies, Muslims are forbidden to mutilate their body on the battlefield.
But they were doing it. They were doing it.
Hold on, brother. So there's no way you can tell me that if I'm at war with you and I kill you, I can't do nothing to your body. So if that's the case in Islam, how can you think a person can justify cutting off a man's testicles and think that somehow that's Islamic? In Islam, I'm forbidden to even beat an animal, so there's no way I could justify cutting a man's testicles off.
That's not the question. They did it. That's what he's saying.
They did it. It doesn't mean they did it from the text.
That with the teaching. You have to correlate someone's actions with what Islam teaches, with something that the Prophet ﷺ did, and that's what you're not doing. You're going to the actions of Muslims, of people, and trying to say this is what Islam is. That's a false equivalence. You're doing the wrong thing. So you asking him or asking me to speak for the actions of someone else, but not what Islam teaches. I can't answer for anyone else's actions.
All right, speak for the action of the Prophet. Because the Prophet did it, so the Prophet example. Therefore, it's all right to have sex with an animal. The Prophet did that.
You're going over these points all the time.
Yeah, we got to get away from that little part.
No, we can't get to it.
They want to bring up the same points all the time.
The Prophet has sex with an animal. Okay, to have sex with an animal. There's a 60-minute documentary showing Arab men having anal sex with 9-year-olds.
And this is the same person who agrees with abortion.
Of course.
Yeah. So
Of course.
what kind of moral ground do you have? Like, come on, you trying to argue a moral position, and you hold the position of abortion.
You know, abortion.
Like, come on, like, your opinions are subjective. Like, just leave that alone.
Hey, when the hadith says that I saw Bilal footsteps ahead of me in paradise, what do you say about that hadith? Was the Prophet Muhammad lying when he was saying that this black man Bilal was ahead of me in his footsteps to heaven? Hello?
Yeah, I think that's a Google Scholar. Google Scholar.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
I'm asking because I find sometimes a lot of people, they try to use these hadith against Muslims. They're very selective in the hadith that they found, or that they use. So if you read those hadith about Bilal being a slave, I'm sure you read the hadith about him and his place in paradise. He was guaranteed paradise. So what racist man tells a black man, you will be ahead of me on your way to heaven? That sounds really racist, doesn't it?
I'm sure you, as a believer, you only accept the hadiths that are sahih, right?
No, I'm actually a Maliki. I follow the Quran and I follow the Sunnah. Yes, I don't. That's why I was just explaining to you that I follow what is known and practiced by Prophet Muhammad. So when you just throw any random hadith at me, it doesn't shake my faith at all, because I don't just run to a hadith just because you told me you found the hadith. I know there's fabricated hadiths.
No, bro. What
I know from the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad, he was not anti-black. I know that for a fact.
No, I'm asking you the question. What hadiths do you follow? Do you only follow the hadiths that are graded sahih? Do you only follow hadiths from a certain person? Do you only follow hadiths from a certain group of people? What hadiths do you follow?
I just told you I follow the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad.
The hadith, the Quran is the Sunnah. What are you talking about?
Do you know that there are hadith that are considered sound but are not the Sunnah? I'm asking you. I'm not trying to be funny. Do you know that?
No. Yes, I understand that.
If you know that, then you would understand that. You would understand my answer, because my answer is clear. I follow the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad. I don't follow any random hadith. The Sunnah is what we know what the Prophet did, not just what somebody may have said.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking. Do you follow the 6 authentic books of hadith? The 6 authentic books of hadith. That's the Sunnah.
No, it's not.
It's my problem. He's trying to tell us what Sunnah is.
So what is
without the right
Sunnah?
understanding.
Okay, well, just tell him, what is the Sunnah?
What is the Sunnah? Tell me what is the Sunnah?
So we can get that clear. What is the Sunnah? We're
The
trying to learn.
Sunnah is the established practices of Prophet Muhammad, meaning we know it. I'll give you a quick example, brother. There were people like in Medina, the last place Prophet Muhammad lived. There were 10,000 companions. They lived with Prophet Muhammad. They prayed, they fast, they worshiped with him. They knew everything that he did. That's Sunnah. Then you have somebody who may have lived in Iraq, which is not by Saudi Arabia. They may have came and said, oh, I heard Prophet Muhammad said such and such and such and such. That's an hadith. That doesn't mean it was established he did that. That's why that brother and me both agree are telling you we go by the Sunnah. We go by what established what he did.
So where do we get the Sunnah from?
You're not being clear.
Let's be clear. Let's be clear. Let's be clear.
Hey, ask the question again,
What the brother
ask the question again so we get clear. Ask the question again, Chef.
How everybody doing? Happy New Year's to everybody. So where do we get the Sunnah from?
We get the Sunnah from the life of the Prophet Muhammad, the Quran, and we get it from some hadith.
Exactly. All right, go ahead, finish.
Some we get it from
No, this is not
hadith.
clear. No, let's be clear. Because what I heard the brother say, it doesn't completely make sense to me. He's saying that he only takes the hadiths that are from the companions of the Prophet. Anything else he threw out.
He never used the word companion. Listen.
What did he use?
Thank you.
He never used the word companion.
What
the
word
sunnah,
did he use?
He said sunnah.
No.
Why is this being so tedious though?
No, because
you don't have understanding. This is the reason why.
What I'm saying is when you talking to non-Muslims, right? It's better to just be clear in what you're saying. If you know they not asking the proper questions, it's because they don't fully understand. So it's better to just explain it to them.
So if you,
I did three times, and the brother didn't seem like he want to accept it. I could explain that to a fourth grader, and they would understand.
This is understanding. This is the thing. Hold on, let me just explain again. I got a working understanding of what I'm talking about. I understand that the Muslims, the different people, have a different idea of what the Sunnah is, right? I'm asking him what his criteria is. You can't just say, I only go by what the prophets say, because technically all the hadiths are what the prophets say. You have to have a standard. There are people who say, okay, I only accept Sahih. Hold on.
Yes, I wanted to say that, but I didn't even want to cut you off, brother.
You know, and this is the problem. We have to start from a place.
You don't even let me finish.
You gotta just hear the question out and then respond, so we can have order. Because I want to understand this shit too, but if everybody keep cutting in, this shit is.
Because it's like what Muslims do is they basically try to show non-Muslims everything that they don't know, so it becomes petty. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, but the problem is that non-Muslims are trying to explain to Muslims things that they don't know. And this is the problem in the whole conversation.
It goes back and forth. Yeah.
It goes back.
I can't even ask the question.
But I need to make this point. You can ask your question, group. I don't want to keep cutting you off. But when you have a conversation, you're having a discourse with somebody, and you have one on the other one end who's operating from a place of ignorance. I don't mean ignorant in the way of dumb, I understand, but it's just some things that they don't know. Right? There's some things that they know in a way in terms of like what certain terms and criteria and things mean. So they have to ask questions from a place of ignorance. And what we're trying to do is answer those questions, but in operating from a place of ignorance, you can't then act as if you're an authority or if you know. And this is the problem.
Okay.
What Google Scholar is continuing to do is acting from a place or stating things from
let me
a place.
Speak now. Let me speak now because
he's stating things from a place as if he knows.
This
is where the correction has to keep coming in.
I'm ignorant, but listen to my question.
Hold on, Google. Hold on. And I halfway agree with you, but it's still to the point where every time you talk to Muslims, every Muslim talk as if they are a scholar themselves, right? When you're talking to non-Muslims, you see the gap, right? And what they understand. So it's better to just explain what you're saying. We know that they don't know, right? But they're asking questions, so it's better to just be forthright with your answers instead of you basically showing off to show them that they don't know. But we already know that, so just answer the questions.
Who's showing off?
Don't take it personal, bro. He just trying to say, just be straightforward.
Let me get to my point.
Brother Rashid.
Understand that I'm not upset.
Order in the court. So what Chef said was legit, but I gotta get a little pushback. Okay, because the brothers from the Sunni faith might be their position might be they don't know. I mean, like they don't know they don't know. So they're acting like they do know. And I'm not saying that this is what's going on, but I'm saying like
I'm biased. That's exactly my point. Yeah, but go ahead.
Yes, I was saying, so it's almost like when we talk about vaccines, right? When people come on here and they're anti-vaccine, like I know they don't know what they're talking about, but they act like they do. So I gotta like make them. I got let the crowd know, the audience know, the panel know, the chat know that he doesn't know what he's talking about. You dig? So I think that's important.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
You do that.
Every
you do
Muslim
that
that
by
you talk to,
you do that. Yeah, you do that by repeating the information. Yeah, you do that.
Yeah,
you do
The gentleman,
it says this.
Yeah, and I also need to say that
the gentleman that just came in and kept saying something about the Muslims, he keeps saying it like me and the other brother, or somehow.
Don't take it personal, bro.
I'm not taking it personal, but it has to be addressed because I don't even know this other Orthodox Muslim brother on the phone. I've never met him. I don't even know his name, but everything he's saying is A1. And it gets to a point to where as a Muslim, when I keep explaining and telling you what I believe and you keep trying to argue with me about what is 100% correct across the board, then I mean, what can I do? And we have a saying in the group that I'm in: don't argue with me on what you think of me. Argue with me on what I tell you I believe. It's like me telling someone, you believe you're the sexiest person on the face of the earth, etc. Like, you know what I mean? You seen someone real cocky. They think they're a ladies' man. There is nothing you can tell that person, hey, man, you ain't the sex symbol you think you are. And that's basically what I'm getting from the guy, Google or whatever y'all calling him. He knows Islam, but it's like he has this. He has something that he wants us to say it or say it a certain way, and it's incorrect.
Well, let him get to the question, then let's just comb over comb over your answer and see if it's correct. All right, so go ahead.
Let me speak. First thing I want to say is, if you think I sound upset, I'm not. I'm a coconut, so sometimes when I talk, it sounds like I am, but I'm not. I'm not upset. All right, I'm never upset. It's just the way I talk.
Yeah, you good, brother.
Yeah. The second thing is, I'm trying to explain to the brother that even among Sunni Muslims, there are different standards when it comes to accepting the hadith. Now, I don't know what his standard is. He says he accepts the Sunnah. Now, his idea of the Sunnah would be different from what another Muslim has an idea of the Sunnah, because there are some Muslims who say, I only accept Sahih hadith. There are other Muslims that say, I will accept Sahih, and if it says Asan, I will accept it. If it's Da'if, then I reject it. So they're different. So what I'm asking the brother is, what is standard of accepting hadith? Do you only accept hadith from certain books? Do you only accept Sahih hadith? Do you also accept Asan hadith? That's all the question I was trying to ask.
That's a fair question, bro. Yeah, that's
but
a fair question.
The brothers are not trying to hear my question. They just know I'm wrong. So whatever I say, they're gonna push back.
Okay, so answer that question.
But I answered that question.
Well, answer it again right now. Just be clear and concise. What the question you just asked, just answer.
I follow the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad, and every authentic or sound hadith is not necessarily the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad. The Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad is what he lived, what's established, what's known. Someone can write a hadith and it may be a sound, meaning it may be authentic. It doesn't mean that he did it.
So he's asking which one, he's asking what don't you accept? What will you accept, bro? Which ones don't you accept, so he can kind of narrow it down? That's why
you want him to go through every hadith book and go through each one?
Exactly. There's brother, but I even gave the example of it's something that Prophet Muhammad didn't do. Like that other Orthodox brother saying, we know Prophet Muhammad didn't go around castrating black people, so that's not the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad. No, but I'm giving an example to bring clarity to that's not the Sunnah. He didn't go around castrating people's testicles.
He didn't get that.
Hold on, but you may find a hadith where it says something like, "Hey, it might be a good idea to cut somebody's testicles off." It may be a hadith that says that, but the practice of Prophet Muhammad, he didn't do that, because you said every hadith is from what Prophet Muhammad said. That's not correct either.
What I'm hearing is, I accept the hadith based on if it agrees. If I agree with it, because that's all he's saying.
That's not what he said, though.
What is he saying?
He's saying, far from what he said.
Let's deal with a particular hadith and let's see if he accepts that hadith and when you ask your question, and then we can come to it. You know what I'm saying?
More specifically, the Sunnah is the teachings of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, his practices, what he did. If someone did something in front of him and he approved of it, okay, these are things that are sunnah. Okay,
I agree.
Those are examples of sunnah. So if
So they are
someone comes and says a weak hadith and says that the Prophet Sallallahu, I heard from such and such, and if you know how to read the chain of hadith, you can see the weakness in the isnad, in the chain of in its chain. Okay, so there's different hadiths that are like that some may be weak. Okay, and it says something that was said that was attributed to the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, but in the chain it could be someone who had a weak memory, or someone who lived in another area, or two people who couldn't be verified that they met each other. So you have to understand how hadiths are authenticated to understand how sunnah is established. So if you bring up,
that's not even my point, though.
It has to be your point, because if you
No.
don't understand this and you asking me about
that's
hadith,
not my point. My point is all the hadiths. I don't even speak Arabic. All the hadiths are transcribed and translated by Muslims. They are assigned a grade, right? All of them, they're assigned a grade. I'm not saying which one is right or which one is wrong. I'm asking which one do you accept? You're saying you have to look at it first before you determine if you
that's
accept
not what
it.
he said. He said he follows the sunnah. The hadiths that correlate with sunnah, those are the ones that he follows.
Okay.
Those are the ones that I accept.
You locked in. You locked in.
Right.
I don't understand. I can't explain it any more clearer than that.
Yes, that was excellent. That was excellent job, because that's exactly what I was saying.
Hey, wait. Before another word is said, hey, Brother Hassan, you should. The Brother Rashid has a Facebook group. I don't know if you're on Facebook like that, but I think you might want to link up with the brother.
Inshallah, we can link up. We can exchange contact.
Yeah. So
my imam is from Maliki. Where are you from, Brother Rashid?
I'm from Texas.
Okay. Yeah, my imam is Maliki, so he follows the Maliki school of thought too.
And what school do you follow?
Well, I don't understand.
Wait, hold on. One second.
Come on.
Please, 1 second.
Like, how many times you gonna ask me this question?
Wait, 1 second.
Yeah,
please.
but you didn't answer one time.
Hold on.
I answered already.
Hello. 1 second, Brother Rashid. Send Khadijah, your Facebook group. Tag her and send her that, and she'll get that to me, right? Your Facebook group, and I'll put that in the chat, and I'll put it in the chat for anybody who's interested. All right, but anyway,
okay. Okay.
Google, it's on you.
No, I think we can move on, because I'm not saying I know all about Islam, or I am an Islam scholar, if that's what you're thinking. But there are certain things that I feel are common sense, right? If somebody were to ask me, "Are you a Christian?" and I said yes, or say I'm a Hebrew Israelite, and the person says, "Okay, are you somebody who accepts the New Testament or don't accept the New Testament?" It would not be, well, it depends on the book of the New Testament. I would have to see. Because what the hadith is a recollection of the life of Muhammad, right? No, I understand that there are hadiths that are weak in the chain, and those they are called they are referred to as da'if. But the hadiths that are strong in chain, or the Sahih hadiths, or hadiths that the scholars are confident they can trace back to the Prophet, right? Because hadith, as I understand it in English, is a word that just means sayings. So they're basically the sayings of the Prophet. The only difference is the hadith is that some can be traced directly to the Prophet through the companions, and then some are people that say they heard it from the companions. That's the only difference. So I'm asking, my question was more in regards to, well, the one that the scholars say are deeds, are sahih, are those that they can trace back directly to the Prophet based on the chain back to either the prophet himself or to a companion, right? The ones that they don't have the confidence is one that they heard from somebody who said they heard it from a companion. So that all the brother has to say, well, as far as I see it, I accept those that can be traced back to the prophet through a companion or to the prophet himself, or I accept the Sahih hadith. There
Why do
are
you want him
Muslims
to
right
answer
now.
the way you want him to answer, though? Why can't you
That would
accept
be
his answer?
okay. That's fine. That's fine. We don't have to go through that. So if I bring a Sahih hadith, you would first have to look at it and determine if it's Sunnah, right? Just to be clear.
Can I ask you a serious question? And I'm not trying to be funny.
He just asked a question though. You gotta ask. You gotta just ignore that and ask a question on top of what he just asked.
No, because because I'm trying to ask him, brother. Does he understand the way that he's using these terminologies? And I'm not trying to be funny.
Yeah, just explain it instead of doing that. Explain what do you think the fundamental difference that he missed. Just explain it.
But it's been explained already by me and the other Muslim brother that's been on the phone. That's why I was going to ask another question, because you're telling me to explain it to him. But if it's already been explained 2 or 3 times, that's why I'm asking the question: do you really understand the terminology that you're using? I'm not trying to insult the brother.
Well, but what I'm saying is
Muslim. How many times can you keep repeating the same thing?
But listen, family, if he's trying to explain it to you or he's asking questions, then obviously, even if he's incorrect, he thinks he's understanding. So the question is redundant. That's what I'm saying. Tell him where he's wrong in his explanation or how he's phrasing it, bro. That way to save the time. Just break it down.
All right, it's clear. Let me answer it. All I'm saying is we can move on if you want, but I just want to be clear. If I bring a Sahih hadith, how you go about, you have to look at it and determine if it's Sunnah, and then you will accept it. Is that the process? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, brother.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Anybody else got a question? I mean, I don't want to hog the mic. I got more questions.
No, we got the Muslim brother on the hot seat. Like I just like the conversation. You know what I'm saying? I like to hear the bit. I just want to be coherent. So, you know what I mean? So I don't care who, you know what I mean? I just want to follow the conversation.
Okay.
So can I ask a question? I've been asked about 100 questions. Can I ask a couple questions?
Yeah.
You on the hot seat, brother? No, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, the brother Google. What is your main problem with Islam?
Well, my number one problem with Islam is that it's not true. But apart from that, I believe Islam has some bad ideas that are not compatible with how I believe modern man should structure their lives and their society.
Is it based upon Christianity?
What based
Capitalism?
upon Christianity?
How you feel like how Islam should be structured?
Well, I believe that the world should be run from a humanist perspective, and I believe that Islam is not humanist.
That's pretty straightforward.
So when you read these hadith, you've never read any hadith about Islam and anything positive about Black people around Prophet Muhammad?
I mean, not specific. I mean, I know that one of his sex slaves was a Ethiopian woman, but other than, I don't see any positive in regards to Black people when it comes to Islam, because Muhammad, as a man of God, as a man who received instruction from God, from the creator of the universe, was a man that had Black slaves. So it's possible that me, myself, or my son, if we were living in the time of Muhammad, it's quite possible that I could have been a slave. That's not humanist, and I cannot respect that.
So when Zayd, one of those Black slaves, said that the Prophet Muhammad never beat me or never said harsh words to me, that's a hadith. Do you accept that hadith?
Yeah, I accept it. But do you accept the hadith that he flirt with the wife of Zayd, his adopted son?
There's three different narrations, and I'm familiar with them. And no, I don't accept the one that says that he was flirting. I don't even think it says that he flirted with her. I think it was saying that he saw her when she was naked.
No, it says he flirted. He said out loud, "My heart." Basically, I'm paraphrasing here. Don't kill me. But he says like, "My heart beats for you." He said it out loud, and she heard it. And the hadith is sahih. Now, I do accept that there are different narrations, but that shows the
Okay, why
problem
why
with
why do you accept that one then? Because I'm
no
glad you admit it's
no
different narrations.
yeah, but
So why do you accept the one that says that he lusted for her?
you can't have two different narrations that's sahih, right? That shows a contradiction, right? So that shows a problem with hadith, right?
Go ahead. I mean, that's how you feel. Go ahead.
No, but that's logical. I'm talking about logic here. If we have two different authentic saying that's saying two different things, isn't that a contradiction?
No, because one of those, actually, the one that you're quoting from is actually considered weak. The one that said that he lusts for her, it's actually considered weak. But I wanted you just to tell me yourself, why do you accept that one? I
don't
ask everybody
accept.
that brings their story up. I ask them, why do you accept the weakest one?
I don't accept the weakest one. I don't accept either of them as being true. What I'm saying is they're both say they're sahih.
But you
And
accept that you accept that he said that.
That he said what?
You're using that as evidence to say he said that, but then say I don't accept it.
No, bro, I don't think he said that. I don't the other quote that he made, I don't think he said that either. That's the point. The point is I have to go by your literature because you believe it.
Well, if the literature says that it's weak, then, and we don't accept it, then why are you using it as any kind of ammunition?
Do you have evidence that it's weak?
Okay, shit, source up. Let's get it.
I mean, because I don't know. I didn't pull up the hadith. I just mentioned it because he was trying to say that Zayd said something about Muhammad. So I'm saying there's also stuff in about the same Zayd and Muhammad. It's just a recollection. And I read the hadith before. He went to his son's house when he was away and flirted with her. Now you're saying it's weak. I never said it's weak. As far as I remember, it was a Sahih hadith, but you're saying it's weak. So prove to us that it's weak, because I would never bring a weak hadith to say something. And you know what's ironic is that Muslims always bring weak hadith when it suits their purpose, because there's a hadith that every Muslim quote, which is a weak hadith, but they quote it anyway because it suits their narrative. So
interesting.
hmm?
It's interesting.
Oh, go ahead. Tell me the weak hadith every Muslim quotes.
Do you have evidence that the hadith he quoted is weak, so we can see if what you're saying is true or not? Because I'm trying to find out who's telling the truth and who's not. I'm just following the conversation. Like, is it a weak hadith or not? Like, what's going on?
Which one are you talking about, brother?
I have the hadith on my computer, but my computer is shut down now. So,
yeah, so I would say to Sosa that there are hadiths that the Islamic world accept, and there are some hadiths that they don't at all. So I would agree that there's some validity in that statement.
No, but they're saying that they have evidence that is weak through a chain. So I'm trying to figure out, is that true? You know what I'm saying? Can they look at the chain and say, well, this is a weak, through the chain that they use?
Oh yeah, who's ever talking that needs to know, even if you Google, it'll start pulling up links about that hadith about Prophet Muhammad and his adopted son.
Yeah, I'm not Googling. I'm asking you, so I'm saying, like, you said it was, when he used it, you said it was weak. So I'm saying, like,
It is weak. It is considered weak. It is considered weak. Well, brother, I don't have a file of every hadith, but I'm familiar with it because I get asked so many times by non-Muslims about it, and there's three different narrations, and the one that he used is the weakest one, and it's the one that most non-Muslims try to use. That's why I asked that question. Now I don't have a file right now. But if you need me to get off the phone and start researching and find them links and emails that speak on it,
no,
I could.
that's not necessary. That's not necessary.
I was curious.
There's an hadith that Muhammad says that like all people are the same, that the black man is not different from the white man or from the Arab man. Are you familiar with that hadith?
It's the last sermon of the prophet.
Yeah, is that weak or is it sahih?
From everybody I know, it's authentic. It's no disputing no Muslim. The last sermon, not even the Shia dispute that the last sermon.
No, I know. What I'm asking you is it sahih? Is it authentic or is it daif?
I said, to my understanding, it's considered accepted by everybody.
I know every Muslim quotes because my point, that's actually a beautiful quote. So of course, every Muslim is gonna quote it. But my point is, a lot of Muslims accept it, even it being even it being considered weak. So I'm trying to point out to you a double standard, but that's fine if because I don't have it pulled up now. So
could you point out anything in that last sermon that I can't find in the Quran that's mentioned in the last sermon that's not mentioned in the Quran?
About what? About no difference between...
I'm asking you anything that he said in the last sermon about there's no superiority based upon race, that women are your devout partners, that the most pious in the sight of God is those who have the most regardfulness and obedience to God. The last sermon, that's basically what the last sermon is. So I'm saying anything in that last sermon that you find weak, I'm asking you, can you tell me that's what's not found in the Quran? And I will right now show you a verse in the Quran that goes along with what's in the last sermon.
Okay, in the last sermon, the part you just said about women is that women are equals, right?
Yes. They're your garment.
So in the Quran, it says a man can beat his wife. Can a woman also beat her husband?
So, so Surah 4, Ayat 34. So now, I want to know why that other brother didn't jump on you, because associating a verse about beating does not necessarily say a woman is not equal to you. So I'm wondering, how did you switch from talking about a woman being equal to using a verse about
he's trying to show
beat them lightly? How does that equate not equal though?
Because he's trying to show that
if you can beat her, she should be able to beat you too, or that's not equal.
Like, you know what it is. Like, come on, let's not do that.
Well, but the Quran also, the Quran also says that men, in that same verse, it said men are the maintainer and provider for women. It doesn't say women are to maintain and provide for men. So does that mean I'm not equal or she's superior because I'm supposed to maintain and provide from her? And that's in the same verse.
No, my point is, if you
come
can
on
beat
now.
her, no, listen to what
I'm saying. I hear a little double standard now.
If you can beat her, right? If she does something wrong, you can beat her. If you do something wrong, can she beat you? That's the point. That's equality. Can she do that?
And I'm saying, and brother, I'll say it again. And that same verse that you're using, Surah 4:34, it also says that men are responsible for maintaining and protecting women. It doesn't say women are responsible for men. So I'm saying, with that same logic, could I then say women are superior to men, that they're not equal? It's amazing that you can use that verse.
Yeah, you can use
half of that verse to support how the Quran is somehow not equal. It's not equal, but when I use the other part of the verse, I'm kind of.
Since the
I think
man
this
is
is
the
weak.
ruler, then he gets to beat and the woman does
He
not.
gets to beat the woman. Yeah.
Say
No,
that.
no.
No, that's not what I said.
That's what you're
That's not
saying.
what I said at all.
You're saying because he is the provider, he is the one that's supposed to provide. Then
He
he
can
gets
beat her.
to do. Then he gets to do things that the women don't get to do. That's basically what you just explained, bro. Like,
No. I'm saying, does it make a woman superior to me?
we're talking about equality.
Because I have to take what financial means I have to give to her. What he is saying, he used the same exact verse. Man, Allah is so good. He used the same verse to show when it says, I can hit her, that somehow this makes me superior. And I'm saying, can we use that same logic with that same verse that says, hey, well, I have to give all my money to her. Does that make her superior to me then? You get what I'm saying? Because somehow he's equating hitting a woman, meaning that means she's not equal to a man. Because the topic was, show me where Islam says women aren't equal to men. I know you brothers are sharp and y'all understand what I'm saying.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I see an inconsistency, right? If you and I are both equal, it doesn't mean we have the same roles. But if I mess up in my role, you can beat me. But if you mess up, I can't. That's not equality. That is exactly my point.
So it's not equality either then that I have to financially maintain her always and she doesn't have to never financially maintain me. Is that equal to? I'm asking you just to be. I'm just asking you to be consistent. I'm asking you to be consistent in your criteria. That's all the thing I'm asking you. Be consistent in your criteria.
To be provided,
so
that's your role.
So is a woman superior? And according to your logic in Islam, is a woman superior to a man because a man has to spend all his financial means on her?
No, you asked the question like 10 times. Let me answer. Your role as the man is to provide, right? That's your role. The equality comes in when if she does not do her role, then you can beat her. If you do not do your role, can she beat you? That's not equality.
Why can I hit my Muslim wife? Why does that verse say a Muslim man?
If she doesn't fulfill her role as the wife, basically.
What is she doing?
It says.
So you say I come home, she didn't make me a hamburger. I say, honey, can I have a hamburger when I get home? She said, I don't feel like making a hamburger. You're telling me the Quran says I can beat her because she said, baby, I don't feel like making a hamburger.
No. It specifically says if she is disobedient. Not even if she's disobedient, is if he fears disobedience from her. He's first to entreat her, and if she do not listen, he is to forsake her in the bed. And if she still does not listen, then he can beat her.
What is your understanding of the word that's used in the Quran?
Understanding of what?
The word that's being translated in the Quran. What is your understanding of it?
What word?
What word?
The word that you keep saying beating over. You keep saying beat. So I'm understanding.
You see, this is what Muslims do. They like to hide behind the Arabic. I don't speak Arabic. I said that from the very outset. I read the translation that is translated by Muslims. You guys translated it, and you translated it.
I didn't translate
now because this is convenient.
I didn't translate
What is your understanding of the transliteration of that word? What is your understanding of it?
My understanding
what does it mean to you?
My understanding of the Sunnah is that the Prophet ﷺ never beat his wife.
No. What is that in that verse that you said? What is the word?
And understanding the word, I'm understanding how it's used and how I should practice it.
So what is the word and how is it used? What is the word? Can we get the word and how is it used so we don't have to be? Because he's saying beat. You're saying that the word is.
But you have to understand it in light of the Sunnah.
What is the word?
Daraba. That's the word daraba.
And daraba does not mean beat.
Darab means to strike. It doesn't mean to beat.
Well, strike, beat. That's okay. You can strike her. Sorry.
You accept that, Hassan?
Yes.
You see what I'm talking about?
Oh wow, man. Oh, wow.
See what are you trying to see? I don't understand.
No,
I'm
because
not
you
trying
got
to
an
say
issue
anything,
with
bro.
B, but you accept strike. I mean, like that's not.
No, we accept the word that's being used in the Quran. I asked you what word was being used. I didn't ask you how it is translated.
But he's translating it as to strike. And I said, do you accept that translation? You said,
I
yeah.
accept the word that's being used in the Quran. I don't accept your understanding of how it should be implemented. And this is what I'm saying. I accept the word that's being used in the Quran, and I accept the understanding as relates to the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And according to his Sunnah, he never beat his wife, and he never instructed people to beat their wives. So this is the Sunnah. This is what I follow. This is my understanding.
I said the Quran says
I don't follow what Yusuf Ali says or what any person who translated any Quran says. I follow the understanding as relates to the Sunnah.
He never said that the Prophet beat his wife. That's not.
All right.
I never ever said that.
Never said that.
I said the Quran says you can beat her if she doesn't follow the steps that it outlines. It says that.
Or strike.
The translation says that.
So what do you say? What does your translation say?
I operate off of understanding and meaning, not translation. You're operating off of that. I'm not operating off of that. You only rely on what the translation says. If you want to limit your understanding there and stop there, that's your prerogative. I don't.
Bro, do you read Arabic?
I can recite Arabic. I don't read Arabic and can't give it to you verbatim.
You can't read it.
So you can't read it. So you just as me, you rely on the translation.
No, I rely on what the scholars say also as well.
That's crazy. Scholars, that's still translation.
What do you mean? The Quran tells us to go to those who have knowledge, who have the hikmah, who have wisdom and understanding. If you definitely don't have it, so how should I rely on you?
I'm saying, but
it's not me. It's not me.
I'm asking you. You're asking me how do I understand it? I'm telling you. I'm trying to be as clear as I can and telling you how I understand it. I don't understand this word in the Quran that's translated as beat or strike to mean and to imply that you should beat or strike your wife. Because according to the Sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he did not beat or strike his wives, nor did he instruct any of his companions or any of his followers to do so.
That's great. What do you understand this word to mean?
Oh gosh.
I understand you don't take it to mean beat or strike. What do you take it to mean?
He said he accepts strike, but he just don't. He said he accepts strike, but he just don't.
So he accepts strike, but he don't accept strike.
You don't understand what I'm saying. If after I explain all of that, you don't understand what I'm saying.
He's saying that even though it says that Google Scholar that he goes beyond what it says. He don't just follow the translation. He goes for the translation, and then his teacher, his scholar, how he interprets it to him, and he explains it. That's how he follows it. So it doesn't matter what it says right there. That's not how you doing it.
So
interpretation leads to implementation. Understanding leads to implementation. If you're asking me how do I understand that, you're asking me as well, how should I practice this? So if you're saying that this word says strike, and if I accept that it says strike, then I'm saying I should beat my wife. This is the implication of your continuing to ask me and try to pound this idea of that's what it means. And I'm telling you over and over, this is not the proper understanding.
You don't think that's what I get it. You don't think that's what it means.
You have this is not
okay. I get it, but listen to what I'm saying.
Okay. Why
should I take your understanding when Ibn Abbas has a different understanding than you?
I don't. This Rashid, but I don't think actually neither one of y'all are wrong, because the Muslim brother is saying he takes the understanding, because Darabah can mean to leave, and you're not wrong, Google, if I'm saying your name correctly, for the word to mean strike either. But I have to agree that the Prophet Muhammad never told his followers, beat your wives. But you do have an example in the hadith where there's a mishwak, like the toothbrush, and it was saying that he would take that to admonish his wives, like on their hands, like, look, strike them, get their attention. But the Prophet Muhammad told us, and his wives, and those hadiths by Aisha said the Prophet Muhammad never beat anyone and never struck his wives.
Yeah, I never said Muhammad
And then
beat
you even have hadith where women went to Prophet Muhammad and complained their husbands beat him, and he told women, don't marry these men. These men have reputation for beating women.
No,
but I think both of you guys are correct. I just think it's the interpretation of the word darabah, which means it does mean to strike, and it also means to leave, to go away. So.
No, I get your point. I'm not saying he has the right to take it how he wants to take it, but you have to be consistent and say, this is how I take it, and this is how the scholars I follow take it. But you also have to be consistent and to say the understanding of this verse in early Islam before modern times was that it was allowable. Wait. It was allowable to strike your wife. We do have explanation of the verse by Muslim scholars like Ibn Abbas, like Ibn Kathir, and they have actually confirmed that this means to strike or beat or whatever. It doesn't mean to leave. Now I understand, like I say, that the scholars that he follow may not take it as that, but I think it's kind of disingenuous for him to dismiss what I'm saying as wrong, when most of Islam prior to modern times took this the way I'm taking it, and even modern Muslims nowadays, some do take it as that. It's only mostly Muslims in the West that reject that idea.
I don't I can't accept that. And I said that I agree with that brother, and I agree with you as far as the meaning of the word. And you do have, and I'm not going to lie, you have had some Muslims that use that as justification to basically do spousal abuse with their wives. I mean, I've even known of a Muslim that put a sister in the hospital. He used a baseball bat, but even in the English translation, it says beat them lightly. This brother took a baseball bat and put his wife in the hospital. And he tried to justify that verse. And he asked the imam, come to court and justify. Like basically tell him, hey, I was just practicing my religion. But again, I mean, how do you strike them lightly to taking a baseball bat and busting a sister ribs and stuff up? I mean, is that lightly?
Yeah,
you're left to somebody's interpretation. You're left to someone's interpretation.
But that's what that's. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
But
what I
that was
also.
Go ahead. Go. I'm
ahead.
sorry.
No, I'm not trying to be contentious. Like I said, sometimes I might sound like it, but it's how I talk. I'm cool with the idea that you can interpret it one way, because that's another problem I have with books like the Bible and the Quran, is that you can interpret to suit whatever worldview you have, and that in my mind, that's why it cannot be from a God. But that's neither here nor there. The idea that Muhammad never beat his wife, it's cool. I know there's a deed where Aisha said that he hit him, but I know that hadith is contested by Muslim, but that's fine. I want to say that Muhammad was not against a man beating his wife, because there is an example where this brother went to Muhammad because his wife had married him in order to go back to her previous husband, and he was beating her. And Muhammad didn't have a problem with the beating. The only problem Muhammad had is that she had to follow the rule, in that in order to go back to her previous husband, she first has to sleep with the present one. So the idea that Muhammad was opposed to beating your wife is not borne out by the evidence.
Are you atheist?
Me? Well, I
Are
don't
you?
like terms. I don't like terms, but I don't believe in the Abrahamic gods, no.
Oh, okay.
So in this hadith, did the woman ask, what was the woman coming to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam for?
The woman came to the Prophet. Well, she came to Aisha to get Aisha to either cause it the Prophet, because the guy was beating her. The guy was beating her because his contention was she's trying to go back to her previous husband. Because as you know, there is a practice in Islam that the man can divorce the woman by saying talaq 3 times. And if he does that, she cannot be his wife again until she has remarried and divorced and then come back to her. So what the man's claim is, the woman claimed that the man was impotent and he couldn't satisfy her. That's why she wanted to leave. So he was beating her. The man's claim was that no, the reason he was beating her was because she wants to go back to the previous husband. So she just married him for the sake of fulfilling that rule, so she can go back to her husband.
I need to read this hadith. I'm kind of familiar with it, but
yeah, I can get you there.
need to read it to get a better understanding, to get the understanding.
Okay, Sahih Bukhari 5825. If I'm biased, could put it on the screen. I'm biased. I'm biased went out. Sosa, you there? Can you share your screen? Everybody went out.
It looked like Stu Peas is sharing his screen.
Stu Peas screen?
Now is, I think you can go ahead now.
What does that say? Le Petit de Parisien? Is that French?
Yeah, it was a picture of the Arab slave traders.
Okay. It's Sahih Bukhari 5825. If you want to pull it up. Go ahead, Chef.
Oh no, I was just listening. I'm more of a secularist. I don't agree with anything that say that you can strike or beat any other human being. Human beings are not your property. Human beings are not your slaves. If you disagree with something somebody is doing, you can get the hell away from them. Anything else that's telling you that you have some type of right to put your hands on somebody, that just shows a hierarchy in a relationship. So that's an issue. It shows the chauvinistic culture that Islam was born in. And that's pretty. I mean, if you agree with it or you go along with it, that's fine. But it's definitely hierarchy in the sexes, and it's chauvinistic. Now, a Muslim can always show.
Sheffrin, before you move on,
go ahead.
Hierarchy. You use the word hierarchy. Does hierarchy mean equal too?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you.
No. But I would say, a Muslim pushback would be to show verses in Hadith when Prophet Muhammad was being altruistic towards women in some cases, right? The same way with slaves, right? They'll show you cases where he freed slaves or made certain statements about freeing slaves. But it never was to the case where slavery was, it would have been easy if God in the Quran was against slavery, he would have been able to come out flat out and say that the institution of slavery is just, wrong, do away with it. You know what I mean? The same way he said, that he gave a dietary plan and told human beings, what to eat. It would have been easy to tell them, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Your view on this and mine is pretty much the same. And, I understand that there are certain sensibilities where you try not to be offensive. But the truth of the matter is, if I understand that there are certain things there can be pushback to in terms of how you view it, how you look at it. But in my view, certain things are just clear. But I understand that a believer is never going to see it from my point of view. Just as with the Bible and Christians.
That's a fact.
Yeah. So I understand that, but I appreciate it when I dialogue with believers, and a believer can say to me, "Well, this is my view. You may not agree with it, but it's my view." What I don't particularly appreciate is when you try to say like my view is wrong because I don't know what I'm talking about. Now, I'm not claiming I'm a scholar of Islam or anything like that, but I read a lot and I know a little bit about it. I don't know too much, but I know a little bit about it. And I can see inconsistencies. You may not see it as inconsistency, but I do. And other people do. Other people, even people who are more knowledgeable about it than me, do see it as inconsistency. So you, as a Muslim, should at least appreciate that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I guess. I mean, he gave his opinion. He said something about like how Islam was formed or that background. But I feel personally that I don't know a religion or culture or society that elevated the woman more than Islam. And the status that women are, yes. The first person to believe in Islam was a woman. The first martyr in Islam was a woman. The first scholar in Islam was a woman. The oldest university on face of the earth today is by a woman, started by a Muslim woman. So I could go on, but I'm just making a few points that things that are historically, not my feelings or opinions, but things that can historically be backed up. So I think a lot of times when people study Islam or speak of Islam, they only speak of Islam about somebody that they know or glimpses of TV sound bites where a woman is being done wrong. I'm not saying either every Muslim woman is treated like a queen. I'm not saying that because we're still human beings and we fall short. But I'm talking about textually, what the text says and teaches. I don't know anything that comes close to elevating a woman like Islam.
So
go ahead, Chef. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now, see, that's subjective, right? Because when we look at the Muslim world, right, we are African Americans, and no matter whether we accept Islam and practice it, right, we are basically converts, right? Culturally. You know what I mean? Now I know you can say that, everybody's true religion is Islam and your fitra, and you can give me all of that. I'm saying culturally, right? We are converts. We convert to that culture or to that cultural understanding. Now when you
culture.
Yeah, culture.
Islam is not culture.
Oh God.
Yeah.
You know what he's saying. I understand what you're saying.
I don't. This is my first time ever calling. That's why I don't understand why he's using culture. I'm serious. I'm not trying to be funny.
So
I don't understand what he means.
So you're saying to me that Islam doesn't come with culture?
you were saying it, and correct me if I'm wrong, brother. You were saying it like somehow, like Islam is a culture, and that everybody's got the same culture, or somehow it's what I do here in America. Somehow it's got to be exactly like culturally what somebody do in Saudi Arabia or something. Yeah.
Like I gotta be
That's
like
how you use it. If I'm wrong, please correct me, brother.
No. You right. You right. And I'm not. You're being tedious with it, right? But
no, I'm not. I'm being serious.
What I'm saying is, I'm not going to back away from what I'm saying. Like, you can disagree, right? And you don't have to take everything literal. But I think what I said, you can see basically what I'm saying. Islam comes with a set of a culture ingrained in it, right? Far as wise, how you culture just mean the way of people do things, right? So y'all disagree with that?
I don't.
Jeffrey,
I think, brother, I'm just giving you my quick opinion. I think as Muslims, I think it shows when people say things like that. We are the only people that really get told that. You don't tell American Christians that they have to somehow be like the Christians in the Middle East, even though Christianity started in the Middle East. You get what I'm saying? But somehow when I say I'm Muslim, somehow I have to be like those people from the Middle East. Culturally. And I don't have to be like them.
No. Islam is more uniform than Christianity, and you know this.
Islam is more of a way of life.
Every religion say that. That's so
no,
they
don't. No, they don't.
Every religion.
Listen.
Christianity doesn't say that it's Christianity doesn't say that it's a way. It doesn't claim to be a way of life.
One that says that though. That's his point.
But my point is, I'll ask that brother when he sees a Christian, does he compare any Christian to somebody in the Middle East?
Sheffrin,
go ahead.
What is the language of Islam? Is Arabic the language of Islam?
Well, it's supposed to be.
Pretty much, yes.
Because it's the book. Hold on, because it's the language. It's the language of the Revelation, just like Greek is the language of the New Testament. Hebrew is the language of the Old Testament.
It's not just the language of the Revelation, though, because you cannot pray to Allah in English.
And the practicing Jew prays to Yahweh regardless of where they from in the Hebrew, the Torah scriptures.
Yeah, but you cannot pray to Allah in English. My point in that being is not just the language of the Revelation; it's the language of the religion.
Oh, and I don't have a problem with that. That doesn't make me have to be an Arab because I'm praying in the language of Revelation, no more than an Ethiopian whose language is in Hebrew. When they go to Jerusalem, they're at that wall praying in Hebrew, the language of Revelation.
Yeah, but a Jew, I'm saying the same thing though. You would agree that Jews follow a particular culture.
I know, because I have my own culture, brother. I'll sit up here today. If I wouldn't have been on this call, I probably would have been with some brothers, barbecuing, eating a hamburger, drinking a Dr. Pepper, watching my Cowboys.
Never mind.
Somebody in Saudi Arabia might be at a hookah lounge. That's our culture. Neither one of us is wrong. That's our culture. We might have the same religion, but his culture is not my culture. He's not wrong. I'm not wrong. You don't agree with me, brother. That's what it is lived, and that's what I have seen in my travels around the world. Everybody has different practices in what they do. I mean, culture, but religiously we have the same religion, but they got their cultural things and their cultural games. I ain't obligated to play their games. They ain't obligated to come play dominoes or spades. That's my culture.
Listen. If religion is culture, period, bro. Now you can deviate and do other things outside of it, but if you're practicing that particular system, it comes with a culture, bro. That's
does not.
okay.
Especially Islam. Especially
Yeah,
Islam.
I'm not trying to argue.
Shit,
I'm
yeah.
just gonna keep backing off. Like
I'm not offended, brother. You give your opinion. I'm just bullheaded too, just like you.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, but it don't help. It don't help the conversation.
Yeah, we getting bogged down on stuff.
Yeah, move forward. Like, you know, is like everybody can see from the outside, right? Islamic culture, right? Like when Stu Peas and them is talking to you, they have a view of Islam. How long have you been a Muslim? Can I ask?
Almost 30 years.
So did you
26 years.
26 years. So you since you've been grown. Did you ever witness Islam outside of being in a religion?
I seen Muslims before, and like in my neighborhood. I can't say I went to their house and studied, but I've been studying Islam for almost 30 years, and I took my Shahada 26 years ago.
Nah, but I think he asking you, did you have any knowledge of Islam as a Christian? Probably not, right?
I said basically I've seen Muslims. I talked to some Muslims before, but I didn't. Like I'm saying, I never went to their house and say, "Hey, what are y'all doing in here?" No, I never did that.
Yeah, so the answer would be no.
It is a culture. It's a culture, and
but if they right here in America, what are they doing that's different than a Christian doing? Other than probably dietary, they don't eat pork. But Muslims play dominoes, Muslims play football, Muslims play basketball. They have the same culture that even an atheist may have. An atheist young boy play basketball, football, dominoes.
They do this on
that's his culture.
Yeah, you're misunderstanding.
No.
I don't do that. Wait a minute. Y'all make general statements, and then when someone's challenging
y'all,
it's
called the conversation.
Hey, brother Rashid.
Brother, am I wrong for basically asking for insight on what you said? I'm not offended by what you said. I'm only challenging you on what you said, but I'm not offended.
Now, brother Rashid, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna step in. So, Chef, can you specify the question? So,
I can't even get no more like Islam. What I said was Islam comes with a culture. Like I don't know how. I don't know any other way to try to say it.
So when you say culture,
maybe you can help me.
You mean like a dress code, right?
A set of practices.
Yeah, a set of practices. You know what I mean? Certain greetings, meeting times, days.
Averages,
you know what I mean?
Praying 5 times a day.
Like everything, like your morals. It comes with a whole cultural situation with it.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy.
I don't think that Brother Rashid would disagree with that. Would you, Brother Rashid?
No, sir. But that's not culture. Praying 5 times a day. That's not culture.
That's culture. That's why you don't.
Right. But what about the headdress and the garments? Like, would you consider that as culture, right?
Yeah, that's cultural dress. But all Muslims, but all Muslims don't dress the same.
We know that, bro. We know.
But they should. Yeah. They should.
Why?
That's how the Prophet dressed.
For clarity, though, like praying 5 times a day, that is culture. That's Islamic.
Culture. Yeah. So
what's Islamic? What's Islamic? Because that's not Islamic culture because the wino even in Saudi Arabia wear the same garments, and the non-Muslim, the atheists wear the same garments.
Right. No, but brother, but it's still culture. That's like wait, hold on. That's like a crypt. That's like a crypt, right? A crypt. They got crypt culture, and like people who live in a crypt society, they're not a crypt, but they wear the same shit. They wear the blue and things like that, right? They're not gonna wear red.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But what I'm saying, brother, is I know plenty of American Muslims that wear a 3-piece suit. I know Arab Muslims that wear a 3-piece suit. Some wear the garment. That's what they're wearing. What they prefer to wear.
Is that sunnah though?
Yes, both of them are sunnah.
So Muhammad used to wear 3-piece suit?
No, the sunnah is the modesty in the clothes.
So what
Okay.
Google Scholar is saying that is that people like to people are influenced by the prophet, peace be upon him. Like people are influenced by what he did, and they try to imitate the things that he's done. So that's
No. That's actually not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, you're supposed to imitate the prophet. The prophet is the best example for mankind. His life is life, and the way he lived is actually the standard practice for a Muslim. That's why if you notice a Muslim goes into a building, he's supposed to go in with certain feet first, because that's how Muhammad used to do it. All that is sunnah.
Is that true, Brother Rashid?
In the mosque, when a person is going to pray, when I step into an office building to go get a job, I'm not obligated to step in with a certain foot and say a certain prayer because I'm going into an office building.
What culture is that? What culture is that, fam?
That's American culture. He knows what I'm saying, and I'm not wrong.
I do know what you're saying, and I'm challenging, and I'm only challenging both of you brothers' logic and what y'all are saying, because it doesn't make sense when you see Muslims around the world, and all Muslims around the world don't dress the same. They all don't do the same cultural things, because Islam is a practice and a religion, but people have the right to have their own culture.
Right, but Jews have a culture, right? But there are Jews in America who don't follow the same practices as the Jews over in the Middle East. But that doesn't negate the fact that Jews have a culture.
They have the same basics. They have the same basics.
Right. So in other words, he's saying like the Jews that don't follow the customs and the culture in Israel, whatever difference they're doing, they're following the culture of that landmass, wherever they at. Okay, so if they're in America, then they're following the American custom and the ways. If they're in China, they're doing those things. So everything's culture. Wherever they go, they're gonna be doing something cultural.
But its origin is what it is.
Right. Jewish. It's in the Middle East.
Right. But the Jews got that. So anybody who
the foundation of it, the origin of it, like you can see it there in its purest form.
So if anybody go to Israel, they'll be following Jewish culture.
Right. And if you go to Mecca somewhere, like if
you'll be fine. Right, yeah. I get what you said.
You ain't gonna do the shit you do over here, like nah.
Yeah. So wherever you go, it's gonna be somebody's culture.
Yeah, you ain't gonna go to Mecca and break out and start playing domino.
So that wouldn't. So wouldn't that kill their argument then? So isn't it more or less based upon where you're at? If Islam is a culture,
think Amber just made a good point, and she said that Muslims have a culture, but in different lands you can have a subculture. So you're talking about subcultures, like you been watching football, or you know what I mean, watching the basketball game with your homeboys, playing dominoes. That would be more subculture to the particular place that you live in. Like if you're in the Middle East,
so you getting the makeup? You getting the makeup definition?
No, if you in the Middle East, the pastime would be probably more soccer and camel racing or some shit.
Like
right?
Hey, I'm glad you said that. So it would be the same for Arab Jew or Arab Christian or Arab Jew. They would do camel racing and soccer.
Yeah.
Regardless of their religion, that's what Arabs would do because their culture is different than their religion.
So
you would play dominoes, but you all have to play 5 times a day.
You just helped me get back on point. That's the point that I was making.
But you can't equate culture and religion to be the same.
Culture is religion, bro. It's not a debate.
Yeah, I was saying that Islam came out of the Arabian Peninsula. The culture was already there. So Islam comes out of that. Those
Right.
the cultural norms, the practices, the dress, you know what I mean? All of that, the greetings,
even
all
the
all of
religious
that.
practices, some of it.
It's just it's like not acknowledging that Islam comes with a culture and it's spread it. When Islam goes to different places, it takes its culture with it. You see it. Like so to try to act like it don't, you know what I mean? And my overall point was because we was talking about the beating of women or the striking of women. Obviously these things was accepted in the culture, right? That slavery was in the culture before Islam came in. Islam just gave you a codified way to deal with these things. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's like the Bible also, in the letters of Paul and Timothy, like they was like telling them how to treat their slaves a little better, right? Like it didn't end slavery, but it gave more moral structure,
right,
to slavery, right? I got what you're saying, bro.
You poke a nigga eye, you might have to pay some shekels or something.
Yeah, I got you. Right. I got you. It made you more moral towards your servants.
Yeah, I didn't think what he was saying was controversial, but
Yeah, because I mean, the only difference is that when you're in America, the style of dress, if you're trying to work a construction job, they're not going to let you wear what you would wear in the goddamn Middle East. And you had to put on some construction boots. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you have to adhere to the culture here, but that still doesn't negate the fact that it originates from another culture. You just have to create, like he was saying, Amber was saying, they're just subsets of that culture. You have to adapt to where you are. Survive. That's all.
Yeah, I think it gets bogged down.
Yeah.
A lot, because I think Muslims take these conversations like as an attack, right? When they're just basic conversations, right? Like a non-Muslim can look at Islam, right, and Muslims and see a culture. They can see it, like but it's so obvious. So it's like, damn, like how we, pity, tippy toeing over that, like is
right. When I look at Philly, that's just like I'm like, yo.
Yeah, Nork, same way. But let me say this. But let me address something I keep reading. I keep reading about, and the thing is said on the panel about Muslim men hitting women. Like from what I know of that, I heard that before, and it doesn't mean how we mean in America. It could be a soft pop. It doesn't necessarily mean an ass whipping.
I don't agree with you. It doesn't mean like beating for hours on end, but you can hit her.
But
hit.
But that hit could be like how you hit a 3-year-old though. It don't mean like
the hit got unbiased. Stop, yo. The hit gotta mean something, yo.
But
the hit gotta mean something, yo.
Right, I got you.
I don't know what.
But I understand what you guys saying. I'm just saying the hit can also be something you would do to a 3-year-old. That's all I'm trying to say.
So what is the point of hitting somebody?
Well,
grown person like a 3-year-old.
So look, a lot of times
is to correct them, right? Is to show disapproval.
Of course, but a lot of times the hit is irrelevant. It's your stance that's relevant. So like for like a 5-6-year-old, you could ball your face up and because I remember I popped one kid, it didn't hurt. He said it ain't hurt, but he got the message though. The message behind, like, dude, I'm correcting you. The hit don't have to hurt. I'm just pointing out
kids we're
talking
about though.
Right. I get you. I got you.
I just feel like that's an apologist sort of stance.
Yeah. I just don't see. Just for me, I don't see when we say hit women. I just don't see it. Like I just really believe we're using the 2021, 2022 2022 mentality.
No, I don't agree with you. I'm sorry.
Just logically, just looking at it logically, right? If that was the case and the hit didn't have to be anything but firm or didn't have to be firm, then why not just raise your voice? Why even strike? Period.
I mean, like the hit.
Just raise your voice.
I got you. I understand. I have no quarrels at all. I'm just saying, like when we all I'm trying to add to this is that when we read hit,
Amber wants the link.
When we read hit, we think of an American way, which is like some Bobby Brown shit.
We think
so you think Muslims, you think Arab Muslims don't know how to beat a chick? You like, is it?
The thing is this
Americans, so hold on. So Americans is the only ones that commit domestic violence. So is Islam? Hold on, is Islam the voice of a nigga knowing how to batter a fucking woman? Like, I'm so fucking.
The thing is this though. This is the thing. This is the thing. When non-Muslims read Quran and try to understand Hadith, they're not understanding it or trying to understand, and also when it comes to implementation, how it should be understood from an Islamic point of view. They're understanding.
I agree with Hassan on that.
They're understanding it from their understanding it from their own interpretations, because from an Islamic point of view, an Islamic point of view, and I'm not talking about the actions of people and what people do. I'm talking about from an Islamic point of view, what Islam teaches, what you should do, and what your understanding of this verse should be, and how you should act according to that understanding. Is not that you should beat your wife. So regardless of how the verse is what the word means, the understanding of it leads to proper application of what that meaning is. So if you don't have the proper understanding of what it means, then your application.
You do not give people the right to hit another person.
Let me get a say on this, because I believe the brother is bloviating. Amber, if you could give me 30 seconds, all right, please. This brother keeps saying when non-Muslims do this or not Muslims do this. The first thing we have to understand is that these materials were translated by Muslims. They weren't translated by non-Muslims. This was Muslim translating how they understand it, and they gave it to us. Nowadays, new Muslims in America is trying to say that they were wrong, but we're talking about
they didn't translate the understanding.
God.
Okay, go ahead, Amber.
But you have to be careful in what you're saying, though.
How could they not translate the understanding?
They don't translate understanding. They translate words. This word means this.
They translate the understanding because they tell you what it means,
and they trying to clean that shit up.
May I? Exactly,
that's understanding of what this is.
May I comment, please?
Yeah. Let. All right, brothers. We're gonna agree to disagree on that. Let Amber go ahead and
I'm gonna comment on this though. So first off, I think that the issue is not what the text say. You can apply a different meaning. You can decide that I don't want to interpret the text the way they intended it to mean. I'm gonna leave that there. But what we can't do is pretend like they did not mean what they meant. So what is the point? Oh, you can do a soft pop. What is the point of all the steps prior? That was like the fourth stage.
Yeah.
Not, am I correct or no? If the fourth stage is a soft pop, then why not make that stage one? Let's quit playing games here. Number two.
Let's make
Number two.
No, let her go in. I agree with her.
Yeah, go ahead.
Number two. You can say that they didn't translate the understanding, but it is written in a language that they are able to translate in, which means they have access to the language and the culture, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you then don't speak the language, say that they didn't mean what they meant? It's written in the language of the people.
Who is they?
You understand what I'm saying?
Well, who's the they you're talking about?
how do you
The
change the
Muslims that
cultural
translated
context?
it.
The translated text he's talking about.
No, but the Muslim didn't write the Quran. So who's the they we're talking about?
Muslims did write the
But it's also
Quran.
explained by
Muslims didn't write Quran. Who's the they you're talking about?
Who wrote the
What
Quran?
Muslim did
No Muslim claims that they wrote Quran.
No.
So who is the they you're talking about?
Who wrote the Quran? Just tell us so we can be enlightened,
Right.
bro.
The Quran was revealed to the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Who wrote it?
Who wrote it, bro? Come on, like, don't do that, man. Because I'm trying to learn too, bro. Just tell me who wrote the Quran.
If you mean you do you mean who's the author?
I mean,
No,
who wrote it? Who put it on
wrote it
paper?
down?
I interpret what she said as like whoever translated.
Hold on, no. Before we move right there, bro,
I
I want to know who.
Let me give you my understanding. Muhammad had two scribes. One of them was called Zayd ibn.
Now, I want to understand what he says by wrote the Quran.
Let him answer.
And what she's talking about by they.
If you answer something, he can say, I don't agree with that. So it's best to let him.
But don't forget your point.
Don't forget your point, Umber. But Muhammad had, as far as I understand it, two different scribes.
You say mother didn't write the Quran, so you tell us who wrote the Quran, so we'll know, bro.
What do you mean by write the Quran? Do you mean by author?
Jesus.
The same way you rejected him saying that Muslims wrote the Quran in that manner. However you took that, give us your understanding.
Muslims are not the author of Quran. No.
We don't have to get bogged
People
down.
are not the author of Quran.
All right, move on.
Y'all.
So who wrote it though? Who wrote it?
Abdur-rahim,
even if they're not the author, who wrote it? Who did the ghostwriting?
He ain't gonna answer, but let's just move.
It was written
well, then you don't get no
I'll
answer to your
question. If y'all be clear on what y'all mean.
Can I okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't mind answering questions, but I'm asking for clarity, and y'all like jumping on me for asking for clarity about what you're saying.
If I said my mama didn't cook the chicken, you said your mama didn't cook the chicken. Then I asked you who cooked the chicken, you'd be like, "What do you mean by mama?" It's like, come on, bro.
We're not talking about cooking chicken.
For my first time on the call, what I get, or the vibe that I'm getting, is there's an undertone that's like we somehow Muslim, but we're not really Muslim because we don't really practice what they practice, or we really don't know what they know. That's the undertone that I'm getting when you say things like,
let's move on.
May I finish? Please? I won't be long.
Well, before you
that's what I keep. I'm getting that. That's what.
Like, ask everybody if they feel that way, because I'm not saying that, bro. That's not what I'm not saying that. So ask anybody on the panel if that's what they're saying. I don't think, because that's not what I'm saying.
That's all I was asking. What are you saying? And y'all act like I'm wrong for asking you. What are you saying?
If I could say, the reason why the brother is dancing around the question is
not dancing around anything. I'm just asking you to be more direct in what you mean, what you say.
All right. The reason why you're not dancing around it is because there is an understanding in Islam, in the religion, that the Quran is actually the direct words of Allah, but it was given to Muhammad through the angel Jibril, and it was put down on paper by scribes first, and then by scribes appointed by Uthman. But that's neither here nor there. What we're talking about is who wrote it on paper, and Muslims did that.
To be honest, that's not even right. That's not even how I understood what she was. That's not how I understood what she was asking.
But she said, "We're not going to." This is what her words was, and she can correct me if I'm wrong. We're not going to sit here and pretend as if they didn't mean it, or they didn't have mean it by the way that they wrote it. So my question is, who is the they which she's talking about? Because the they, whoever she's associating this they with, didn't write the Quran.
They did.
Would you accept the words of Ibn Abbas about what this verse is talking about?
I got
bro. And then my follow-up question is this.
Wait.
So you don't wait.
Hold on. You don't know what I mean by they, but you're gonna go out on the limb.
I asked you though.
But you just said they didn't write the Quran.
But I was asking you, and the brother interjected. I was asking you, and the brother interjected.
But you never got an answer from me. But you're gonna go out on the limb and say that they didn't write the Quran. My point is, The Quran was written, right? Someone took pen to paper or whatever they used at the time and wrote these words down in a language that you can't understand. Someone translated it according to what the words meant and the culture. For context, these things have been translated into a language for your understanding. You cannot then go back and say, well, the translation is wrong. They don't know, because the they is the people that translate. They don't know, or they didn't mean that. That's not what it meant. So my question is, where are you getting your translation from?
But
if you don't know the language?
No, you're associating the they as if it came from them, as if they wrote it on their own volition.
It did, but continue.
That's the problem that I'm trying to address.
No, you interjecting your religion in it now.
Yeah, it's like you're doing everything that.
That's your religion. If you believe it came from Allah,
okay,
that's
so
your
what?
religion.
And you believe that it didn't. So what? So
no, it's not about what we believe. We know that human beings wrote it.
Okay, and I know who wrote it too, but I don't associate the writing of it with it coming from them.
Allah didn't write anything.
But my question, okay, so if you don't accept that, right? So they just merely were vessels. The message didn't come from them, right? My question is then, who are you getting your interpretation from for the message? If they where does your interpretation come from? Because if they didn't write it, obviously the people that are interpreting the language, they're not Allah either. So where do you get your interpretation from? Why are you even reading the book at all?
That's a mic drop.
It's no mic drop.
That's a mic drop.
It's no mic drop. It's a question. That's all it was a question.
No, that's a mic drop.
It's not a mic drop.
That's all. Go ahead, speak.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's your turn to respond.
So my understanding comes from the Sunnah, which we was talking about earlier. My understanding of how to understand this and how to implement this comes from the Sunnah. The ways in which the Prophet, the sayings, his teachings, how he understood Quran and how he implemented and how he taught it to his followers, how he taught it to his companions.
And Muslim wrote the Sunnah, so we can be clear. The Muslim
you wanted to answer, right?
I'm asking, did Muslim write the Sunnah so we can
follow? Wanted to
he don't answer questions. He just like to blow it.
That's the question.
And then keep going. Like you ain't gotta go. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Understanding comes from the Sunnah, from the Quran, from the ways and the teachings and the life, the doings and what the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam taught and what he did. And he did not instruct anyone to beat their wives. So regardless, my position is still clear. Regardless of what this word means, when it comes to understanding when it comes to the understanding of this word and how it should be understood and implemented, this is not, beating your wives is not the correct understanding.
So basically what you're saying is someone else told you that it didn't mean that, and they're telling you what Allah really means, and you choose to follow that.
That's it. Basically, yeah.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's all you're saying.
That's pretty much what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's exactly what you're saying.
I don't know why I'm so when I say something, when a Muslim explains something to you, that you try to reinterpret what was being said in another way that's not different, that's totally opposite than what they said. I don't understand that.
I think we all see what's going on here.
Right. And Chef, here's the thing though, right?
Reinterpret what I said.
Muslim and non-Muslim, right?
Instead of just saying what I said, you're going to say this is basically what you're saying.
But it is what you're saying. It's not totally opposite, because nowhere in there did you say Allah told you directly that he didn't write that. That's not the way he intended it. You told me someone else told you what Allah told them. So it's pretty much hearsay. You're getting third-party information.
It's authenticated.
By what means?
By chains of narration. Liability and credibility.
So, since we're talking about change of narration, would you accept that Ibn Abbas understand this to be beaten, or at least light beaten? Because you can't say Ibn Abbas doesn't know what he's talking about.
My position is that I accept what the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his sunnah.
Yes, but his sunnah has to come from somebody. And I'm asking you about, would you accept his sunnah from Ibn Abbas?
I accept the sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and I already explained.
So you only accept,
but
Muhammad never wrote anything.
He's not going to answer.
Literate, remember?
I answered it already. You just don't understand. Yeah. If you don't understand, just say, I don't understand what you mean. But don't say
the sunnah of Muhammad has to come from those who.
Did the Prophet ever instruct anyone to beat their wives? Did he ever beat his wife?
Don't ask me a question. I ask you, would you accept?
I'm asking you. I'm giving you an answer from the sunnah. You're not accepting it. I'm saying
of Ibn Abbas. Yes or no?
I accept the sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
That's the sunnah.
Anyone to beat their wives and he didn't beat his wife, then that is what I accept.
He hit his wife.
What happened?
I didn't want to get into that because it's clear this brother doesn't answer question, and if he feels that something that he's gonna get caught out, he deflects and blows it. Yeah.
So I'm answering your questions. You just trying to put me in a hole. You're trying to box me into a hole of a way that you want me to answer your question in a particular way. And it's the way that you're phrasing questions, you're trying to do that. And I'm not allowing you to do that. So you're trying to keep
Did Muhammad pray for Ibn Abbas that
your rabbit hole? No, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to answer the question the way you want me to answer.
Answering any question.
I want to answer.
Answering any question.
You can't box me down into a question and into a way, a certain line of answering your question. I'm not going to allow you to see that what you're doing.
What's your name, brother? What's your name?
Hassan.
Hassan. Okay.
Do you know? Do you accept that Muhammad prayed for Ibn Abbas to be the teacher of his ummah?
What's your point, brother?
And that's what we said. You don't answer the question.
What's your point?
He asked you a question.
Just what is your point? Just make your point and stop asking me questions to
make
your point.
You don't want to.
Just make your point. Why you keep asking me questions to lead me to go somewhere? Like, stop doing it. I'm not stupid. I understand debate and I understand your method of trying to ask me questions to pigeonhole me into a particular place. You are. Just make your point and we can talk about your points.
If you do understand debating, it's not pigeonholing. It's just called skill. You're trying to steel man your argument. It's not a damn pigeonhole.
It is a pigeonhole. It is a pigeonhole.
I have one last question.
He knows what he's doing, and I know what he's doing.
You have the name of a scholar who says that this particular ayah is saying to leave your wife instead of beating her or hitting her. Yeah. Do you have a scholar that teaches that? No, not a modern scholar. Not a modern scholar. I mean, scholar from the top scholars in Islam, not the modern scholar. Do you?
If he falls like that, you know he's not going to answer. Every time, if he waits, he's not going to answer.
You talking to me?
Yes, I'm asking you. Do you have a quotation from a scholar, not a modern scholar, a scholar of Islam that says that particular ayah is talking about leaving your wife?
A 32-year-old man who was unresponsive, laying in the parking lot, shot in the head, and left.
Who's that?
Well, where he was pronounced.
I never said that.
Did you hear my question?
Yeah, I heard your question, but I never said that it means leaving your wife. So again, this is what I'm talking about. You're trying to ask me a question to put me into
else said it, bro. He just mistake you for that person, bro. Don't go there.
Oh, okay.
Somebody else said that. That's how it was translated.
So you agree that it means hitting your wife? You agree with that?
Listen, man, I'll just give you a quote from what scholars say.
You agree with strike?
Won't listen to me.
You agree with strike?
You agree with the strike?
He accepts strike. Yeah, he accepts strike.
I thought it was the other brother that accepted strike.
They both did.
The brother stated earlier that he didn't disagree with either one of them.
The brother said it could be either or, but you said you thought it was leaving it. But
no, I never said that. I never said that.
I take it back. I take it back. So,
no, he
so you agree that
said, you said that strike. He was like, yes. He said it real low, but he was like, yes.
No, I take it back.
I never said that it means something else.
Okay.
I was my position was talking more so about the understanding.
How the searches are.
Because
he was like, it doesn't matter what the words say. It's all about that.
I don't get what the argument would be about. We are all saying it means to strike her. So I guess the only thing we could be arguing about is if this is something that is moral or immoral.
Yeah, he's thinking because he's saying that he's interpreting that as since it's said like that, then you can use that, interpret that. That means that the Quran says beat your wife.
But that's you're interpreting it too as well. You're interpreting it too. You're saying your position is that it says beat them, so you can beat them.
But that's not what it's saying.
But that's
my understanding. That's why he gonna tell you, bro.
Your understanding of what it means is incorrect.
No, I'm not using my understanding, bro. I'm going with what I read in Islamic books from your scholars.
Okay.
So I'm asking you if that's not what it means.
You're not referencing anything. You're just asking, is this what it means? Is this what it means?
So Hassan,
you agree with this what it means?
Hassan, I think the reason why it's still an argument is because you're saying that that's not what it means. So it that's different than saying that's not how it's applied. That's not how we apply it. Or
I wasn't arguing the meaning. I'm arguing the understanding and the implementation of this understanding. That's what I'm arguing, because that is in essence what he's arguing. He's trying to argue the meaning. That this is what also saying is that this is how it should be understood, and this is what you should do because this is what it means. My point is, okay, it says strike or it says beat, but the understanding of that and its implementation is not in line with the Sunnah, and the Sunnah is the way and what the Prophet ﷺ taught and what he did and what he practiced, and he never beat his wives, nor did he instruct anyone to beat their wives.
So it's basically abrogated.
Oh gosh.
This is crazy. You said that a deed can't abrogate, or nobody can abrogate the Quran.
I never used to abrogate.
So if the Quran says strike, what does it matter what Muhammad said? Why would it matter? Muhammad doesn't say anything on it, but the Quran says strike. So how are you taking that that the Quran didn't mean strike because Muhammad never did it? Muhammad didn't say anything about it.
Because
the Quran says strike,
then he would have done it.
What do you mean who would have done it?
So
what if he wasn't
if
in the
it said
position?
Beat your wives, then the Prophet ﷺ would have beat his wives.
Yeah, but maybe his wives weren't disobedient. Maybe his wife weren't disobedient.
Huh?
The wife is disobedient.
It only is.
About
what you say?
He said maybe his wives wasn't disobedient, so he wouldn't have a need to strike them.
But he never instructed anyone to do so as well.
But the Quran
did he ever instruct them not to?
Yes.
When?
What?
I said, did he ever instruct them not to?
And I said yes, and I gave you that example earlier when I was telling you that a Muslim is even forbid to beat animals.
Yeah,
Muslims, and I gave you the example of that hadith that amazingly you didn't read where he took a.
I know you're
only the Quran.
Hold on, I know you're just kind of saying it, and you're not really. You said the Quran even tells you not to beat animals. Like they even say you can't beat animals. Like so, of course you can't beat women if you can't beat animals.
Yes, and I gave you the example of when he took a woman for being beat by her husband, and he took her back and was like, "You get your revenge." And we have his wife. we have his wife even reporting the Prophet Muhammad never beat anyone and he never beat his wife. Those are hadiths directly from Aisha, his wife, reporting he never did this.
But I
those, I don't know how long you've been on the phone, Amber, but those things, I have said that, and the other brother said it. But even the question that you asked, I didn't even understand that question like that. The way that you asked, I thought you were talking about the English translation of the Quran. So I even misunderstood your question myself.
The problem we're having is when it's convenient, the hadith can abrogate the Quran, and when it's not convenient, it can't. The Quran says you can beat your wife. This brother is saying, well, Muhammad never beat his wife, so that means you can't beat your wife. It don't work that way. The only way you can say Muhammad, unless you can find me a quote where Muhammad said, don't beat your wife. If the Quran says it, then it supersedes even Muhammad. Am I right about that, Sheffrin?
You on point. I mean, you've been on point the whole time.
I feel like I feel like every time I responded, I get told somehow about them or how it's really not Islam. And then when I respond or challenge, it's like I'm not getting upset because I'm used to hearing these type of arguments. But what good is it to reply if we're told every time that we're wrong or we ain't practicing it like them over there?
I got a question.
Who's that?
Why is there so many different gods?
I thought you were the God killer. You're not doing your job.
I'm just trying to figure out why is there so many different gods on Earth? I mean, what's the joke?
So you don't believe in God?
I believe in all the gods.
Oh, okay.
All 10,000 of them.
Okay, you're a polytheist. Okay.
Nah, I just believe in all the gods. Everybody's God is real.
Okay, you're a polytheist. That's fine.
No, I'm not a polytheist. No, God is a cultural container of ideas of people in geographical regions just spread around the earth, different times, different places. But how the hell can somebody God be wrong? It resides in their mind, produced by human beings. If your God say beat your wife, you're gonna beat your damn wife. And he's gonna give you rules and regulations. Yo, just take a little stick. Don't take the big stick. Take a little.
Yeah. But just go ask one of the little guys till you find the answer what you're looking for then.
I'm just saying. I mean, it's a human endeavor to create a God.
Hey, and just go ask one of the other guys until you get what you want.
No, I guess you're gonna have to get what you want.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's the funniest thing ever, yo. I'm enjoying the conversation.
Hey,
don't use the big stick, use the little stick.
Yeah. I don't like this God. I just try the other 10,000 gods.
Right.
Or better yet, better yet, I just try my desires till I get what I want.
No, I don't know about all that.
My desires.
I don't know about all that.
That's what it sounds like.
No, it sounds like I said that there are thousands of gods on earth, and gods come and go like the damn wind.
There's no God on earth. There's only one creator.
Nah, people can create their own gods and their own things that they choose to worship. No, you just did it. You just did it. You just put a book with yours.
I didn't do anything.
Ask him who's the creator then.
Yeah, who the creator, bro?
Allah.
You mean the moon god Allah or your God?
Okay, hold on. I believe you. So we do understand.
Let me say the moon god too.
No. Hold on. One real quick. So we do understand that Allah has a time period. Am I correct?
Has a what?
Has a time period. We can literally chart when Allah came into the minds of human beings.
He was born in the 7th
Blasphemy.
Yeah, but you only chart in the mind of human beings.
No, I just said, wait, whoa.
Tell us what time frame he came.
No. Yeah, hold on. When was people reading about Allah?
No, I'm asking you about your comment. You said you can pinpoint when Allah will start. So you tell me when was the pinpoint.
You can't. No, you can't.
No, I'm just saying. I want you to tell me when that was.
I just said it. When was Islam? I just said it. When was Islam created? We know when Islam was created. It wasn't created before Judaism, and it wasn't created before Christianity.
Oh, but the name Allah is only associated with Islam?
I don't know about the name. Different Arabic, different tribes got Allah. That ain't the point.
Okay. We ain't got to use the name.
That's what you said.
That's fine.
But it's what you said.
I see what
you
you're doing.
Hear me?
We don't have to use the name Allah.
No.
Let's not use the name Allah.
No, you know what?
Come on, man.
You know what I'm doing.
I see the game now.
It's not a game.
Let's not use
the name though.
It's not.
No.
So wait a minute. You're gonna try to tell me that Allah predate Nut and Tefnut?
He's not telling you that because he would be wrong.
Okay, so then let's stop playing games. Let's be adults here.
No, wait a minute.
Let's be adults.
But if you can't tell me, but wait a minute, if you can't tell me
Let's
when
use
it started,
the name Allah.
then how can you say when it didn't?
Man, come on, bro. Stop it.
No, come on now.
The name Allah comes through a particular writing.
Let's not use the name Allah. We don't have to use the name Allah.
Wait a minute.
We do.
You do got to use the damn name.
You don't. Right. We don't have to use the name Allah to establish that there is a creator.
Okay, it's Jesus Christ. Then. Hell with Jesus Christ.
But if Allah is the creator, then you have to.
No, I don't have to use his name to establish that.
So what are you going to use then? So what you going to use?
Okay, so Yahweh did it.
Use your mind. Use your mind.
Yahweh.
Use your mind.
Stop it.
Use the real name of your God.
Stop.
Use your mind.
Come on, man.
Kulu.
How do we get here? How did we get here?
Here?
The same way you got here.
How did human beings exist?
Man, okay, man. Listen,
how did everything exist?
Let's talk about that.
We're not going to use no names of law. We ain't got to do that.
Let's do it. Let's talk about the fish in the water. I want to talk about the fish in the water. I want to talk about the fish in the water.
How did everything come to exist?
Come from a fish.
We come from a fish.
Huh?
Yeah, fish.
No, I'm talking who's that, chef? Who's that, chef?
No, I'm quiet.
No, that's the
quiet.
God killer.
Now you want to be quiet. Okay.
Come from a fish.
We come from a fish. How?
Fish.
Tell me how. How we come from a fish?
It's called Tetelek.
Go ahead, explain.
350 million years ago, you was in the water swimming around like a fish. You wasn't reading no Quran.
How did I come from a fish to a human being?
Go read your Quran. You should have the answer in it.
No, I'm asking you.
I just told you.
So 350 million years, I came from a fish to a human being.
You was a fish in the water.
Right.
And I gave you the name of your ancestor. Tetelek.
Well, no, you're wrong because the Quran said
you can look at your fingers. Go look at your fingers. Look at your fingers. Start at your shoulder bone. Right? Go to your elbow and go to your wrist. It's called a body plane.
Except that they came from a fish?
It's called a body plane.
Well,
anybody else
you don't directly come from a fish.
What reason
over 3.5 million years? Over 3.5 million years.
What's your reasons?
Evolution.
It's evolution, bro.
I think we came from a clot of blood, according to the Quran.
No, we came from. No, I want to explore this idea that we came from.
No, you just switched it up. We weren't even trying to have a scientific conversation with you. I was simply trying to show you
got no basis
how
for
irrelevant.
You got no basis
irrelevant your God
no
was before Arabic and before the Arabs promoted through war and conquest.
He came from a fish.
He just talking about body plan. Like, let me ask you this, bro. If you don't understand what he's saying about body plan, how can you say you don't have no basis for it?
I'm asking him for it, and he refuses to give it.
Yeah, but this is not that
talking about evolution.
So therefore,
you didn't heard evolution. Hold on, you didn't heard evolution before. You don't have to go into that.
Oh, now we ain't gotta go into it. Okay, so when I ask you questions, we ain't gotta go into it.
No, I'm saying, we
don't answer questions anyway.
I'm asking a question.
Yeah, you don't want.
I'm asking a question. So how did things come to exist? How do we get here? He said a fish. So I'm asking him, what's your reasons for saying that I came from a fish.
So you don't agree with evolution?
Running track and
I'm asking you what reasons do I have to use
The reason is evolution, bro. That's why I keep saying do you
what
not
about
think-
evolution? That's not just what about evolution? What in the evolutionary process got me from a fish swimming in the water to
so you
walking
don't
up on
agree
land?
with evolution?
So you
I'm
don't
asking you
understand
what
evolution.
in the process, what took place.
Do you understand
That
evolution?
is the process.
It is a process, Joe.
Clearly, you don't have any reasons for believing that, because all you're going to do is just say evolution, evolution, evolution.
He gave you the body
See, the
plan.
problem when Muslims talk to non-Muslims about evolution, it's always happens.
Pointless. We all know
you
what
don't have no
evolution is,
reasons for it, then just say
we don't
that.
all
I
know.
do.
He gave
I
you
do.
reasons to believe it.
Evolution.
Bro.
I'm
didn't.
gonna give
No,
you
he
a
didn't.
better. I'm gonna give you a better reason. Great Muslim thinkers through time have agreed with evolution.
And Bermuda
Great
Amber.
Muslim thinkers.
Having conflicts with all this.
Go ahead.
I've agreed with
Great
what about
Muslim
evolution?
thinkers. Great
Have
Muslim
agreed with what?
thinkers through time have agreed with evolution. Look at Al-Jahid. He's a great Muslim thinker.
I think.
What did he say?
He talks about evolution.
What did he say?
Look it up. Al-Jahid. Look it up.
Ain't you supposed to know this stuff?
You supposed to know that.
No, I'm not.
I'm talking about a
You know
Muslim.
that.
I'm saying Muslims don't
Why
reject
am I
science,
supposed to
bro.
know that?
Because
Why
I'm
am I
thinking
supposed to know that?
because
That's
you're a
your
black man, and I'm thinking you doing your studies, and I'm
No,
thinking you understand that the
that's
Muslims
not my
had
know what
position.
schools
evolution
called.
is, so I don't know
Listen,
why
listen
this
real quick, bro.
discussion is
Muslims had schools. They
That's
produced
not-
schools like the House of Wisdom, and they reached the golden age in science, bro. So I'm not gonna let a Muslim come on this channel and deny science when it was Muslims that helped raise the level of science. It's the most ridiculous thing ever. You
Yeah,
have
of
to learn how to
science,
separate your
not
beliefs
of
from your listen. You have to be able
not
to
hold
separate your
Muslims
beliefs.
don't hold
Listen,
the
bro.
position that we evolved from
Bro,
fish.
listen to what I'm saying, bro. You trying if you talk when I'm talking, you ain't gonna get it. I am telling you that great Muslim thinkers that believed in the Quran are some of the first people to purport natural selection and evolution. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They
talking about
had
humans.
great schools called
I'm
houses
talking
of
about
wisdom.
humans.
Listen,
You're
man.
gonna tell you they don't
I said,
really
how
believe
did we
listen
get
what
here?
I'm
You
saying.
said a fish.
Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm trying to tell you, bro. You got Muslim. Look, you can Wikipedia this. You got Muslim thinkers that was trying to figure out the relationship between certain primates and human beings. This is not new.
You didn't finish.
This is not new. So you need to step your game up. I'm not trying to beat you up for what you believe. There are thousands of gods. I'm simply saying you can believe in Allah and still understand who your ancestors are.
Granny is intelligent,
But
and
you're talking from a sarcastic position to
I'm
say
not being sarcastic.
you
I'm saying
are
I
when
really
you talk
don't.
about I can believe in 10,000 guys. It's 10,000. It's 10,000 all this.
Listen. I'm not
But when
thinking
I
you're
ask
gonna
you
be.
about where we come, where
Listen what
our
I'm saying.
existence come
Listen what I'm
from,
trying
you
to tell
say
you,
a
bro.
fish.
I'm
And when
not
I
being.
ask
Listen,
you about
I'm
it,
not
you
being
say look it up.
condescending.
Hey,
I'm simply
just answer
saying
his
you
question.
cannot be arrogant.
Stop. Just answer his
I'm
question.
not arrogant.
I
Go
gave you the
ahead,
answer.
Now I gotta answer his
Ask
question.
He already
I
said
said, look in the
evolution.
mirror.
We
Listen
all
what
Now
I'm
I
know
gotta
trying to
answer
tell
his
you.
question. My
No,
question
let him
already answered.
Listen.
ask it.
It's
Let
fine.
him ask it, so he don't cut
Look.
you
It's
off.
fine.
He
It's
Look,
fine.
can't
Go
get
ahead.
it.
listen.
I'll let y'all
This
have
is
the
what you
floor.
should do. Listen what I'm saying.
Hold on.
When
Hey,
you get a
let
chance.
him ask you. Let him so he
He
won't
said
cut
it.
you off. No, let him ask you so he won't cut you off. Go ahead, bro.
You're gonna have to explain
He
evolution,
already
right?
asked
So
the question. I was
I'm
going,
asking what process did it take in evolution for us to come from a fish
and I was
to
giving okay.
human
So let
beings?
me give you examples. Next time you get your happy ass in the shower, hold your arms out. Count from your shoulder bone to your elbow, right? You're going to realize that there's one bone that extends from your shoulder bone to your elbow. Then you're going to realize from your elbow to your wrist, there's two bones. And after your wrist, there's many bones. Next time you eat some fish, Muslims eat fish, cut the fish open, and you will see that the fish has the exact same body plan that you do. This is proof positive that the human body is a museum of everything it came from. It's called body plans. So this proves that whatever you came from had the exact same body plan that fish has.
What?
That's your evidence. Go look
That's
that
evidence.
up. I'm not arguing with you.
Now let's examine the evidence. Let's examine his evidence.
All right,
It's
go.
called
He
science,
said,
bro. Like, what you
he
now
call
he
said,
want to
no,
change
hold
the
on. He gave you
conversation
evidence.
to
Let's
science
examine.
because he don't want us to
Let's
talk
examine
about
it.
Islam.
Let's examine what he
Let him
said.
try to debunk it. Let him try to debunk it. Go
Let's
ahead.
examine what he said. He said, because I got bones that's like a fish.
I didn't say that.
From a fish. Basically, that's what you said.
Plan.
I never said that, bro.
Body plan.
You said if I look at my
plan.
bones, and you said if I look at my bones and I cut a fish open and look at his bones, then that means that's a link between us.
I said, I said, of course. So the fact that they even have bones show that we come from the same thing, that we got bones.
That
bro.
shows that we have that shows that we have similarities. That's to say I come from a fish.
Okay, so now we
Hey, what's your name, brother?
Hold on for a minute. My name, brother Unc, pseudo killer official. They call me God killer. So watch this. So let me give you some more evidence. Let me say something that might run you off the phone, because I'm really trying to run you out the conversation for real. Watch this. So if you look at the chimpanzee, listen, if you look at the chimpanzee, a chimpanzee shares 99% DNA with humans. So there's only one reason why a chimpanzee would share 99% DNA with a human. The reason is that we have a common ancestor somewhere down the line.
Who is it?
But that's the point.
The point is, who's the common ancestor?
I am telling you, the answer is in the explanation. There's only one reason why two animals would share 99% DNA. We don't share 99% DNA with an elephant.
Okay. What's the link
with primates? The link is the DNA.
The link is the DNA.
Yes, because chimpanzees have 48 chromosomes and humans have 46. So what happened?
How do you explain language?
Hold on. It's called gene 2 fusion. Our chromosomes fuse together, which gives us 46. Chimpanzees have 48. So if they never found the fact that our chromosomes had fused together on chromosome 2, then you could say, well, we don't. But since it does, it actually shows that what we came from actually had 48 chromosomes. That's why we have 99% DNA with chimpanzees,
You
bro.
don't understand it. You got that shit.
Okay, well,
How
I'm not asking to understand. I'm challenging you.
Chimpanzees start learning how to speak and talk.
Listen what I'm saying. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready for the answer?
I'm ready. I'm listening.
Hold on. The answer is called the FOXP2 gene. Humans and chimpanzees both have FOXP2 genes. This is what allows you to speak. The difference is two proteins different. That's why they can't necessarily talk. They can make sounds, but they can't talk because of two proteins away. But they do have the genes for speech.
What's the link?
And it's called FOXP2 genes. Okay. That's what's the link, bro.
What's the link? What's the animal or the whatever species that links that links that two together? What's the link? What's the missing link?
I gave genetic
you gave me genes.
Okay, and then
you gave me the genes that the chimpanzee has.
It don't matter what
human has. But you're not showing me that together.
No, hold on. I'm trying to show you something. When I'm trying to learn something from you about the Quran, right? I don't ask you rapid questions. I get the understanding. I understood what you said about the wife and not necessarily beating like that. I kind of understand that. I'm not ridiculing you for that. But I'm asking for the same respect. I gave you sound evidence. Then you roll to another question. Why not just understand what I gave you?
Because I understand.
Table it. You don't understand. Because the next question
I
you don't
understand. I understand what you're saying, but my question is different than what you're saying.
But understand
about the DNA, then why would you go further?
Wait a minute. But understand
because I'm asking for the link.
Evidence. Wait, the scientific evidence I'm giving you does not in any way hamper you from believing in Allah. That's the point I'm trying to bring to you.
You're not answering my question though. My question is, what's the link that takes us from being a fish to a human being, walking and talking, speaking hundreds of languages?
350 million years.
What are the links?
Of natural forces. Listen, I'm telling you, 350 million years of this particular fish going through different environments. Here's an example for you. Whales are not fish. Whales were on land first and they breathed air.
So that's what
they're not fish. Fish don't breathe oxygen. They have gills and they take the oxygen out the water. So how is it that a whale and a dolphin aren't fish? They're mammals.
I heard that.
Mammals don't start in the water, bro. How did that happen? It's called changing environments over time. How do we know a whale's on land? Because it has an ear bone, the little small ear bone that allows you to hear on planet Earth. Humans have the same small bone in their ear. It allows us to
He
hear.
knows that.
Now,
He's
fish
just
don't
determined not to understand.
have that bone. So whales can't hear good underwater. They use radar and sonar to hear.
Are you thrusting?
That's another example.
You do it for what?
Okay, but what I
When you
understand what you're saying. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Amber, mute, Amber.
Hold on, let me finish. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I understand what you're saying. You're pointing out these are things that fish have. These are things that mammals have. You're pointing out differences without showing me the causal links that led a fish to come to a human being. You're pointing out the differences, and you're showing. Hold on. You're pointing out the differences, and you're showing me similarities.
You ready for this one?
But you're not showing me any causal.
I'm going to give it to you.
Anything that's causing a fish to go from a human.
Yes, I did.
How this process?
He said
to change the environment. He just
changed the environment. He just explained it to you, bro. So I'm saying
I said to
What
change the environment.
changed in the environment?
He's not trying to understand.
No, but you're not saying what it is.
Change the environment from
You're
hot
just saying time, 350 million years.
From a dry land where there's plenty of water, where you have to get your food. That's what they're explaining to you. Just all the environment and pressure that you encounter, that the species encounter, bro. Evolution. That's what we talk about. Evolution through natural selection. That's what we just explained
before. But he's determined not to understand.
No, he's not explaining it. He's not showing the links. You're showing
that
that
I did give the link. You just ain't understand the link
have this gene and humans have this gene, but you're not showing what's missing between the chimpanzee and a human being that connects them to each other.
Why would they both have
showing that you're just showing that they have this similarity, we have this similarity. So because we have these similarities, you're assuming that that's where we come from.
No, he said
that's not similarities. It's the same genes.
Why do they have the same
genes?
You said that
genes.
You said that the human has a gene.
That is the link. That is the link, yo.
You're saying that, right? But you're saying that the human. I asked about language. You said that the human being has
FOXP2 genes, but it's 2 proteins off for the chimpanzee. So that's why they can't actually speak. But they have the genes for speech, though. Yeah,
so where did the proteins go? Like how
they mutate. Listen, they mutated like coronavirus, right? The original coronavirus was an Omicron. It evolved. White people they mutate variants, mistakes in the mutation. A mutation is really a mistake that gets chose because it gives the organism an advantage. So the Omicron comes about because dumbass niggas don't get vaccinated, and it leaves a different environment for the virus to mutate through mutation. So if you understand Omicron and how it's not the original coronavirus, then you understand how humans have evolved over time. I'm not thinking you would get it through the conversation, but I just want to introduce it to you so you ain't running around here in your 50s thinking crazy.
He's heard it before.
No matter what you say, I'm telling you.
Yeah, he can get it because watch this. Evolution doesn't purport where life comes from. It simply purports what happens to life once it got here. So why don't you just say Allah brought life here, but after that evolution took over? You could do that.
Not good enough. Not good enough.
You could do that. But what you can't do is you can't say Allah made life do that. You can't say that. Just say Allah brought it here.
Why
and
can't
it
I say that though? But but you don't.
You can say that, bro. Just say he did it, and then Allah made it come to natural selection, bro. That's all you got.
Yeah, say that. Yeah,
natural selection doesn't explain certain other things that
what? Like
what?
Give example.
Like what?
Natural selection does explain
what
rationality that exists within human beings.
Yes, it do. It's called the brain. It's called the evolution.
No, it's the brain, but how does it
process on the brain?
Rationality.
Listen. It's called the development of the frontal lobe.
What does the science say? Have you ever read any science on this?
Sure he does.
No, he will though. Change
rationality. The natural selection, from what I understand, and what evolution is.
No, what's natural selection?
They basically look at what's observable, what they can see, how things are, what things are doing, like what neurons are connecting with whatever, what's happening in the brain. But it can't explain rationality. It can't explain. It can't explain that.
Yeah, it's called cognitive thought.
Yeah, it definitely can't explain rationality.
They can explain how.
Yeah, we had this conversation before, so I don't know if it was on here, but we had in detail this conversation.
No,
I explained to him like 20 times. It don't matter. You could explain it till you're blue in the face.
Yeah, he think it's got something to do with it. He think it might interfere with his religion, but it really don't. That's why
it's not like the
great
Catholic,
Muslim thinkers did.
I want to tell you how the Catholics do it. The Catholics, they'll set evolution up to a point, but they won't accept it from the emergent property of the brain, like the consciousness part. They stop right there, like, nah, only God could do that. You know what I'm saying?
All right, well, just all right, fuck it. God did it then. Shit, what you want me to say?
Not saying that.
But then what God did it? Then you have to explain what God.
I think Amber was here, and I don't remember who else. But if you explain it 100 times, he asks you to explain again. I promise.
Yeah, but he can't explain it. He can't explain what the hell we just popped out the sun.
All I did it.
Like, no, what I always like to ask no uncles always be like, where white people come from? Like, what's the explanation of where white people?
Where they come from? Shit.
What does the Quran say? I mean, what's the Quran say about how white people got it?
Say it was created from not the Quran, but Islam say it was created from the left shoulder of Adam. And,
what?
And black people are created from the right shoulder, vice versa, something like that.
What about the Chinese people from the neck bone?
No, Islam don't talk about
that. Hey, Sosa.
Yeah.
What happened to you last night? That was a fun conversation, bro. I know you know
listen, I was chilling with the family, so I wouldn't know.
Caught you at the wrong moment, boy.
And so long-winded.
He tried to put everybody to sleep with the sleep ray.
Yeah,
sleep ray scholarship.
Pedagogy and God. I'm like, nigga, we're talking about the goddamn Big Bang.
He gotta let him get his shit off. He went 25 minutes over. I was like, really? Put him on the clock. Dang. He went 45 minutes, yo.
Yeah, but when you bring up that topic, Sheffrin go missing.
Huh?
When you bring up that topic, Sheffrin go missing.
Yeah, because Asar is the damn he the standard.
Okay.
I can't deal with the standard, yo.
Who's the standard?
Sources.
Right. The source and the standard can't clash. You know what I mean? It's a conflict.
Yeah, I mean, the point you brought up, I think was valid. You're talking about, the steps.
Steps to it, bro.
Because he was kind of saying, like, this is the kindergarten level. You got to be an initiate, right?
Nah.
Like, you ain't an initiate, so how can you verify what food that was? He was, you know what I'm saying? But
it don't count. See, that's what I see. This is not the conversation we was having. Never even require us to understand Islam or any other African religion or any other culture. That's not even the requirement. The requirement is being scientifically literal enough to understand the capabilities of human beings in certain time periods based off of different developmental stages, being able to act like, I think Chef said, you got to at least be able to ask the right question. So you can, once you best believe ain't no human at 100,000 BCE asking thermodynamics and how to fly a damn plane. What's the question for that? That wouldn't be the research question back there. The research question would be, how in the hell will we preserve food, right? And keep it long enough so that we can feed ourselves, and how we find water tomorrow. That's the fucking research question for those who are intelligent back then.
And how not to get eaten.
Right. You get my point. So everybody run the damn stop signs. There wasn't nobody asking about how can I make a damn plane. So I don't have to read no ancient literature to know that them niggas couldn't, one, fly a plane, and two, land one. First of all, you gotta be able to compose something that would make a fucking landing strip. So now you got to go through all that process to know what material is best for landing, all that shit. And then you got to know the shape of the earth or be close toward the like, come on, dog. Like to think that nigga just dove in there like that, yo, it's called pseudoisms, and we call it the ancient aliens revisited.
To jump over gravity and all that shit.
Just jumped over
You
everything.
wanna know what I think? You wanna know what I think? I personally think I don't even trust the translations. That the translations into English that is translating these
That's fine though. They can have, see, that's the point. That's why I was very confident. And I don't gotta know the translation. I just gotta know that you don't just know what the fuck the Big Bang is without knowing three things. What? Synthesis, nuclear synthesis, the Kobe or background radiation, cosmic background radiation.
And recessional velocities of the galaxy.
If you the redshift, that shit, like, you know what I'm saying? Like the Hubble expansion, that's the only way you even begin to understand that. You don't get that.
Yeah, because I'm like, you know, because listen, you know, the basic understanding. If I just ask anybody who didn't know how the Earth came to be, you're gonna be like, well, it had to either been something or there was nothing. Right? So any society saying it started from nothing, that's basic shit. Like everybody,
right?
Everybody, there's somebody gonna be like, well, shit, how you get something from nothing? You know what I'm saying? Like, those are the basics.
Hey, Sosa.
Like,
early humans didn't know how babies got here, yo. See, we actually think early humans say, hey, man, that sperm that just came out of me made that girl pregnant. Niggas ain't know that.
Yeah, it took a long time.
How long did that take? Then you trying to, watch this, you trying to convince me that people understood the Big Bang, right? Before they understood the quote unquote theory of germs. They didn't even have a theory for germs. They thought it was a spirit or a monster.
Human beings always known as sex produced babies. What are y'all talking about?
Nah, bro. Nah, bro.
Y'all done lost your minds.
They didn't, yo.
They didn't know.
They didn't, yo.
Let me ask y'all.
I ain't lost my mind.
There's still some tribe. There was still some tribe.
Let me ask y'all this. Let me ask y'all this. When was it found or discovered that there was a barrier between salt water and fresh water?
There's no barrier.
Not the Quran, please stop. I'm about to have a seizure. I'm about to have a seizure, y'all.
Tell us, baby.
There's no barrier.
Let him have his moment in the sun, yo. Was it the Quran, yo? Was it?
I'm asking you about human beings. When was it discovered?
What you mean, a barrier between salt water and fresh water?
That they don't mix. That's the Quran. Go ahead.
Yeah, they do kind of mix. Yeah, they do kind of mix a little bit. Yeah, that's not true. I got beat up. Yeah, they mix up a little bit, bro.
Yeah, you had freshwater streams running through the ocean, actually.
Yeah, it's different. It ain't like it.
But they don't mix. So he's right. They don't mix.
They mix.
They do mix.
They mix.
Yeah, they mix.
If you take a cup of water and go to the ocean, a half cup of fresh water, go to the ocean, and take some salt water and put in it, shake it up, it mixes.
Yeah.
That's
not what I'm talking about.
That's not, yeah.
Let me make your point, bro.
See what I mean? I'm asking when.
I know what you're talking about.
I don't know.
How are we scientists now? How the hell we become scientists just like that?
I mean, you follow science, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you.
Yeah, come on, man. We can look. We got handheld computers, yo. Come on, yo.
Never been in the lab.
I know what you're talking about. There's a particular verse in the Quran that says the salt and the sweet water don't mix. And the Muslims, they look at that and then they look at brackish water where the salt water runs into the ocean, and they use that to say, see, the water don't mix.
Oh yeah, that's
not. I think it's off the Gulf.
Scientists already explained that the difference or the differentiation you're seeing is the sediments in the fresh water that is going into the salt water. It's not that they're not mixing. It's the sediments that's causing that differentiation.
That is correct.
But I can tell that, like, by the Gulf, right? When you see the little okay.
That is correct. Now, if you'd have caught me last week, I'd have argued you down, Google Scholar, and would have had to sing you some shit there, right?
No, let him go ahead and make his point. Go ahead, bro. Do you agree with what they just said?
I was just asking, when was it discovered? That's what I asked.
But they just showed you that it do mix.
It do mix,
so
yo.
the Quran wrong.
Yeah, they got you with that.
So you're saying science says,
yeah,
that fresh water and salt water mixes.
Yeah, that's the only way you can know is from science. We ain't just guessworking and shit.
I'm asking what science said that it does mix.
Yes. You can Google it. You got an iPhone. Google it. I know you got an iPhone. You got an iPhone, right?
No, he never looked it up. He just took the Quran at face value.
Dang.
And
I know you got an iPhone. Do we got an iPhone?
I mean, it's common sense, right? If it don't mix, then where does the fresh water go when it runs into the ocean?
You just stand there and wait for you to read the Quran and move forward. Let me stop, man. That's stupid.
I'll
I ain't
find
gonna do
out
like that. I ain't gonna do it like that, yo. I ain't trying to frizzle your brain up, yo. I hit you with too much shit already. Yo. Frizzle by now. I don't do it like that.
You get some Bible people that love to do that too. They're looking for little things that the Bible says and says, see, they knew this even before science.
Yeah, that's crazy. How do you do that? How do you know that before science? Before some type of experimentation? Niggas lucked up on a lot of shit. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, we're gonna clip that conversation up from yesterday, though. We're gonna clip it up. Hey, man, if anybody listening in earshot, if y'all in Atlanta, man, the 22nd, man, we're having a community meeting, right? Come with your best questions on should the Black community accept vaccinations. We doing our job to educate.
Haskell coming.
Couldn't hear you.
No, I say Haskell is coming.
The what?
You don't know Haskell?
Oh, Haskell. Yeah, Haskell coming.
Yeah.
Hey, he coming to get beat up. Haskell making up shit.
Hold on, yo. I know we ain't just stumped the Quran, yo.
Yeah, we just stumped the Quran. Just stumped the Quran.
So my brothers don't got nothing to say about that. Y'all don't have no pushback from that?
It should be Googling on their phone right now.
We stumped his interpretation of what the Quran is saying.
Yeah, yep. If I ain't trying to take the Quran from nobody, yo. If they believe in it, do it.
There's other scholars that said that's not what the Quran is talking about. So it's as with Islam and Christianity, there are different views on various subjects.
No, the Quran actually says that the Quran actually do say that the salt water and the fresh water never mix.
Yeah, they was having fun with that verse, weren't they?
Yeah, but like I'm saying, Chef, first of all, you know what the scholar's going to tell you? You have to read it in the original language. And secondly, they're going to tell you that's not what he was talking about. I'm telling you, you have different views on any topic you can think of. You got different views on it.
Yeah, I mean, they say it never mixed. So either y'all science is wrong or the Quran is wrong.
The Allah word is born.
The reason why the brother brought it up was to show that the Quran actually has scientific truths in it.
Okay. We're fine with that.
If y'all just stumped it.
He's about to SAR that thing real quick, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he threw it in because y'all was talking all that science shit. And he was going to show y'all, look, the Quran ain't no slouch either.
Oh, man. Stumped it, though. We ain't even mean to stump it.
Yeah, I heard a dude make Allah like the whole thing of Allah like the Big Bang before. I heard dude run out.
Yeah, they do that. They do a lot of that.
I done heard a man say that the band tune understood the Big Bang, mirrored it.
Who said that?
Paralleled it.
Who said that?
So tell.
But he said that's not what he was saying.
He did. He said it mirrored it. Look up the word mirror. And he said it paralleled it. Look up the word parallel.
Because he's asking what things he got right. I think he said something like the
right, it's the same shit.
Like they got
I just get something right about the Big Bang. The Big Bang ain't even finished yet.
And then he was slick though, because he jumped from the doggone shit. Then he jumped to Kemet.
He wasn't slick. He was slick for people who don't know no better, yo. The scientific literate people were saying, "What the hell is he talking about?"
Yeah, so did he show the picture how how they do the big bag with the little like a speakerphone?
Yeah, he did all that crazy shit. We was like, what? Man, this shit was so crazy. Every move, look, every move he made, I was 10 steps ahead of every move. I seen every move he was doing. I already knew he was gonna do all of it. Then he said they do string theory. He threw that in there too. String theory. I was like, damn.
So the band two understand string theory.
And don't forget, don't forget about the Higgs field.
Oh yeah, he did hit him with the Higgs field. He added that in for good measures.
Oh yeah. Now he's about to do a book on quantum physics. I'm like, come on.
Yeah, yo. I mean, pseudo cells, yo. I get it.
So they didn't have any idea about quantum mechanics.
Yo, but them niggas didn't have enough sense to realize, don't kill that nigga. Don't kill him with the king. They ain't had enough sense to make that understandable.
Right.
Think about that, yo. Nobody does that in history.
Right.
You don't understand how quote unquote, watch this. You do not understand how the seasons come into being, right? But yet don't understand how just because the king died, his subject shouldn't die with him too. Or just because twin babies was born, the one of them is cursed.
Right.
You would never do that. That makes no sense.
Yeah, when you look at those cosmology, right? Like those people didn't necessarily care if it was true.
Yeah.
Trying to create a paradigm for their people and have, their understanding. Like they weren't trying to nail it. You know what I'm saying?
No. First of all, they act like them niggas knew it was a whole world. They only knew about their world, yo. The story was for their world, bro.
Yeah. Crazy.
The universe, they wasn't talking about they was looking up at the sky, right? That's where they thought they came from.
Mm-hmm.
They had no idea that the sky extended around the planet. They didn't even know it was a whole planet. Like at what point? So how do you understand the Big Bang and don't understand the measurement of the Earth? First, they didn't know that the planet. They didn't know. They thought the sun went around the damn planet.
To be honest,
it rolls and it rolled over and it rolls and the sun rises and it falls, right? How they don't know that, but yet they understand the Big Bang and string theory and all that. Come on, man. Save that for the rookies.
That they understood that there were other planets because you wouldn't be able to tell, right?
Right, bro. They didn't even know that. See? But that was for the second. We ain't even make it to the second round. Yo, I ain't had to do all that. We ain't had to get into that. Yeah, just die right there. Yo, they didn't even know they was on a planet, yo. They didn't even know they was on a continent, let alone the Big Bang.
He almost had me tear up though. He was like, "Cause see, we was on our way, and then it came from this colonialism, and then now we got getting our arm chopped off." You know what I'm saying? But had we had not interrupted, we'd have been a little teardrop.
Almost had it.
We'd have been to Alpha Centauri by.
Yeah, they was on their way of building a rocket, huh, yo? For the Portuguese came over, they was Wakanda. First of all, he's talking about Wakanda, yo.
They show with guns and we baffled and shit. But we go the way to goddamn. Look at it, he blows all this shit.
Hey, yo,
he was on our way, so come on.
Wait. Did you say they understood the Big Bang, but when that cannon hit niggas' door?
This is crazy.
You know what I'm saying? They understood the Big Bang, but didn't understand the bang from that cannon coming off that ship, did they? They couldn't figure that one out for a while.
So you saying they weren't on their way?
Get your best scientists to figure out how that floating thing made that fire come out of it and killed Johnny and all them we was fighting for years. We couldn't kill them. That one bang killed them. Thus we got the Big Bang.
Hey, brother,
yes.
I got a question. I know you got something cooking on that Dogon cosmology.
Yeah, nigga, I got some cooking.
You mentioned it last night, yeah.
Yeah, I let him have it. Some shit you let a nigga have. You just let him have it, yo. You let him have it. But when we do we're gonna do the rewind, right? We're gonna do the pseudo killers rewind, and I'm gonna show you how to experiment to see if they could actually realize what that star was could not be replicated. There's a whole paper on it.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't nobody
for the series star?
Yeah, Guru Scholar got the whole shit down. He got the whole side.
The work by Dietling and what's it, Grial?
Yeah, that's the anthropologist, the white lady went in there and mixed it all up.
They're all those ethnographic studies, man. Nobody can replicate that.
Yeah, you can't
It's like
replicate that
you
shit.
saying they knew all this stuff about a white dwarf and the Sirius being.
Yeah, like stop.
Guys go back.
Hey, it
They
had
go
me back in the day with that shit though. I was like,
yeah, they had everybody. They had
I'm like,
until we realized the niggas couldn't build a motherfucking, couldn't even build something to ride in. They ain't even had a wagon.
Yeah, and then the anthropologists go back and it's like, hey, they ask them the same questions. It was like, hey, what about all this stuff? And the
like,
indigenous people is like, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about, man?
He's like, got us.
Nah, the Dogon was in Egypt, yo.
Oh man,
all this goofy shit.
They got a ride, yo. They caught a hack, yo.
The Dogon come from Egypt, yo. Yeah, man. So
I know, right?
You got
Like,
people
all that
teaching,
technology was like, you know what? We just finna chill with all that technological shit and just be regular shit. Just late,
right.
Shit. You know what I'm saying?
I give up. I just want to see how far it was gonna go. I didn't know it was gonna go this far. It went too far.
The Ankh is actually a man.
Yeah.
Standing upright. Right?
Yeah,
all over Africa.
It's like
Look,
why would you not Ben say that shit? You know what I'm saying?
He trying to bring. He ain't think nobody was gonna bring it out before he did. He got on with the book, got the book and read it before he did.
I listened to that nigga Fuki out because he was like, you know,
Fuki funny guy. Fuki out a funny guy, yo.
He said people go to the hospital because they think they're sick, but they said they're not sick. It's because of what the misgivings they did with their ancestors. They said their stomach in knots. So they go to a hospital thinking a doctor can heal and need medicine. They're like, no, you need somebody to undo the knots. Like, what the? Yeah, you know, because he's like a healer. You know what I'm saying?
So,
So
Fukio is like the top scientist that.
Man, ain't not no scientist, bro. Stop.
No,
he's a.
I thought he was like an anthropologist.
Sell food stamps or something, don't he?
I forgot what he was.
A social worker.
Yeah. I think he's got like a degree in education or something like that too. Yeah.
Do we know they had like a degree in anthropology and shit like that?
No,
so I told you. That's why I tell you I don't trust the translations. You know.
If the translation said all of that, what that mean? Y'all ain't read the Edgar Allan Poe yet? Eureka. Go read Edgar Allan Poe's poem, Eureka. Yeah, it's the same shit.
You know what? I was reading some of the articles that you're talking about the Dogon people, and one of those ethnographers, they had a interesting sort of statement. They said that you distort the answer by simply posing the question. So it's a lot of it is how they actually question what they call those. I guess the people that are the informants. When you say the informants, those are the people that are, I guess, they hold the information about the ancient, I guess, the cosmologies and all that stuff. And these people tiptoe through these, these areas, right? Talking, asking these people questions, and they ask these biased questions based on things that they already know, right? And they lead. It's like leading the witness. They lead them. Yeah, exactly. That's what ends up happening if they're not careful. Yep.
But listen, if modern science is explaining to you, right, to give you the Big Bang Theory, right, and they come to you and they say, well, okay, your society has a cosmology. What does it say? Is it similar? You gonna make the shit fit? You gonna be like, nah, nigga, we was way off, bro. You know, as an issue, you're not gonna be like, hell, nigga, we got all that shit wrong, my nigga. Like, nah, you finna be like, yeah, we was there.
Yeah, and some of these like these cultures, they're not like completely isolated either. Like the Dogon, right? It's like you had people inside of these tribes. They would go out, like you had them, fought in World War I and come back, right? So it's not like they were isolated. They didn't have information that was out there. It's a fact that they incorporate new things inside of their cosmologies all the time.
Continue.
So yeah, exactly.
Right? When I first heard of it, I was thinking that maybe it's possible that the Dogon was around at the time when the star, the white dwarf, when it was a main sequence star. But after I read the science says no, that happened millions of years ago. So I think they must have got it from somewhere else.
No, not at all. You think about Sirius A, it's like
Yeah.
its proximity to Sirius A, it's like the brightest star in the sky.
No,
right?
no. What I mean is,
Yeah. Yep.
Sirius B is a white dwarf now, but at one
Right.
point it was a regular star. So I'm saying if it happened recently, it could have been that their culture was around at the time when it was still a regular star. But when I check the signs say that it became a white dwarf millions of years ago. So I know that they wouldn't have been around.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. And they also talk about what they say the Sirius C, right? So the Sirius B, right? That's I guess that's that locked into that binary star system that we talk about, right? Between Sirius A and the 50-year, I guess, cycle. But there's also within this, we say this Dogon cosmology in quotes, right? That's the Sirius C, right? That's supposed to be a brown dwarf that has a planet, right? The planet that's rotating Sirius C, that's the planet where the ancient aliens that you were talking about earlier, Ankh, that's their origin according to this cosmology. Yeah, exactly. And how all this stuff came to being, right? So there's a lot of different things that are sort of in here that don't match up with modern astronomy, and it's just a hodgepodge of a lot of stuff.
So the planet is orbiting the brown dwarf.
Exactly. Supposed to be not only a binary star system, it's supposed to be a trinary star system according to this cosmology, right?
Yeah.
And they did some research, right? They looked at the orbit between Sirius A and Sirius B, and there's an anomaly, right, in terms of the orbit that happens, right? So at one point they were thinking, some of the scientists, they were thinking, well, maybe something's there, right? But they did some analysis in terms of like all the space around there. It's like, okay, well, we can kind of rule that out, but there is a region. There's a region that hasn't been covered, but it's been pretty much ruled out. They don't think it's a star or anything like that. So
yeah, probably could be a planet.
Yeah. There's maybe a background object or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we looking like the bad guys. Like it's just I hate the position because it's like
you hate Africa.
Yeah. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like every time we trying to save Africa. You know what I'm saying? Right. Because like you embarrass. It's like you embarrassing them folks. You know what I'm saying? Like they ain't supposed to know that shit. Like why you even trying to make them know some shit that they ain't supposed to even be knowing? Like it's okay for them not to know that shit. You know what I'm saying?
What did the Africans ever do to you? They're definitely saying that about Sheffer.
Yeah, Sheffer is still in the head.
But you know what? I think some of the people, I think in what was the article? It was like current archaeology or current anthropology. That's the scientific article where there's a lot of back and forth about this issue back in the early 90s, right? And one of the major guys, I think he was one of the Dutch. He was a Dutch ethnographer, Van Beek, right? And he was saying the same thing. It was like, hey, it's like these guys have a rich culture. It's like, why do all of that, right? All this adding on, it's like it's just it's not needed, right?
Yeah, and back I remember back in that time because I was a big ancient alien dude. Like that was like the thing to do, to like find an ancient culture that you can connect with the similarities of modern shit. You know what I'm saying? And connect them with the See, they knew this is old knowledge that we're just rediscovering. Like, that was like a big thing back in that time period. You know what I'm saying? I was hooked on that ancient alien shit.
One time I think I watched all the ancient aliens.
I've seen them all, bro. Seen them all. I promise. I just couldn't wait to the next episode come on. Like,
they ran off with all the research. They took the book. What was it? The Pale Fox and Conversations with Otamali, right? Which was that the Hogan priest. the pseudos took both of those books and they just ran off. They say, oh, based on this information, right? That since the Dogon knew it, the ancient Egyptians knew it, and then since the ancient Egyptians knew it, the Sumerians knew it, and
the Indian, Native American, New South America.
Yeah, exactly. It's a whole field.
Yeah.
So you're saying that the pyramids weren't how you call it, weren't for landing spaceships?
Oh, yeah, I seen one. And cause Graham Hancock, that's my guy too. He's one of my favorites too. Talk about how all the pyramids were built on a specific specific location to like keep the earth, because they understood earthquake and the whole nine, and that they built them all, and they all connect on a particular. I was like, oh shit. Yeah. He had me locked. That's my guy. He one of the best pseudos though. He's smooth with it.
Yeah. They got it from that guy. Was it Sitchin? Zachariah Sitchin?
Zachariah Sitchin, yeah, and Eric Von Doniken.
Von Doniken, yeah.
I had the books, bro. I tell you. I promise you, Google. Like, I promise you. You know what I'm saying?
I never had their books, but I used to watch it. I watched it a lot.
I had to get the books, man. You know what I'm saying? I had to. The war, because they had a war between gods and men. They was all the story real, like like when the Vedas, all that shit from India. They were saying none of these things, all these are real. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying like, but when he showed the Native American niggas sitting in what was like be a spaceship. This is the throttle. Look at his hand. Like that shit looked believable. I was like, oh shit. He's like, look, he's something of a crab. You can see his like.
Especially when they saw some with like some artifacts, some ancient artifacts. That look like an airplane, right? And you look at it and you're like, damn, that do look like an airplane. And you're thinking, man.
They showed one dude, it looked like one dude had us. He's like, this is their god so-and-so. But if you look at him, look at he has something on his head. It's like what astronauts wear. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. Right?
Oh shit.
If you squint hard enough, right?
Hey, that shit. Hey, they blew up, and then after a while, you start realizing, you start seeing that same dude with the crazy hair, with little white boy with his hair kind of poking out.
Yeah.
But you know what? Well, I guess one of the things that's just crazy about it, right? Is like some of these scientists, they start out being really, really good and sound, right? But when they publish their more controversial works, that's when they get the notoriety. So it sort of feeds on itself, right? So it's like, for instance, like the guy, we were talking about the Dogon cosmology, right? Him and I think the lady was his daughter. It's like they were a really good pair, right? They got some really, really good ethnographic research, but it wasn't until they released those controversial pieces, right, is when everything just took off, right? So everything, so you end up with this weird, I guess, issue when people are trying to debunk their research, is that they got a whole body of work earlier on in their career, right? And then at the very end, or they have this one piece, right? But that piece is like a heavy weight, right? It's like it's just crazy,
Yeah. Some of them believe it, like Graham Hancock. Like some of them just for that. Graham Hancock, him and his buddy, they really believe. Like they really, really believe. Like he serious that we have amnesia.
Oh.
There was a period.
He all in, right?
Yeah, there was a period of time that we rose to a particular point, and he believes the same thing will happen again. You know what I'm saying? And at so many thousand years, certain after different calamities, like kind of like the Book of Eli.
Yeah.
Like and we regress into a dark ages, and all the memories of what was there was lost, and man starts all over again. That's kind of
I remember they were saying that. They were talking about like a particular place somewhere in India where there was like they found like they were excavating a civilization, and the top of the buildings like show signs of being burned. You know, like somebody had dropped a bomb or something,
right.
And they ran with that. Like, yeah, man, it's showing signs of ancient nuclear warfare.
Hey, that there are parallels to the Bronze Age collapse. That's a parallel. You know, they sound
Right.
similar.
And
Maybe.
in India, they got the stories about the Vedas shooting down, and you know what I'm saying, the men's went hidden the men underground and all type of shit. So
yeah.
I'm gonna lie now. Gobekli Tepe is strange as hell.
Yeah, it's strange, but
that shit's way out of place. You know what I'm saying? For like hunter gatherers type. These ain't like subtle stuff. It's crazy. It's strange. You know what I mean? But
they shouldn't have been able to build that, but I guess that means we don't know the full history.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's anything like, you know.
Nah,
it's just that we don't understand what happened. But
I just remember he used to argue with Hawass, that Egyptian guy. You know what I'm saying? Like you won't find nothing older, and then boom, go back to Tepe showed up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he used to go back and forth with that guy. I mean, I saw Hawass came to shit, cuss him out. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah. In the pyramids, you know, not the pyramids, the goddamn the Sphinx and shit.
Yeah.
20, 30,000 years old. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
I always hear, what's the significance of the Sphinx, though? I always hear that. You know, it's like, hey, something's
like the water, like you can tell by how like they look at some type of the rains, right? And based on the rain level and where it hits on the Sphinx, they're saying like in order this type of rain didn't happen, they rewind it back and they got a time frame. They take about like 20, 30,000 years based on some type of precipitation they look at and how it gets into the rock. Right there. So they were saying 30,000 Sphinx was built 30,000 years ago, and then what we see now, they came and just built around the Sphinx and they reshaped it and you know what I'm saying, remodeled it. In other words, it was already there. That's what they claim.
Google Scholar.
Yeah, but Google, you been giving them mothers some work though. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey Google, you mind if I ask you a question as well? Because I think
no.
Yeah, I think you mentioned humanism a couple times on our lives, and so I wanted to ask you a question in terms of like your concept in terms of your practice of humanism. Like if you could just maybe kind of explain that, because you know I've read it online and it's like I know it's like a piece of philosophy. I guess it's a philosophical concept.
You know, people like the old boys are humanists too. Like I agree with that. Even Corey agreed. Why you bullshit? Go ahead, Google.
No, my view. Listen, I'm not a philosophy guy, and I will concede that my view of humanism is probably not well thought out as some of the professionals, but my view is the view of humanism is whatever does the most amount of good for the most amount of people is probably the best course of action. That's basically what it boils down to. I mean, there are always going to be exceptions to every rule, right? Yeah, but so first, I don't know if you ever heard the example, the problem that they gave you about with if there's a baby on the train line and the train is coming at 100 miles an hour, there's a baby on one end and there's an adult on the other, and the train is gonna hit the baby, and you can switch it to the other track, but if you switch it to the other track, it's gonna kill the adult. What in that case would you say would be the moral thing to do? In my view of that, I would say switching it to hit the adult would be the moral thing to do, but it's not always as clear cut as that. Yeah,
you're talking about the I think it's called Fred's Dilemma about the trolley.
Yeah,
and it's like it's the scenario is if there's a train headed and it's going to kill 5 people,
and one versus one person.
We kill one person.
right? If you hit it, it'll kill one person. So is it better, would you divert and kill the one and save the five, or would you kill the five and save the one?
Nah.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff.
But then it's not just as, to answer the question though, it's not just as clear cut as like less would be preferable, because it depends on the situation, right? Now you don't agree?
Yeah. I just wanted
You need to switch
just
it.
a bit of your I guess your conceptual view of it, because I know like with stuff like that, everybody sort of has their own sort of view of it. So I was interested because you mentioned it tonight, and and I think one of the guys was saying, I guess this was a response. He asked you a question. It was something about the Quran, and it was like, "What is your problem with the Quran?" And you
Yeah,
said,
and I said
besides the point that it isn't true, right? And when you said besides the point that it isn't true, I know that's like one of the whole a key concept inside of humanism, right? In terms of something being true, right? And from what I understand inside of humanism is like, okay, something is true if it's based in science and can be verified by science, right? Right. It has to be, something that you can substantiate, so that's what sort of piqued my interest. I was like, I'm
yeah,
curious about,
no,
Google Scholar. Right.
I get what you're saying, but in terms of it being true, I get the point, and to a large extent that would be true, but I do accept that there are things that are probably not true, but it's harmless, right? So like a kid believing in Santa Claus, it's not true, right? But I don't think it's harmful. So like something like that, I wouldn't actually be actively trying to change that. That's just my view. But in terms of for example I gave of Islam, is that somebody who apostatized who leave Islam, this the the standard narrative in Islam is that that person should be killed. Now I know that modern Muslims don't take that as in practice, or at least for the most part. But I feel that's a detriment to humanity, because I know that the human condition is that we as humans, we change our minds on different levels on different things. So to criminalize changing your mind on an ideology or a religion, I think it's detrimental to humanity. And so that's what I mean when I say it's from a humanist perspective, it's not good.
Especially when the answer is death.
Well, I just want to comment on his definition, just because it seems like it's somewhat of a philosophical conversation.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, but it all comes down to, then you have to decide what is good. Like, how do you determine that? What is good? Because that is subjective. Like,
well, that's part of the humanism, though. It
is subjective in my view, anyway.
That's part of it, though. If it's like, but it's also like it's basically giving agency to the people to decide versus the supernatural. You know what I'm saying? That's also part of the pillar of it. Well, you know what I mean, the center of humanism too. You know see what I'm saying? So like, just like that scenario was given about the trolley, right? That's a psychological experiment to show, right, to test morality, right? Because they look and see, well, the understanding is that humans at a core have an inner sense of morality. You know what I'm saying? Like humans really don't want to kill other humans. Like it goes against our very nature to do it. You know what I'm saying? I understand people act on it, but this is why we develop weapons to kill from far away. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's hard to kill somebody, run up on them. So I'm saying,
and evolutionarily that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but like even in the exercise of, as far as the one versus the many, right? Like, but he said it depends. But then again, it goes all back to the good and what determines good. So let's say you have a brain surgeon is the one, right? And the 5 people on the train are crackheads, you know. Then that's going to challenge the idea of the one versus the many, right?
Yeah.
Because people are intrinsically going to have a way that they value even the human, you know, the human life. This is a brain surgeon, and they have the potential to save many lives, and these people are just crackheads. So even the one versus the many thing doesn't quite get at like answering the question to me. But like, I know it's not supposed to, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why we always kind of end up in this conversation, because there's just no way to really, it really comes down to the individual and your culture and what you value overall, your standard of morality.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it does.
No, can I add just a piece? Because Amber, I think that's your what you just said is like one of the biggest, I guess, talking points of the people that are critics of humanism, because you know what they say, they talk about the underlying ethics, right? It's like who determines the underlying ethics of humanism, right? And they say, well, you know, in terms of like how Western humanism is, it's like all it is basically secularized Christianity. You take the God out, you keep the same ethics, and then you call it humanism, right? It's like,
right.
and then you just you basically I guess you compare it with like I guess you would say the ethics of like a foreign culture, right? And then it seems like kind of odd or out of place, and you know, and that's I guess some of the biggest critics of humanism say you have to. How do you determine that underlying ethics?
See, the ethics were in place before religion.
It has to be.
Yeah, you would think, you know, it's not beneficial for me to kill my this person I need to survive with me in the savannah, right? You know what? It's not a good idea for me to sleep with another man's wife in a certain particular culture, because it may cause turmoil within the group. And if the group split up, not chances of survival lessons. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So certain ethic and moralities were already in play. You know what I'm saying? But I do get the point you're saying. That's why that scenario is called Fred's dilemma, because it's just no right or wrong answer. It's testing you to see what would you do.
And I agree with what Sosa is saying in terms of the ethics of I don't believe when I get the criticism in terms of them saying it's just Christianity minus the God factor. But the way I look at it is these ideas didn't start in Christianity, and Christianity is just co-opting these ideas into their system anyway. I look at it, it's more of a human condition that some of these ideas are are inherent in humans, right? Like Sosa is saying, the idea is cooperation yields the best results for us most of the time. So whatever is compatible with the corporation to for the welfare of the group is always going to be more is always going to be the best case of action in my mind. And so things like he's saying, like murder and taking other people's property and stuff like that, it's gonna be in most cases at least detrimental to the bonding of the group. And so the more we discourage those things, the better it is for us to stick together, and by extension for survival. So that's the way I look at it.
And like I understand like your point, and I guess and it's not like even a contention, it's just like so I hear you saying that like Christianity is pretty much just another word for concepts, or they're trying to take credit for concepts that existed long before them, you know. And I understand that, but at the same time, we still fall into that ideology of what is better. Like Sosa just said it best to me. Like at the end of the day, we all have our personal opinion and attitudes, but overall, everybody is pretty much doing the same thing. Whether you have a God in your ethical system, whether you develop that ethical system without a God, like we're all just trying to figure out what's right for us, and nobody has the answer for everybody. So, like, while I engage in these discussions, overall, I don't tend to care or feel like Christianity is polluting or perverting, or Islam is polluting or perverting something, because at the end of the day, these behaviors happen with or without a religion. It's just a part of, you know, human psychology and the way we deal with things. So we're all trying to justify our behaviors, our actions, our thoughts. Some rely on religion to do that, some don't. But even for us that don't rely on religion to do it, we still tend to have that what has become, quote unquote, a religious standpoint of feeling like my way is better. Same way they have the one true God, we have the one true, you know, truth or fact, or, you know, science or whatever. Like everybody has this sense of superiority, or their way is doing it better. You understand what I'm saying? And better is subjective. It comes down to what works for the individual.
Okay, so you're not in
Friedrich
agreement.
Nietzsche.
Yeah. You're not in agreement that some ideas are better than others?
No, I think that what's better for you is going to be dependent on your culture and your frame of reference. Like that's just the fact of the matter. From where I sit, certain ideas are better for me, for the way I want to live my life and what I believe in, and for my frame of reference. They're better to me. I don't believe that ignorance is, you know, good, but there are some people who cannot handle truth. So at the end of the day, I could say that it's better, but I'm speaking from my selfish perspective of what I want to see. For that individual, remaining in the dark may be what's best for them. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you talk about removing religion and I can see a role. I can see a role in it, but you would also have to agree some are harmful. You know, some just.
But I don't think that's a religion thing. I think some ideas are just harmful, period, whether you're in a religion or outside of a religion.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that. There are secular ideas that are harmful as well. But at the same time, because of how we have developed as a species or as a society, we're coming from a place where it was all religion to a place where it's not all religion anymore, and some sections of certain society are functioning basically without religion. So we get to see that even though ideas on both sides can be harmful in some way, that generally ideas that are harmful, when they are attached to a religion, they seem to be more fervently executed or followed.
Yeah, multiply.
I think religion typically has a more consistent system of and practice of kind of drilling in the belief. But I'll say like the military, right? Like they really submerge new recruits in their way of doing things. The whole concept is to make them a soldier, right? take them from a civilian to a soldier. So when you have I look at religion as the same thing. Like you're going through a process of becoming this Christian or becoming, this Muslim. So as far as I'm concerned, it's the most effective system because it doesn't require a lot of resources and means to do it. But it's not the only system in which, or the only process by which people are kind of brainwashed. I think it's just one of the longest ways to do it and the more useful ways to do it because of the ease of access.
Yeah.
So Blue Devil just asked. He said, "So Amber doesn't believe in objectivity."
I think you can try to be objective about some things, but overall,
humans cannot be objective.
Huh?
Humans can't be objective.
I said try. I mean, you could try. I mean, and you can even play the role for conversational purposes. But
right.
When it comes down to it, yeah, everyone is subjective.
Yeah, I believe
I
that
agree.
too.
I agree. Right. In terms of like human knowledge, it all has to be filtered through the human lens, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there is no real way to be completely objective, right? We use tools, right? That's why we got labs and all this stuff that kind of like separate ourselves from the process, right? But you, at the end of the day, you still have to interpret. You still have to, talk about these things and discuss them with colleagues. So yeah, there's no.
Right.
That's an epistemological, right?
Yeah. The only thing is objective is the sun.
Right. Shines on everybody, right?
I get what you're saying, and in my view, I largely agree. But wouldn't you all agree that us as humans, in order to survive, I don't say we have to, we should be coming from a frame of reference of well-being. That should be like a kind of a objective standard that all humans should at least try to have, right?
Yeah, I agree.
But I agree with that. So I'm gonna let you finish so I can. Hello?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
I agree with that. Did you have a follow-up?
No, I'm just saying. I think that is a frame of reference. We would all we should be coming from. Now, in terms of what leads to that, that's where I think the subjectivity comes in, right? Because we can have the same desired outcome, but we can disagree on how to get there. So that's where I believe the subjectivity would come in.
But so, like for me, even with well-being, you mean well-being for yourself? Do you mean well-being for your family?
We gotta be the group. Gotta be the group as a whole.
You gotta be the group, yeah. Because well-being for yourself is not necessarily well-being for the group.
and that's where I feel like the disconnect is, because everybody does not care about the group. Everybody doesn't care about that.
Or two groups, right? Between conflict between two groups, right? What's well for one group could be detrimental and end up in death and destruction for the other, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Let's see in terms of vaccinations when we're in the pandemic.
Right.
You understand?
Yeah.
Or just war, just outright war.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, even if we look at it in the case of one group, right? I, as an individual, could think as long as I survive, it doesn't matter what happened. But it's not necessarily the best way to look at it in terms of survival for the group. But if I'm thinking that the survival of the group bring the most benefits to me as an individual, then I'm gonna do whatever it takes to make sure the group survives, right? So that's what I mean when I say well-being.
Well, that is true, but in order for you to believe that, that has to be demonstrated to you before. That has to be a part of your frame of reference. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if we don't establish a baseline where this has proven true, if in the past I have been at a higher risk in the group than when I'm alone, then I have no cause to care for the well-being of the group. I'm going to worry about myself. But if it has proven to be true that I'm safer within the group versus on my own, then yeah, I can understand that logic of caring for the group. And that's why I say it all boils down to your frame of reference. Everybody does not share the same experience or the same viewpoint.
No, I get it. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, because there's gonna be, I mean, but the group, like, because there's gonna be different cultural containers, right? But there's the reason we're here though is because of that same principle. You know what I'm saying? Now, as you migrate into different regions, then different variations of that may occur. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, the survival of the group always wins out, or the group won't. They're gonna cease to exist. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and historically, it's always the group that is more cooperative or have the individuals working towards the well-being of the group. That's the group that's normally more, yeah.
The whole individualism versus collectivism conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
But here in America, right, they tout, I guess, we brag about our individualism, right? But is that really accurate, right? Is it a level of individualism in this country, right, that warrants, I guess, that lore, right?
Yeah,
Well,
go
ahead, Sofa.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was gonna say.
So, like, I don't want to cut nobody. When I speak of the individual, right, I don't necessarily even mean a singular person. Like you, even here, we have the whole Black community discussion, right? Black community. I consider Black community the group. Now, if I reference individual, I may mean in that context my family, right? So I might not care necessarily about the group, the collective. I'm about the individual, which is what directly affects me and my family. You understand what I'm saying?
Good point. Yeah.
Yeah, but how can your family though be sheltered when you still live amongst the group?
But I
There's
also
still
still
correlation
live amongst
between
a larger group within the group.
the circles within a circle, like a different variation of circles within a circle. You know what I'm saying? But still, like them circles still radiate outwards.
Right, but at the end of the day, so what drives me may not necessarily be, I may still participate with the group, but what my motivation is may not necessarily be because of the betterment of that group. It might be the individual, my family. This is a means to an end. It's not the end. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but even still, you still by proxy working in the best interest of the group, even though you don't acknowledge it or even perceive it that way. You still do.
Yeah, but until another option presents itself.
But you still with me. But you mean to separate your mindset from the group, you still be with the group though. You know what I'm saying? Because you even as an individual, even as a family, you're still surrounded by other families. You see what I'm saying? So in terms of if you stole from your neighbor, you know what I mean? The repercussions would still ring out, right? Even though you know what I mean, because now your individuality would harm the community or the neighborhood. So you had your kids is breaking into other people's homes. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
well, but it doesn't have to be a steal. It could just be a not supporting, right? Like not let's say the next door neighbor doesn't have food and I have plenty of food. And I just decide, you know what, I'm gonna worry about my family. That's their business.
Yeah, that's always gonna happen. Yeah.
Yeah, that's always gonna happen. But you can look at that like, okay, so if everybody that does that, then what that means is that you're gonna have more people without, and so more people without lends to the idea of more people without seeking it, how they can get it, and if how they can get it is to burglarize your home or somebody else's home, and that's how they're gonna get it. So at the end of the day, that still is a negative on the group itself, right?
Yeah. And the group will force you out. because your action wouldn't be for the benefit of the group. So he
Not can I add to that also? There are several groups like that. Yeah, I'm here. There are several groups like that which exist today, you know. We're looking at the Mormons, we're looking at the Mennonites, we're looking at the Amish, and even if you look at it on a country level, you're looking at the Japanese, where they exclude people if they find that they are detrimental to the group, or if they don't conform to group dynamics. But it come back down to this important thing, what nobody wanted to talk about earlier. It is cultural. Those are mores that are passed down. But people want to underestimate culture in group dynamics and how the group relates to certain things. But it is what it is. Because to me, religion is cultural.
It's cultural. Like we're not gonna even debate this. Of course, it's cultural.
I don't know. Y'all kept letting stuff slide early, and it was pissing me off. That man said it's not a culture, and then he was like, he said it's a way of life. I said, I know that you fucking lying.
That's what like once he said that, Amber's like, yo, man, what can you do after that, bro?
Like beat your wife? What do you mean beat? What is that?
I know.
Strike?
No, I mean, you know.
Peace watcher.
I mean, it says beat, but you know, you have to look at the whole context. When it says beat, he's not actually talking about beat. It's just using that word because you know there wasn't any other word to use at that time when it was being written. Man, I don't have time for those games. Those are games. Either you accept it and say, this is what it says, I'm accepting that. Or you know what I mean?
Google Scholar, beat. Beat always means beat. You beat a dog, you beat a horse, you beat a cat, you beat cows. Beat is always beat. But to them, beat is something else. Right? And nobody wants to deal with the fact that it is all right to have sex with a 9-year-old because Muhammad has sex with a 9-year-old.
Yeah, C2P, this is a problem when non-Muslims and shit see try to deal with Muslims. See, you'll understand it. That's like we'll get to it.
And my thing is while I understood what he was trying to say, like I don't understand what you're trying to say because you don't understand that. Okay, it could be in the text, and you say, "Well, that's not applicable. We don't utilize that as it's written, or we don't subscribe to that. It's in the Quran, but we don't subscribe to that. And yes, it did mean this. But when you get to trying to shapeshift and explain it away,
but they can't, Amber. They can't hold that position.
Amber. The Pakistani parliament, the parliament in Pakistan, the country of Pakistan, just passed a law that is okay to lightly beat your wife.
Okay. And so when Muslims act like, when they say, oh, you're just looking at it and using your interpretation because you're a non-Muslim. This is the way it was understood for centuries. It's just modern Muslims in the West that are coming up with these new interpretations. And that's my point. You can't, as a non-native Arabic speaker, telling me that all those Arabs over the centuries didn't understand their Arabic, but you do in 2022.
No, remember, I said that to him originally. I said that you as a convert now coming into the religion and trying to make it better than the people who created the religion. Because your interpretation is different from the people who created the religion. When you're telling me that
appropriation.
The first thing I do, is that I confront him with the Christianity and slavery, And him say, yes, I agree with that. So I said, what about the Trans-Saharan slave trade? Wasn't Islam used to justify? No, it is.
That wasn't the same slavery. Have we heard that before?
He said that was a practice of Muslim. That was not what Islam teaches.
That's kind of what Sheffer was trying to say when he was talking about, when he was pointing it back to those people in the Middle East, right? Because whether you like it or not, they had They have agency over their shit. Now you can adjust it and make your little variations over here, but like they are the standard.
Of course. It's their religion.
That's their shit. They're like they are the standard. Now you can just say, hey, you know what? But you know what I mean. But they don't want to really take that position. I think with the Quran they can't even hold that position. I mean, there's things in the Christian Bible that people don't do, like like stoning a woman, shit like that. But we're not gonna do that.
But my thing is like it's straight cultural appropriation. Like you're literally this they shit. And you gonna tell them not only do they not know what they talking about, they're doing it wrong. Like
out Muslim the Muslim, right?
Yeah, they practicing it wrong culturally. They practicing it wrong.
And logically, sorry, go ahead.
They still stone women today. They still stone women today.
Oh yeah. Of course. Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I'm talking about over in the West. In the West,
in the West.
Only in the West. Yeah.
In the West.
In the West also, they still have honor killings. Ask anybody from England if there's not honor killing in the West.
There was a case in Germany like 2 days ago.
There's still honor killings. And the Quran justify honor killings.
Yeah, because you know those people that are doing it are the people that are coming because they're taking on refugees and shit.
No, it's not refugees either. It's established second generation because
but you know what I'm saying.
The case that I'm talking about is refugees. It's people that came over.
Yeah, so a person threw some like grease or something on a girl's face or something, like mutilated her whole
acid or face. They cut off legs and boil it in water to stop the bleeding. Listen, all women are treated equally, and when you go around and you look at some of the disfigurement, some of the abuses that are put on Islamic women, are you going to tell me foolishness? It's like Islamic women are raped.
Right. And if you go to the women in Islam, they telling you like, yo, this shit ain't equal. They over there in ground zero.
Listen, in Saudi Arabia, right? Women are not allowed to be in the company of another man who is not a family member or their husband. So if it's not a family member or your husband, you cannot be in the company of that man. Now, without another man present.
You cannot go on the road without somebody, a family member or a chaperone.
They just got the right to drive, right?
Yeah. Now I dare one of these Muslims to tell me that they're doing it wrong over there.
All right.
I dare.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something. We have a Muslim family living in this apartment complex where I live. And I didn't understand that when the mom going to the supermarket or going out, she had to take her son with her, which was a child, our 6-year-old son. If she going to the pool, she had to take her son with her. It's part of them culture. A male relative of
as
that
a male, you have the even if it's a child. Oh wow, that's crazy.
Even if it's a child, it has to be a male relative of that company.
Wow.
Don't make nobody tell you about Islam is equality and it's peace. Listen, when I asked him earlier, he said equal. The prophet said it's not about submission. When the Ottomans were conquering the world, you had two choices: convert or die. Is that not submission?
Let Sosa say it another way. How you say it, Sosa? Convert or die. Well, you said it another way before.
Okay.
You know.
I can't remember.
Yeah, I remember, man. I remember. He said, "Get down and lay down."
Oh yeah.
Get down and lay down.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing
hey, Blue Devil said y'all still in his talking points.
Right. The other thing, Blue Devil, Islamic women. You think it's easy to leave the faith? You think they can walk away from them? Because convert thinks it's the same thing for generational Islamic or Muslim people. Converts now saying, oh, I can leave Islam. It's because really and truly, the people in the West don't really see you as equal to them in the faith.
No, women can't do that. When a man can do that and might be able to get away with it. A woman cannot.
Because the first thing they will tell you that to understand certain things, you have to be born Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
They will tell you that to understand certain concepts, you have to be born Muslim. To understand the language also. Because, all right, if somebody speaks Spanish and I speak English and we're having a conversation, many times some meanings are lost in translation.
Yeah.
Because like the simple thing where you just say get down or lay down. It's not only words to us, but it have an emotional impact of you getting down or laying down. Certain words in English have an emotional impact to the English speaker. Certain words in Arabic have an emotional impact to the Arabic speaker. And the emotional impact are oftentimes lost in translation. That's why they need somebody to say they don't understand beat. But if I said beat, if I said the original word to an Islamic person, a person who born speaking Arabic, we don't need to go through this big transformation. We'd have to go through this big understanding because they know what it means. Because certain words have an emotional impact.
Yeah. And they know, beat her. Like they ain't coming up soft tap. Like now, like
it's like when in the Color Purple, when the son got to Whoopi and said she getting out of line and him said beat her, right? Beat her.
You have to understand the context, you Pete.
Man, they backed away from that beat word so far they didn't understand how any of the Quran was translated. Remember that, Amber? They was like, oh, "What are you talking about? How we don't know how any of these words were." I was like, "Oh my god!"
No, when Amber brought it up, Amber said that is Muslim speakers translate this shit, and they said it. I know you are contesting who translated it and you don't speak Arab.
But then they muddy it though. Instead of dealing with that, they get into who you said they, who is they? So now we got to talk about they instead of the actual conversation being had.
But the thing is, like he made the mistake of like, well, they didn't write it and this and the third, but who is they? Wait a minute. So they did. You know that they didn't write it, but you don't know who they is. So then we say, well, who is the they? Well, who are you talking about? You're the one that asserted that they didn't write it. So obviously you know who they is that I'm talking about. Like, but now you don't want to say it. But then when I ask you, okay, well, where did let's say that they got it wrong. Because you got the right. You got it right. They got it wrong. So how did you arrive at the conclusion? Your right conclusion. Who gave you that?
She was like Abbott and Costello, man. Then I said, okay, well, who wrote it? Who wrote what? Like, are you serious, bro?
Who done first?
What I'm saying? I mean, so who wrote the book? I mean, who wrote what? The Quran. What do you mean? Who wrote it? I'm like, come on, bro. That's why when it gets there,
what's the Quran? A lie. I didn't ask who the author was. I asked who the writer was.
Listen. The writer wasn't even Muhammad, the Prophet, peace be. I'm not saying that shit.
Yeah.
But everything peace be on Muhammad.
No. It's out of respect, Stupid. It's out of respect. You know, like.
Oh, why must I respect a pedophile?
No.
Do you respect a crackhead?
Nah, I get what you're saying, but again, Biden, Trump, none of these guys. Some people believe they're president. But when you don't say President Biden, President Trump, that seems or President Obama, that seems as disrespect. So that's all I'm saying.
All right. Okay, all right, I understand that.
Because listen, I ain't no more, but
peace be unto the prophet, the pedophile, who couldn't read and write.
I never refer to him as a pedophile.
I refer to him as a pedophile.
Yeah, I'll tell you why.
Why?
One, I don't believe it's helpful for a conversation with a Muslim. And secondly, by the stricter definition, he would not be a pedophile, but a child molester. But that's split in hairs. But the reason why I don't do it is because I understand that he was a man living in that time and he was doing something that other men in those times do. I'm not saying it's right, but I understand the context of what happened. So You know, I
all right. I'm going to throw something out there. I'm going to throw you something out there now. I'm going to throw something out there. And you know that these Arabs have a high level of homosexuality in them culture.
Yes.
Something that is not spoken about. Because these boys are often sexually under some sexual constraint when they're young.
Yeah, they got little boys that they do have dancing the whole nine. They dress them up like girls and all.
Girls are having sex with men.
Archie boys.
Yeah.
Can I say something really quickly?
Bati boy.
Because I do have some pushback for what Unbiased just said. Now, while I won't be, calling nobody out their name, I'm not finna reference nobody as most honor. I don't even talk about myself like that. I don't talk about my mother like that. I don't talk about my father like that. I'm not finna call him most honorable nothing. I'm not trying to be funny. They can call him and title him however they want to, and I won't make fun of them for it. But I'm not doing it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna just put that out there.
The most honorable unbiased teaches us that in order for us to relate to each other, that we have to show some compassion.
Wait. Let me respond back to Amber. So Amber, most members will find no offense if you say Wallace Farad Muhammad. Wallace died, so his name is before he became Master Farad Muhammad. Stupid. Majority members will have no offense if you call him Wallace died for whatever the fuck his name is. Wallace died for
that guy.
Yeah. They will not be upset if you call him Wallace died for. They won't that's like calling Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Lou Alcindor. You dig? Like nobody gonna be that crazy disrespected. You know what I mean? Cause that was his name. So if you call him Wallace died for, most members will take no offense. Okay. So it was being that you said peace be upon him, then you took it back. Now that's the offense because now you intentionally not going what you disagree with, right? Because you were just going to say it, but you took it back. So that's like, so if I say Master Farad Muhammad, I meant Wallace died for, I mean, okay, now you're intentionally, so I can see why they would find offense to it. So what Amber said, she's not wrong, and most of the members won't even think she's wrong if you just call him Elijah Muhammad. Now, if you call him Elijah Poole was his original last name, they're gonna take offense to that. But if you just call him Elijah Muhammad, nobody would be mad if you call him that.
You know what, Unbiased? I think about it in a different way. I think, in terms of how you interact with the guys, in terms of like how you address the prophets and stuff like that, it becomes like a level of respect, and it's almost like it welcomes them later on, right? It's like you're not saying, okay, well, I'm gonna disrespect them to the point, I'm not gonna come back to this platform, right?
Right.
It's like for instance, like with the Orthodox guys today, right? I'm not sure if they will feel welcome again to come back. I'm not sure. Maybe they will. Maybe they might like this kind of dialogue and going back and forth.
I don't know how
I hope for. Yeah,
Hassan will come back, but I don't know how the other brother left. Was it peace or was it argument?
No, it was an argument. Hassan is always here. Hassan
will always come back.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, even the other dude, we didn't really expect nothing like that.
Yeah, that's the only. Yeah, that's the only thing for me is like, okay, I would always would like them to leave and say, okay, well, we can always come back to the platform and have discussions, right?
Right.
Yeah, I get your point. I think.
I mean, every time the religion ain't gonna be on trial like every damn show.
Yeah. No, we talk about different subjects. We
go
into.
But religion gets touchy,
That of course, but here's the thing. Like I said, when you say so now when it comes to Hassan and brother Rashid, they would not take no offense if you didn't say Prophet Muhammad and then add peace be upon him. They will take no offense because they understand like that's something somebody who's acquainted religion would say out of respect. So I would say when I'm talking to Hassan and their brother Rashid, when I mention Prophet Muhammad, I will say peace be upon him. But when I'm talking to Amber and Sosa, I'm not going to say that.
I will not say
that's a new
ever.
concept though, right? Because I don't remember them saying it all the time like that.
Can I
Like
ask you a
when they
question?
talk about Muhammad, they didn't always follow it. May peace be upon him like that. Somebody started that not too long ago.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Marcus Garvey asked us, "Where's the black man king? Where's the black man God?" And the black man went to
Honorable Marcus Garvey. Go ahead.
so,
Marcus Mosiah.
The most honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey.
Exactly.
Right? No, my question to you is this. You mean that the black man went to Arabia to get him God? That's where we went to? We passed all of Africa and we went to Arabia to get our God?
Yeah.
No, some of them did not get to Arabia. Some of them stopped in Palestine.
Right.
Some of them stopped in Palestine and get the Hebrew God.
Yeah.
Or the Arab God.
Yeah.
No, explain to me. Do you understand what was going on during the Arab slave trade? Do you understand how many millions of men were castrated?
Right.
I understand.
If
I also
Allah didn't
understand.
have a problem with that, why didn't he stop it?
I also understand the reason why they were castrated, or at least part of the reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't want the children.
No, because they didn't want the Arab women to be looking at the African men and having children with them.
Yeah.
Right? So they castrated millions of men.
Yeah.
And you, as a black man, think that if you went back into time, you could be reciting the Quran like it was the alphabet. Your balls would be gone.
Yeah, but they gonna say they wasn't practicing true Islam.
No, but
even though those men did it,
closer,
you cannot put that on Islam. Islam doesn't
but
teach.
these are the founders, Sosa. These were the men that was closest to the founding of the religion.
I agree.
And that's what I was gonna say. Like, I don't even have a problem with them making that argument if they can point to a time period where it was practiced in the way that they do it now.
No,
and look, you can show this at 700 AD. If Muhammad, if he really lived, this is probably 50 years, less than 50 years after his death. They was already chopping pieces off.
No, but no. Look at this. Let me tell you something. When the king of Saudi Arabia met with the Americans, he had 2 black eunuch slaves, and that was in the 1920s. They were cutting off balls in the 20th century. They were still cutting off balls.
I believe it was going on from the time of Muhammad.
It was going on from the time of Muhammad, straight down to now. They were
probably
cutting
even
off balls.
before, to be honest.
Cutting off balls.
Yeah, I would agree. I can agree with that. I don't see why that wouldn't be the case. I don't think it started there.
It's a part of the culture to cut off black men balls, and the prophet didn't have a problem with it.
I mean, when you look in a lot of those Muslim texts, like they have a lot of disparaging things that they say about Africans.
Yeah, they do. And if you look at the iconography in Muslim literature, not just in the religious stuff, in the literature in general, they have an affinity to whiteness.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that part could be sketchy because even Africans, from what I know, seeing like black is evil. So now it was black people in America problem to take on a color that was like worldwide known to be associated with evil. You know, because they didn't look at whiteness and blackness as a people. They looked at it as a state of being, you know. The Quran and the Bible talks about it all the time. It was black folks' problem. That's my issue. We sat there and called ourselves a color that religious texts look at it and spirituality look at it as evil.
I go and beat you up on that one.
That was given to us. That was given to us.
I went beat you up on that one.
Okay.
3 years ago, I went to Disney World and I met some Saudis and we were talking. And I mentioned colorism and I talked about colorism with the Saudis. This is just one example. And I said to them, say, are all Saudis lighter complexion Muslims? And they said, no. But the lighter complexion Muslims sometimes are the most successful ones.
Mm-hmm.
Classism.
No.
Yeah, the caste system. If you look at those, that's why when you see the Indians over here, you see the more lighter tone Indians. Those are like the Brahmins, right? But there's a lower caste over there, the darker one.
Stupies, you dropping bombs on people in Disney World as well?
No, we're staying at a hotel close by. One of the hotels.
Oh man.
You know that I smoke, right? I smoke, so sometimes I go outside to smoke.
Yeah.
And you meet people, so you engage in conversation.
It's so sad that whole Brahmin thing, I don't know, that might be pseudo. Because 90% of all my clients are Indian. And like unless they blatantly lying, when I mention Brahmins, like they don't even know what that is.
What is Brahmins?
So you're saying there's no caste system in Hinduism? Is that what you're saying?
There's an untouchable
wait.
system in
Now
India.
look. You guys went somewhere else. I'm saying the terminology Sosa used. 90% of my Indian parents are 90% of my parents are Indian, my clients.
Mm-hmm.
And when I mention Brahmins to them, either they are blatantly lying to me,
lying.
But they say that they never heard of that.
Ask them what they call the untouchables.
There may be a different name for it.
Ask them what they call the untouchables.
Yeah. So I'm gonna call pseudo on that, right? That Brahmin shit.
No, man. Ask them what they call the untouchables.
The Brahmins are just.
You're calling it on the
the
word,
Brahmins
not
are
the
just
idea, though.
Yeah, the Brahmin is the top class. Like they have just saying they have a caste system. So when I say the Brahmin, it is being the top class because that's how the Brahmins are like that in their religion. That's like the.
Okay. But listen to Google Scholar and Stupid. If you're saying colorism, I agree, because a lot of the clients, the lighter they are, the whiter they are, yes, they are the most successful. They're the more wealthy than the darker ones.
No. In India, it is a caste system. It is
but it's based on color.
The caste is based on color. It's based on color, bro.
It's based on color, but also what happened is that over hundreds of years, the lighter people bred with lighter people.
Yeah.
And as a result of that, you have some darker Indians found lighter women more attractive, and then the children bred with lighter women, and as a result, the successful people appear to be lighter because they were generally more. People did find them more attractive in that country.
Yeah, and the jobs are given, and
the jobs are given to them. So the bigger class.
No, stupid. I think you're misunderstanding. The caste system is not. It's mostly about color, but it's not just about color. If you're in certain castes, there's certain things you cannot do. Like if
you cannot move up either.
You cannot move up caste. You cannot. If you're in the lower caste, you cannot be the prime minister.
You know what saved them? Google. You know what saved them is that a lot of the lower class got to go to school and became doctors. And why I think they run to the first world country? Because a doctor in India, if he belongs to the lower caste, he's not going to get the wealthier customers coming to him. They go to the doctors in their caste.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, because they can't go to the they can't.
He's a doctor. He might be a good doctor. All right, look at it this way. It's like, all right, I'm going to tell you a story. Everybody here ready? I have a lot of Jamaicans come to Florida and to a lot of professional Jamaicans. And when I'm talking about professional Jamaicans, I'm talking about the doctors. Mm-hmm. And when they come to the United States as Black doctors, it is hard for them to break into the market unless they go into a Jamaican community. Because what happens is that Jews don't go to Black doctors, and white people don't like Black doctors. So who have the money oftentimes stay in their own group. The one that may get away is the Jamaican Indians and the Jamaican Chinese who come up here as doctors. But the Jamaican Black who come up here as doctors, he oftentimes go back home because he don't get the level of success that his profession warrant. Because Jews not going to him. Jews don't go to Black.
I agree, but that's a different dynamic than India.
Yeah. And so you say different dynamic, I say extreme. right? That's an extreme example. That's just my opinion.
It can't extreme if it's true and it's done multiple times. It can't extreme.
Okay. So now the former president candidate Republican, what's his name? Carson. What's the black brother name?
Ben Carson. Yeah.
Right. Carson. Now he is one of the best ever because everybody went to him.
That's a lie. That's a lie. You know what? You know why Ben Carson get to be what's called the best ever?
Why?
They had a very difficult situation that he dealt with, and because of that, he proved himself. He proved himself. No. Because of the difficult situation which existed.
Yeah, I said he was a pioneer, so I can't remember what he pioneered. He pioneered something.
He was the first to do that type of surgery.
Right.
What it was.
Okay, so look, so you don't think so you think he did one surgery? That was it?
No. What I'm saying is that What I'm saying is
he nailed it.
What I'm saying is that if he never had that surgery to prove himself, nobody wants to go into it.
He was successful before that, though, stupid. He was successful,
but
no. Okay,
he just wasn't famous.
The two P's. What we're trying to say is that the brother, like most surgeons, right? You will Google them and to see about their success, right, on their surgeries. And like I think humans, period, they're not gonna go with a white guy who's it's not that good in surgeries.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Okay,
That's a lie. Chris Rock tell a joke. Chris Rock tell a joke on him show. Chris Rock tell a joke.
Chris go to stories, stupid.
I'm not tell stories. Chris Rock tell a great joke. Chris Rock says in his neighborhood, the black people who live in his neighborhood are Mary J. Blige and him and was some big black actors and stuff.
Yeah, I remember the joke. I remember the joke. Yeah.
You know who his same neighbor was?
Dennis.
A fucking dentist.
Yeah, no, I get it. No. I hear that one. Now look.
You understand the joke?
Yeah. I got it. Trust me. I heard that before. But look, like
no. What you understand about the joke? What you understand about the joke?
Okay.
What the joke is telling you?
Okay, he's telling you that black folks, no matter how rich they are, they're living next to an ordinary working person who just do dentistry, lawyer, all that type of stuff.
No, that's not what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is that black people have to be exceptional where white people can be ordinary.
That's what I just said. Like I'm saying,
no, never put it that way.
I just
so
said
we
that.
have to be exceptional while white people have to be ordinary.
No.
You got it. Same
right.
thing.
He
was just saying like he got it.
Yeah, you're saying the same, basically.
Yeah, I just said that. Now look, let's go back for a second. Now I can bet it all that most black people have not dealt with more Indians than me. Okay, like I said, 90% of my clients are Indians for the whole 6 years. Dealt with hundreds of them. Okay, so there's a lot of stereotypes I hear from the black community upon Indians. That's straight 100% false. Okay, so
what stereotype?
Tell me one.
Okay. For one, that they get along. They don't get along, right? I actually introduced them to each other. Like they don't speak to each other. So I have 2 kids in front of me, 2 parents there, and they won't talk to each other. Okay, so unless you introduce them, they won't talk to each other. They'll sit there and be quiet or on their phone. They won't talk. So now there's no unity amongst them. Okay, so they really, it got differences. They won't talk to each other. So it's
not, come from the same cast.
No, but it's a difference though, because
no.
Okay, the people that work on my car and shit, like I fuck with some Indians.
Yeah, but all I was saying, how black folks talk about each other and other races. Well, we're quick to say black folks, we don't do this, but other nations do. No, we're lying. Other nations don't do it. Right.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
I don't agree.
They got their differences too, and they don't talk.
Well,
to each other.
I say I think it's a little nuance there that you're right, but it's also like kind of wrong. So like I agree that they don't all get along, but when black people say that, generally speaking, we're typically speaking about a group of people that have the same look, right? But we don't necessarily understand the nuance of they may not get along because while we think that they're all from the same place, just like they look at black people like we all the same, they might be from one country that beef with this country. We don't know all of these different nuances of their culture. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's
so you're right,
like,
right. So and that's what I'm getting to. I know I know most more than the average black American. First of all, they don't even speak the same dialect. You got Gujarati, you got Hindi, which is the national language. So you right, and you got some Indians don't respect Hindi at all, don't speak it. So like they can't even communicate. They're all Indian, but they can't even communicate because they don't even want to speak Hindi. Like certain parts of India, right?
India
But
big as hell. Yeah.
right. So you got a whole right. So they got to ask each other, like, where you from? What language you speak? And then, but Hindi is a national language. Most of them don't speak that language, but not all of them, because some people are rebellious to that language. They don't want to learn it. You know, so they're more divided. So my whole point is, Amber, was that they're more divided, not than us, but than the average person would think they are.
Yeah, this is divided as I think most cultures are. You know what I'm saying? Because listen, I got like the people that be working on my car and shit, they ain't Indian. And this other guy, he Indian, right? So, but he introduced me to them. But he was like, listen, just go to them for the oil change and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because they be charging high. You know what I'm saying? So they got, they got their little dynamic, but I fuck with them. They got the little shop. So I be in there chilling. You know what I'm saying? And then like 3 o'clock, shop closed. Just like prayer time or some shit. Like everything shut down. Like, so they just leave me in there. I'll be chilling, waiting for niggas to come back.
They might be Muslims though.
Yeah,
they
they sound like
Muslims.
Muslims.
Yeah, they're Muslims. Yeah. Don't say, but you know what I mean. But like I said, I agree with that though. It's a little different than that. But I've always felt that same way though. I just feel like, because we're not in that culture, we think that shit's sweeter than what it is.
Right.
Like we only see a surface level. But the same shit goes on. You know what I mean? So I tell the Japanese people don't like Filipinos. You know what I'm saying? Like they Asian. Hell no, they don't hate them.
So
they
now,
dirty.
so to what Google Scholar was saying, like to the Indians, so not only they have that problem with language, right, and also religion, but they have a problem with caste systems, right? They got a caste system because the Patels are the broke ones. They're the broke Indians. Okay, and then they have colorism, where the lighter ones are more successful. So but I heard conversations amongst kids in my face, right? How they view other Indians that's darker. Okay, so I heard it. I lived it. I heard one kid tell the other kid, "Hey, you're racist." You know, you dig? But to him, that's normal. To him, that's normal. Like, hey, I ain't racist. You know, I ain't racist. We are better. You know?
Look at that nigga kid.
Yeah, they do. In certain families, if you marry someone from a different caste, you're dead to them.
Yeah. Don't play. It's funny because even this girl I had, my partner was dating this Indian chick, right? And because they still do arranged marriages, even though you may see them in America chilling.
Yeah.
Like they got an arranged marriage that's set up. You know what I'm saying? And even though she was, she was dating a guy and trying to figure out how but to do it is to be shunned.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
that's a fact. They a lot of, again, that's why before people talk, they want to know a lot. Which country they come from, what language they speak, because that will tell you a lot about them and how they view marriage, things like that. So and you would know how close to American they are as opposed to not. Because you have a lot. I got students that, brothers, Google Scholar, I got students who dress the Indian garments, and moms, everybody, they're not dressed in American culture at all. Zero. I got a couple students who would dress the American culture.
Only. I don't see people like that.
Yeah. Only. And guess what? And a lot of them don't speak their native language. They moving towards the English only.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, it's not as some of us might think. And that's why I agree when people say this. Now, I never left the country, but when I hear people say, "Yo, you leave the country, your perspective will change," I believe them.
Yeah. No doubt. So I think to the connection that links them, like I be telling people, like the reason you see the cohesiveness that you do see, you would see the same thing if you put 10,000 African Americans in China.
Right.
Like, nigga, we don't speak Chinese.
Right.
People be pulling up like a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like, Sosa, I'm gonna open up a soul food spot. You'll be like, I'm going to Sosa's, nigga. I ain't probably eat goddamn tofu and all other shit.
Yeah.
And then the Chinese be like, damn, them niggas stick together.
But it goes back to kind of the conversation we was talking earlier about the group. Like in that dynamic, it's beneficial to stick with the group. You know what I'm saying? Like being an individual doesn't benefit me.
Yeah, you might wind up getting killed or something.
Yeah, right. Yep. Not represented. Right. Yep.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about like Chinese people coming open over here and open up restaurants, in terms of like I stay in Northern Virginia, man. It's like the Indians over here. It's like a ton of them are here. All of them are software engineers.
Wait, hold up. What city is that? So I can set up shop. What city is that?
All of them, dude. It's like, hey,
brother, give
like
me
they
a
come
city.
over here, right? You know where Reston, Virginia is?
No, but we said Western.
No, Reston.
Okay,
Reston, Virginia.
Reston.
T-O-N, Reston.
That's close to DC.
Right.
Thank you.
Right outside of.
I'm about to promote right over there. Thank you.
In terms, in terms of like a lot of them come over on the H-1B visas, right?
Yeah.
And you say they're really talented, right? It's like, and I saw like the demographics change. Me and my wife, we've been here about 10 years. And yeah, it's a lot of them over here, man. It's like
shit.
All of them are software. So all of them.
Don't you know that all the work is being outsourced, right?
You know why?
Work is outsourced, right? Listen, you know how you be on the phone and you as soon as you get a damn telemarketer, you can barely understand. You're like, God damn it, how you doing? Like,
no.
Services,
yeah. No, those are the ones overseas. I'm saying over here in the tech corridor in Reston in northern DC.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about because you see the same dynamic in where Golden State's at.
In California.
But you know why? You know why? What happened is that India have a population of 1 billion people. Right? It's the brightest of the brightest. Back in the day, a lot of nurses at hospitals used to be Jamaicans. People might not recognize. Used to be a lot of Jamaican nurses used to be in the hospital. Remember Trapper John MD, the black nurse was a Jamaican. What happened is that America go into a country and they pick out your best and your brightest, whatever they need. If they need nurses, they offer every nurse in the country H1B1 and green card. And all of the nurses in the country. So until
that's what it's designed for. That's
and
what the
then
H1 visa is designed for.
When they go to India and they want software people, they give them the visas. When you go to India now, the top software people are no longer in India. All of them in America.
Hey,
no, he's right.
Yeah, the entire communities. I'm telling you, you go.
They rip our entire communities because when white American businessmen have a need for a specialist skill, he does not matter where in the world it is. A lot of people say that foreigners coming to take over the jobs. That's a lie. The businessmen are going and rip countries apart, taking the best that they have to offer.
Yeah, but that's capitalism, though. That's capitalism.
That's how it works, bro.
Yeah, hey Sosa, damn man, I was coming to Georgia with you, Wujawu, Sister Tiara. Yeah, crazy niggas now might be going to Virginia.
Oh, nigga, we got a strong Indian community in Atlanta.
You know what? You know what?
Like whole, like Atlanta, like
what you need to do. What you need to do, Bias.
Yeah.
Take a look at the map. There's a map that you can pull up. That's where all the major fiber optic lines run across the U.S. Right? The major fiber optic corridors. You follow those fiber optic corridors. That's where all the major tech jobs are.
You know, in Atlanta, right? You can literally make a right turn.
That's where the connectivity is.
But look, you can make a right turn in Atlanta, right? And be in an area and you can't even read none of the goddamn sign. They get the whole shit is India. The whole shopping center, the jewelry store, the clothing store, the food,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, there's a major artery that goes through Atlanta. You know why? Because Atlanta is a big financial hub.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I always said that if I ever get out of tech, I'll go into finance and move back home to Georgia and move to Atlanta and do something with the banks.
No,
Because
all right,
the
all right.
banks are big down there. Yep.
What? All right. Can I say something now? This is solution time. We as black people need to come together and fight the politicians. Get our vote and say, listen, we need to introduce back tech in the black communities. After school program, teach tech. Give
Make up.
yeah, black children have to be doing something
I
that is
mean,
in
truth be
demand.
told, there are so many online courses
Yeah,
now.
you can
Like
take
they
coding
don't,
right now.
honestly, it's just a matter of people paying attention and being open to pushing it. Like that's not something the government even got to do. The shit is literally out here.
There has
Hey,
to be
hey,
a will, though. I don't feel like there's a will. There has to
There
be
hey,
a
hey,
will.
has
hey,
to
hey,
be a
hey, Google,
political
hey,
will.
Google. I was gonna touch that.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say Stu Peas. That's black allergy. Okay, these kids out here, again, bro. I'm with the youth. We in this country is supply and demand. They're not demanding that. They're demanding X5s, PlayStation, all type this goofy shit. That's what they want. iPhones. They demand that. So our community got to do a good job refocusing them into those fields.
We have to
But see,
ban. No, we have to ban unbiased and chevron. Unbiased and chevron will throw away the baby with the bathwater. And we have to time you out. You time out because that is throwing away the baby with the bathwater kind of talk.
but I say this, like, while I don't entirely disagree with unbiased, but I would say this, like, that's even more of a reason why we should be encouraging our kids to go into tech,
I
because
agree.
they're obsessed with the PS5. Like, just consider how obsessed you are with this type of thing, and the money that you're willing to spend. Now, if you were on the other side of that, you know, you could be making money versus
Yeah.
spending. You could be the person that creates the next big game, the next big trend, versus being the consumer.
That's
Hey,
that's a fact.
And
That's a
there is
fact,
a
Amber. That's a
and
fact.
there is a
The
demand
only
for
the
it.
only reason why I went into tech because I used to like playing Nintendo. I used to, sit in front of the screens all day, playing the games. It's like, hey, this is something that translates directly into that. I was like, yeah, that makes sense.
hey, look again. Some hidden black algae there. Listen, this is what I would do when I meet your kids. That's elementary
Did
bound.
you say a hint of blackology?
Yeah, because I'm gonna say this.
A shot of black eye. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. When I meet kids, your kids or whoever kids, who's in elementary bound, right? I'm gonna surprise them. Hey, what's 7 times 8? Real quick. I see a lot of them counting their fingers. Okay, struggling.
Going to elementary?
Right,
God
right.
damn, what the hell?
No. Okay, got it. Now I played the video, so you probably won't hear. I got a student who at 5 years old knew her multiplication at 5.
Yeah, that's rare because they don't teach multiplication at 5. Though.
Right. That's not right. Right. Okay, I'm glad you said that. Because we look at the teacher got to teach it. If they don't teach it, they don't know it. Other nationalities, I'm in the library. I see it. They're sitting there with their 3-year, 4-year, 5-year, and they're constantly teaching them stuff around the clock. And this is why they're so advanced.
And that's a
I
bar.
hear what you're saying, but you also, like, there's a different cultural dynamic there, though. Like you just said, you typically teach Indian kids, and that's who you engage with. So
I'm in the library where everybody's there, though.
I understand what you're saying.
No,
Listen, let me finish my point.
Yeah.
With those kids, their parents are not single mothers working and doing, like, they're coming from homes where the mother, at least, if at minimum, she has those first few formative years to be in the home with the child. You're talking about Black kids who are majority in households where there is one parent, one breadwinner, one earner that just do not have the time to sit there and teach their kids all of these things. They rely on the school because, hell, if they wanted to homeschool or teach them at home, it's not something that they're able to do. They financially, they can't afford to. They spend their time on the clock earning for their family.
What say you, Unbiased?
Yeah,
she got a valid point.
So now, okay, I'm going to raise you here. I'm going to say, when you talk about affording, right? That's budgeting. So when I had a friend, I'm gonna go anecdotal. I had a friend.
Here we go.
I got it. I got to. I had a friend who asked to borrow $50, for pay his light bill. I gave it to him. This bum nigga asked me next month. Same thing. So I'm like, what the? But now I know they order Red Lobster, all type of bullshit. So now I could easily Google Scholar Stupees. I could easily get this guy Amber $50 again. But I'm like, yo, y'all, all y'all do is order out. I said, no. Dude, if you want to borrow from me again, I need to know how much you make, how much your wife make, and your mother-in-law stay with you. Tell me. When he ran down everything, because I was not gonna give him one dime, right? And his bill was old. When he ran down everything, this guy made more, the household made more. They should have never been in debt. Never. So now, according to them, they can't afford tutors and these things. According to them, by their lifestyle living. But the ordering and all the bullshit they be doing, the household income, what they made him, his wife, and mother-in-law, they made way more to ask me to borrow money. He was so embarrassed. He was so embarrassed.
Do you feel like that's down to education, though?
Of course it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So unbiased. What you're saying that we are trapped in a downward spiral? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, like a downward spiral that we refuse to second guess.
I'm not. Well, I will say the refuse to second guess thing. Like I'll say that. So I understand what you're saying, and even the education part that I think it was Google Scholar that raised that. Like, yeah, education is a part of it, and rarely do adults even realize that. Yeah, you need to be educated even just on how to run your household day to day, because a lot of people are just existing and living as they always have. And they don't realize these areas where they can save money, where they can do more for their family. A lot of people don't want to make the sacrifice of independently taking a course to just for their own knowledge to enhance their ability to manage the household finances or what have you. Like typically this isn't it, but again, it goes back to how many of our parents just sat around and read shit or took a course just for their own personal because they wanted to, with no promise or guarantee of a financial payoff, nothing that they were being paid to do, just for the sake of enrichment. Rarely ever. So for me, like, I get what you're saying, Unbiased, and I'm not like totally disagreeing. I'm just saying, like, even getting to that point is gonna take some time.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. I got a couple of friends, who complain about the government, and I sent you something. I sent Sosa something. I sent Stu P something. I'm like, well, damn, you hate the government so bad. It's so corrupt. They trying to kill your babies every second. There are some territories out there that's governed by America. If you want to be, Japan's one of them. Take your ass out there.
I read something today. It's unbiased. They locked up this dude in Florida for PPE fraud.
Mm-hmm.
The dude
PPP. No.
fraud.
PPP, not PE. Yeah, that's something different.
Yeah,
That's talking about
PPP fraud, right?
Yeah, right.
They locked up this dude
Yes, sir.
Dude
They
was
all going to jail, by the way. Every last one of them going to jail.
the dude was taking the money
How you
and
know that
buying Ferrari
Yeah.
and Lamborghinis.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I could have seen if he had started a business, but buying cars and shit.
Ferrari and Lamborghini.
But he should never got the money because he never. Okay, so the catch is this: to even be awarded the money, you have to have payroll.
Mm-hmm.
So that means you already got an LLC, you already got EIN, and you're already paying people to do a service.
Yeah,
This
I
is
know.
not
I understand.
this is not for single membership LLCs at all. I'm not qualified. I'm single membership. I'm not qualified. Okay, I peeked. I try. I try to see what's going on. But when I seen I wasn't qualified, Sosa, and then when I sat there and said, "Yeah, I got 3 clients. I mean, three workers," and they said, "Okay, you're approved." I like, nah, I ain't fuck with that. I said, nah, I'm good.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing. They got rid of the underwriting process, right? So it wasn't a verification piece. It's like, hey, they just went off your word.
Exactly.
Because it was an emergency. It was an emergency situation.
I applied to get denied because for some of the people you got denied, you still was eligible for the grant. Like
But the grant was only offering $1,000 though. Yeah, so
that's all I
so when you said that
like people get too greedy and they want like you might got away with the loan piece of it, but no, fuck that.
Yeah, but see,
I don't even want this loan. I just want to get approved, get denied, so I can get this grant.
But listen, though, a lot of people think you hold on. A lot of people think you were joking with that statement when you said they are going to jail. Like that's real.
Nah, they all going to jail.
Like everybody that did that shit is going to jail.
Yeah, if they receive money, they're all going to jail. Every last one of them.
Traceable. That's why they. Yeah. For real. That's why motherfuckers dropping like fly. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Yeah. For real.
Yeah. Didn't Biden do like some type of like a infusion of cash into the IRS, and they're like trying to do a whole bunch of auditing and all that stuff?
Yeah, a whole bunch of bullshit I disagree with, but yeah, he did that dumb shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gave the IRS, again, it's like low key violating
sweeping powers,
constitutional rights, and shit like that. Yeah, it's some slick shit. But this is the Republicans, some of their arguments. So some of their arguments, which is, don't forget, they are we the people, right? They are the Articles of Federation. They believe government is impeding on the American citizens, right? And a lot of times their argument is very extreme because they just met they lost the war, and they want the states to have the power. But not all their arguments are bad, because when the videos I've seen, like you see the police state, they use any excuse, 9/11, any excuse, stop and frisk, and I still can't, even though I'm like pro that shit, but I still can't justify the stop and frisk. I'm like, that's a clear violation of your Fourth Amendment rights. I'm like, I don't know how that was even, allowed. Like, I just don't understand that one. But yeah, so that's their argument. Their argument is the government is taking control and is too powerful. It's impeding on daily activities, which it is, like the surveillances and a whole bunch of shit.
Well, the power to tax is one of the biggest powers that they have, right?
Right. Right. Yeah. So that's their argument, and they're not really wrong. The government is, especially to its law enforcement, like they are above the law. Like these police officers, they do a lot of stuff they shouldn't be doing unless they got their emergency lights on. You know what I mean? But yeah, so they have a huge argument there. But other stuff is just extreme, like white allergy.
Yeah. Because I remember when the police could hide in bushes back in the day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They can't do that shit no more.
Right. Which is goofy. It's like, listen, if your job is to prevent something, why would you hide in a bush? Like, so the accident, but how about this? The accident that just happened would have been avoided had they seen you.
Exactly. You did. You know what I'm saying? Like in Atlanta now, they ride around, a lot of times you see them with the glow lights on.
Yeah, either that north. Right, either that north. Yeah. So stuff like that. I never agree with the police officers hiding and by the way, that's actually, don't quote me, but that's illegal. Like if you was a challenge that,
That's why they took it out.
Yeah, that's the militarization of the police force as well, right?
Right.
You know, it's like you're not a military force against the people.
Right.
And it became, a money, just like capitalism, it became a money making.
Yeah, but that's the Republican argument, though. You see, that's their talking point. Like, yo, look what the government doing. They got too much power. So like that's their talking point.
What did you call that rule with the police where if you're suspected of doing like drug dealing and they come up on you and find you with any amount of cash, they can seize it and you can never get it back even though you did not wrong.
There you go. So that's what Michelle Alexander was talking about in the Right. So now again, like that's one of those, that's like stop and frisk. That's one of those nuances that somehow got approved, somehow it's supposed to be illegal. You're not supposed to be able to do that. But
definitely should be illegal.
Right. But somehow that was able to be happen that I'm speaking horrible English, but that was able that happened, right? Under the law, right? And again, it was a Democrat presidency. I think it was Obama, somebody when that was going on. Straight violation, your Fourth Amendment. Straight violation. Yeah, straight violation. But somehow
basically it's crazy because basically all that had to happen. If I'm a cop and I know that Sosa has a certain amount of money in his house, I can just say, I receive a report that he has drugs in there and go up in there, seize the money. And that is legal according to the law, even if you didn't have anything.
You can't get it.
But I don't think that's especially if it happened to Obama. I don't think that's by accident though.
Yeah, but Amber, not just the money, the car and the house.
The house, everything.
But what I'm saying is I don't think that's by accident. Like
no,
it's something that recently signed into law or kind of went under the radar under Obama. Just consider what happened prior to Obama going into office. Like it was just the way, in my opinion, same way cops, they tend to, target certain people and like do certain things when it's around the first of the month because now they have a new quota to meet. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So to me, it was a way of legalizing an illegal way to make money.
But if I'm not mistaken, the reason why he's tied to that, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that was packaged in the '94 crime bill.
It's possible.
It's possible. But what a lot of people
which was passed by Biden, who rocks with Obama, by the way.
Yeah, but what passed
Biden was not the president at that time. He was one of the artists. He was one of the architects of the crime bill, but it had support on both sides of the house.
Yeah, but it was actually called the Biden's. It was actually called the Biden's bill, though. Like his name was. Yeah.
He was one of the architects. That's what I said. Yeah,
he did architect. Yeah.
And,
one of the worst things I saw. One of the worst things I saw in Ingo Stupid is like, they had in Atlanta like known drug area shit. So like if you're driving your car, right, even if you're not doing nothing wrong, if you go through what they consider a known drug area,
they
have a reason to pull you over.
Which is illegal.
But that slide to the radar, and that became legal. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Let's say you drive past a spot, right? You lost. Like, oh shit, we go back around, and you double back. That's a reason to pull you over. You're on drug area. You know what I'm saying?
Which is actually illegal.
Yeah.
What happened in the 80s and the 90s is that a lot of states and a lot of cities were getting broke, and they had to find a way how to get money.
Oh yeah. That's all covered in the book, The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander. So I know exactly where you're going. Yes, trust me.
What they did is that they allowed that. So what happened now is that
to get funding from federal government. I got you.
Yeah, what happened when they seize most of these things, they get to keep 80% of the proceeds.
Yep.
Right. The other thing they did, the other thing they realized is that look, why am I going to prey on white people? So they went into black neighborhoods.
Yeah. Which Supi's, which races? Okay, I'm glad you said that. That's what a racist would do. right? But not all white folks racist, but the racist white folks, they would that's their rationale. Yeah, let me
You know my view on that. You know my view on that. What is my view on that? Are all white folks
All
racist?
white people.
Yeah, I got you. That's in my view and your view is black algae. But you have white folks who are racist, and that's how they're gonna take it. You know, whatever law it is. Hey, Google Scholar, whatever law it is, Brendan, whatever law it is, a racist person gonna make that shit work for them.
They benefit from it, and all of them going to benefit from it because the money that they gather, they're going to the white community, what they steal from the black community.
Yeah, I believe that too.
Yeah.
All the money that they raped and take from the black community and take from the black grandmothers. When that guy working $400 a week
and too low, Stupito, and it's an easier lick.
Yeah, no,
they
roundable.
When
that guy working,
it's a chain reaction. Hold on, but listen though, it's a chain reaction. You got the rest. You got the court appearance. You got a little person that may not even have the money.
Lawyer fees, right? Court calls. Yep.
They don't show up for court now. They get rearrested or their license gets suspended. You see what I'm saying? So it's a goddamn domino. It's like a sweet lick.
Right. And who benefit from all of that fines and money? Who benefiting? You think it's the black community going back to black schools?
No. It's a city. It's a city who arrested you.
Yeah, but does it go back to the black school?
Nah, zero.
No.
Yeah, they should have put that money right back into the community where it came from.
There's a place,
but they don't.
There's a place called Pine Lake, right?
Now listen, that word "they," right? That pronoun "they."
Yeah.
They don't.
But
the powers that be in those communities. But I did want to.
So Amber, who benefits? The white people benefit or the black people benefit?
Well, we know who they are.
I mean, the white people benefit by proxy, but you can't just do it like that.
Well, see, here's hold on. Here's what I have to say about unbiased comment, and then the whole. I think Sosa said, well, they're going to find a way to make it work for them, right? A racist person, that's what they're going to do. They're going to find a way to make it work for them, right?
Yeah.
But the same way we're able to, like, how long does something like that have to be in practice before people catch on? Wait a minute. It's only a certain group of people that's really being affected by this shit. How long? What's the learning curve on that? Do you think that's something that they are unaware of?
Since 94. That's 40. That's 30.
Okay.
That's 30 years now. 30 years.
So now don't forget. Okay, so I think one thing, again, black algae might be blocking our blinders. All right. It might be our blinders, but we gotta forget, we can't forget that this country permitted slavery in the worst way. Okay, at one point. Black folks ain't have one right. Then this country decided to give some rights, but they ain't gonna protect us, right? That's going to Jim Crow, black laws, and whatever you want to do it. And then this country went into the civil rights era where they say you get rights, but even then it was, it was suspect. Okay, but you see in progress. So we can't believe this country is going to be 100% fair tomorrow. It's going through progress. So these incidents.
But you don't. But what you don't understand is that that's a part of racism, though. Like that's still still falls under the banner of racism.
I do understand that, but I'm saying this is reality, right?
Yeah, but isn't it concerning though that the civil rights back in the 60s was the last time that they improve upon the rights? Isn't that concerning? Seeing that we realize and understand that we're not where we need to be yet.
Explain.
Well, because even at the 60s, they implemented what they call affirmative action, right? Which may have not, which was aimed to help, but that kind of was like everybody was taking advantage of it. Not everybody.
Everybody but white males was taking advantage of affirmative action.
Yeah, but what I mean is, isn't it a concern?
White straight males.
It has taken this long for there to be another improvement. Because like you said, we went from slavery to Jim Crow to civil rights. But it seems to have stopped at that, even though we are all agreeing that there needs to be improvement.
Okay, so let me say this.
in 1866, right, the 14th Amendment, and I think the 18th was, and the 21st was granting basically all citizens of America the right to vote. Okay, women and black men. Now, we had right to vote, but we didn't have protection under the federal government like that was promised. So you can vote, but you got to get there to vote, and that's when the KKK would be there waiting for you. And white women too. White women had a hard time. You know, they wouldn't dare go and try to
the mob. They would hire the mobs.
Unbiased.
Right. Yeah.
Unbiased. White women were the daughters of the Confederate. White women are the one who supported the lost cause. White women are the one who paid for all of those dead slave loving generals statues that is put up among the cities. Don't apologize to white women.
I'm okay. Now, nothing.
There was part of the hype, but they didn't like their share.
Right, but listen, but you got to hear my words. Nothing in my words was apologetic. First of all, I personally believe white women are the most racist people in the country. Okay, more than white men. So like that's my personal opinion. So I'm not apologizing. I'm just giving you context.
And historically as
that's
well.
Right. So I think white men are the worst people to deal with as far as racism. So that's my personal experience and opinion. So I'm not being apologetic, but I'm just trying to add context to things, you know, because even white women were granted the right to vote. I think the 21st Amendment, but even they couldn't vote still. You know, they weren't protected and respected. You had like I think Sosa said, you had the mobs waiting for black folks to dare to go there. And then they had literacy tests where they asked ridiculous questions, absurd questions to black folks.
Voter ID law.
That nobody can actually answer. No, Albert Einstein can't answer these damn questions. You know, and they asked black folks these questions. That was literacy tests. So it was a lot of things going, lot of games going on, you know, until the civil rights era. So my question back to Google Scholar is that when the civil rights era was passed, you was granted federal protection. They ended racial segregation on paper, at least. They ended racial discrimination on paper, at least. So that mean on paper means that you can actually file a civil suit. Somebody violated you, like you actually had a court case. I mean, a legit case. Okay, so outside of that, what improvements would you suggest that should be added to the civil rights, to your civil rights, or any amendment or any Bill of Rights?
Well, you mentioned it, even the very idea of voting, even right now, you have things like voter suppression in terms of voter ID laws and what they call gerrymandering.
Yeah, which I'm well aware of. Through Sosa and Amber, I'm aware of that now.
Yeah, so they have those.
I appreciate that, bro. I do really.
Yes, sir. And yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So they have those things, and there are other stuff like that that I'm not thinking about right now that needs to be improved. So what I'm saying is, if I'm not making a statement, I'm asking a question: isn't it a concern that since the civil rights bill in the 60s, that there hasn't been any particular movement to address the lack of
So actually, there have been movements, right? The Democratic Party itself have been addressing, and they responded to, you could say, white wing, alt-right Republicans who've been, like Sosa and Amber pointed out to me in the state of Georgia. Yeah, white people who were basically people were not coming to the polls with sufficient credentials, right? And they were picking and choosing who could still vote, who couldn't, right? But that person, that's that person doing it. That's not the process or that's that racist person picking and choosing who can vote, who can't vote by the credentials they have, right? But all citizens are supposed to have these credentials. It's required to vote, but they were allowing white people to vote without the credentials. So again, that's a person of a particular political agenda who put themselves in that role on purpose to dictate who can vote. So now, in order to address that, it got to first happen.
Unbiased.
Yeah.
This is what I want.
Bias
Listen
on
to
the
what
hot seat
I
right
want.
now. Goddamn. Get it, Nick.
Listen to what I want.
Thermonuclear
No,
reaction.
listen to what I want. And tell me no. Tell me if I'm being unreasonable.
Yeah.
No, because of the 400 years head start that other people may have had. And we don't, and we, when I say we, I'm not really including myself in the Black American situation because I'm part of it. But I'm saying that what Black Americans should be getting is that single mothers should be heavily subsidized, meaning that they should be allowed to work part-time hours and the government subsidize them for the rest of the hours so that they can spend time to properly develop their children academic situation. Now, this subsidy will be based on the performance of the children, meaning that if a mother of 4, you let her work 20 hours a week, but you subsidize the rest of her salary that she can look after her children. And then now you base the subsidy. She continue to receive the subsidy based on how our child is performing educationally,
well,
socially. Yeah.
I hear the more money in education, but don't you think it would be more useful to actually put that money in the educational systems, that the existing ones in those communities versus
no. I'm not talking the educational system. I'm talking putting money in the mother. Imagine this, Amber. Say you're a mother of 3 and the government allow you to work 20 hours a week, but yet still have enough money to look after your children, to spend time with them, to motivate them,
but
to
that's
put them on the right path.
But that's assuming that that all mothers want to spend time with their children or will motivate them with that time.
When the children are not performing, the mothers won't get the money.
That's tough.
You make it a performance.
But see, what I'm saying is,
I like the concept somewhat, but I can see the whole.
What I'm saying is, if you put that money into the institution,
right? But if the
and you can condition that on the performance of the children. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if
these are people that are trained educators.
And I agree with you, Amber, but I am kind of a firm opponent of the money reaching the pockets of the citizens. Because when you talk about that shit going into institutions,
I'm not saying only putting in institutions for the purpose of education, though. I say educational dollars should go towards the educational institutions, like putting money in the mother's pocket with the expectation that she's going to educate her kids and you know, make sure. I think that's a little.
That she's what I'm doing.
That's a slippery slope both ways.
I would more advocate free, like either
no,
reduction in like college entry dollars.
But in order, in order for them to go college, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. In order for them to go college, they have to reach college level education. My thing is that I am insensitive. I misstate the word, but I am giving you. I am rewarding achievement. If your children doing well, you get money. You don't have to work full time. You can work 20 hours and stay home with your children because we're going to subsidize the rest based on the outcomes. Because it has to be outcome based.
Yeah, so let me ask you this. So does it start when the kid is born, or is it like when he's 10 years old? Like when does this income, this funding starts? At what age of the kid?
It starts from the child is born.
And what about children with learning disabilities? Like
we factor in for that. We factor in for that.
They ask that. Remember, you can't be.
We can factor in for that. We can factor in for learning disability, handicap. We can factor in for those children.
The reason why I asked how old the kid is, because if that happens, then Black Allies is gonna say, look, they're promoting single parenthood.
Oh yeah.
You see, why would she want to get back with the father when she
the NOI kill us on that shit?
Yeah. She can work at Walmart.
Unbiased. Wherever we go, we're going to get bitten. But the situation that exists now cannot continue to exist. You cannot have the mother working a full-time job.
It's stupid though, but even from I think that would encourage a wrong type of
hell yeah.
But like
I
Stupid
mean,
was
it's
saying,
because
though,
there's
but think
always
about it.
You would need to create something that stimulates the people to create a nuclear family.
Right. They want to be together. Yeah.
Yeah, but think about it. Just like what Stupies was saying, he's looking at outcomes, right? Think about it. If you invest in a kid, right? How much does it really take to invest in bringing a child up, making sure that they're educated, make sure that they got what they need up into the age of being productive into society, getting a great job, boom, maybe what, 20, 23, maybe, and starting a career? Think about it. You've got what, 40 years of productivity for this one person as a taxpayer.
But Brenda, you know what comes with that.
How many times over are you going to make that money back?
But Brendan, you know what comes
Those
with
are
that. We've seen it
Those
before,
are
though.
outcomes.
We've seen it before, though. We know what comes with that. Okay, listen. Part of the rules is that, okay, you're getting this money, but you have a black man at home with you, you marry somebody that we're not gonna, then you can't receive the funds. You see what I'm saying? So you know what comes, you know what comes with that, bro.
Right. You gotta be single. So a lot of women gonna be like, yeah,
that can be changed.
I don't even necessarily think.
this.
I don't even necessarily think it has to be single. It may
Well,
maybe it has to be income.
we're working on Stupid's
his thing. Right.
Yeah, I say
we can make amendment to my original proposal.
Yeah, there you go. That's all right.
We can amend it.
Right.
It can be amended.
That's right. That's good.
Yeah.
That'll work.
Let's amend it a little bit. Let's tweak it a
Let's
little
amend
bit.
it a little bit.
Yeah. Now I'll say this:
families where they want to be single parent families or multi-parent families should be subsidized. That mothers or fathers can stay at home for at least can work 20 hours a week, therefore giving them more time to stay with their children and to educate that child.
So now
the Republicans would never vote for that. Not in a million years.
I'll say this. I think
you
got a good
across
piece.
the board. White, black, Chinese, Indian, anybody who wants to access it can access it.
Okay, now it's a little better because my next question. No, I believe he went. He was smart.
We going somewhere.
Because my next question was going to be who's black, because it goes back to the ADOS problem. Who's ADOS? You dig? So
let me explain how it works. In Sweden, maternity leave lasts until the child is 5 years old. You understand what that is? A child has the parent home, the mother home, until they are 5 years old. And the mother don't have to worry about her finances because she's substituted by the government.
There are no Republicans in Sweden. There are no Republicans in Sweden.
There's no Republicans in Sweden.
Amber, imagine if you could stay home with your child until your child 5 years old.
Well, here's the thing. I did. I did. Even as a single mother.
And you realize the advantages the child had as a result of having.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie. A lot of people wasn't rocking with that shit. A lot of people judged, a lot of people felt like, we have a culture of believing that black women should work and we should work hard and we shouldn't take no breaks. And if you ain't out here hustling and grinding and getting to the bag, then you ain't doing shit. Right. So that was a big problem for a lot of people in my life because I went to school. I hustle with hair and I raised my kids. So
but what is more important, Amber? Hustle or to
but here's
the best
thing.
foundation.
Here's the thing though. At the end of the day, back then, motherfuckers couldn't understand it. Now, the way my kids perform and the shit that they own and where their mind at, now they're like, you know what? Bitch, you might have been on. I know I was. But I can't tell you, I can't get you to understand it unless you understand it. I know I only got a few years to form the minds of these kids before they go out here to the world. I want to make sure I know where they head at before I send them in to a school setting or have somebody else playing around with them or, I want to be responsible for forming them early on. So when they're out here, they know what to expect. They know what I expect.
So Amber, why you vetoed my bill? Why you vetoed my bill?
I'm not vetoing it. What I'm saying is you have the expectation that if you give them the money, the kids, the parent are going to have the mentality. And that's not the case. You have to have a certain mentality for that to work. Just giving out money and with the expectation, well, they're gonna do this with the money.
He's incentivizing them, though. He's
and that's why
the
Republicans will veto that shit. That's why.
That's why it results based. That means that after the first year, and you do the evaluation, and this parent not doing shit, and the child not doing shit, you say no shit, parent, you can't get the money the next year.
But here's the thing. Like for me, it doesn't make sense to incentivize them to be in the home. So like me, I've always been kind of gifted in school, right? Like, but not every parent did that well in school themselves. So you give them 5 years to set their kids back. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they a little slow and delayed. You know,
I
like
get your point. Yeah.
To me,
and not
one
every
thing,
child have the same abilities either.
right. And so my thing is like, I think that the parents should be required to potentially have a skill set, and then they get a voucher for the instruction of the child. You understand? So like,
so they had one of those classes at the One Stop Center. They had the parents go to the class.
Right. So a class, like you find an area that you're interested in, because let's say you may not be book smart, but you may be really good with your hands. So we may incentivize you to go to school for being a stylist or being a lash artist or maybe CNA or whatever the case. And as long as you're working toward that skill and that trade, we will pay for your child to go to a premier institution, daycare, wherever, where they can get a quality education. And we can kind of,
that's kind of similar what's going on.
Both problems.
You're
attacking it from both ends, right?
But still, what will happen is that the child will be still left alone and thereby left behind.
You said what?
While the mother is getting all of these qualifications, the child is still left alone. And that's a problem.
No, the child, but that's the thing. The child isn't left alone. They have premier daycares and preschools that kids can go. Like, you're working both angles. The mother is getting a skill set that will help her get out of poverty. And the child is getting that foundational development. So when they go to school, they'll be on par with where they need to be. And because the mother now has some type of, affinity for education and improvement, because I feel like even if you go to school for, let's say, barbering, to a degree, that gives you some type of respect for improvement. You know what I'm saying? It gives you a respect for, honing your skill set, or even taking up a skill, specializing in something. So these parents are going to be more inclined to push their kids academically, or to push their kids to achieve, because they have achieved and are achievers versus the parent.
I'm gonna have to vote nay on that bill. You may have to resubmit that bill later on.
Those are Republican.
I vote nay.
You voted nay.
I am chomping at the bit to hear.
Brendan, what say you, Brendan?
I'm chomping at the bit to hear your explanation of it. Hey, I'm like with Amber and with Stu Pease. I am with a balanced approach, right?
Yeah, on Stu Pease bill, Brendan. Don't try to get out of it.
I am about the balanced approach. Between what Stu Pease was talking about, right? We need to put money into the institutions, and we need to invest in the parents as well. Without those two, I think there's gonna be a disconnect.
Right. That Stu Pease bill is strong enough.
Right. I would say we need to take it back to the floor, and we'll do some amendments. We can put it in negotiations. We can put we go back to negotiations.
Yeah.
You see, all of you.
That's the democratic process.
All of you capitalist Republicans in this room. Let me give you a piece of my mind.
The Blackologist Party. That's what Stu Pease with.
Yeah, Stupid's talking from his frame of reference, with his upbringing and with the parent. Like, man, it's a whole different vibe out here. You fuck around, put money in, even for a year. Next year, that motherfucker gonna have one more kid to feed.
Right.
know,
Yeah, that's a come up. They're gonna run a checkup on it.
Yeah. You can't put all the money into the hands of the parents. No. You gotta.
We've seen this shit. We've seen this
Hello.
shit with the vouchers, the home
It
section 8,
happens
bro.
Oh
right
yeah,
now.
the voucher shit was funny as hell. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Listen,
The voucher shit was funny.
listen.
Hey yo,
You have no faith in our
Islam
people.
Islam was part of that voucher
All
stuff.
you have no faith.
Oh
in our
yeah. He was good.
Yeah.
You have no faith in our people.
That was messed
Our
up though.
people want better.
No.
But see, yeah, some people do.
I know my people. It's about faith. I know my people.
Yeah, I do too.
These niggas.
What I'm saying is, you're saying we don't have faith in our people, but we don't have to have faith. We have evidence.
Right.
They have welfare. They have
stamps,
work one programs where you can go and get education. They have child care vouchers. That's how I paid for my kids' child care when I was going to school. But see, the difference is I was actually going to school to get the education. A lot of people was going to school to get the check and flunked out. A lot of people, they got the daycare voucher and they let mom and them, because in Indiana, they would pay you full price, even if it was a family member. See, Minnesota already up on game. Here, if you get a family member, if you get like a daycare voucher and you have a family member do it, that family member get like $2 an hour. They don't get what you would get if you go to an actual daycare facility. But in Indiana, motherfuckers was getting thousands of dollars and putting their mama and they crackhead auntie on and splitting the money. Like this is what they did with the vouchers versus taking their kid to a school that had an actual program that would teach them something, that would potty train or
I take it my bill. You don't deserve
because they were in poverty, right?
Amber, you don't deserve my bill. You don't deserve. I take it back my bill. I can't my bill.
I took my bill.
You niggas here, nigga man, don't deserve anything.
I'm just saying, people get Section 8, let they dude move in and trap out the crib. This is shit that I know. They done lost their whole Section 8 voucher behind a nigga that moved in and trapped out and got the dough kicked in. This is the shit.
Her nigga remind.
It's the same thing as okay, I'm gonna take a family that's below the poverty level. I'm gonna give the parents $30,000 and say, hey, we want you to invest in some stock. No, they're not gonna do that.
Right,
they're gonna use it. They're gonna it's hand to mouth, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't do that. You can't expect that.
They gonna buy a PS5 ASAP.
In the mentality, you have people in the projects that tax season come around, they'll buy an expensive ass car. Fuck getting out the projects. You have to fix, or you have to. I ain't gonna say fix because again, it's their choice to live how they want to. Our perception of a better life may not necessarily. Some people are content with that shit. They're content.
Amber, I'm going to ask you a silly question. What's the most important thing in your life to do?
Oh shit! Don't answer that.
Me, my children.
Damn it, and Tony, you should answer the question. He was waiting on it. He was waiting on that answer, Amber. God, go ahead.
I know. I mean, but my answer not gonna.
Listen.
You should have said, from my understanding, I see it differently.
He's playing chess, Amber.
I don't like when I'm lining up my ducks, I always just let me line up my ducks, man. Let me get, you know where I'm going with it. You know where I'm going. I know I laugh.
Amber, you fell for Amber.
What did Amber fall for? Is that
I want him to go ahead and get it off. I ain't falling for
you are not unique. You are not unique. We cannot make the exception. Let us throw away the rule. Right? The rule is that to 90% of Black women, their children are the most important part of their life.
Right. Keep going.
And as a result of that, I personally believe that Black women will do right by their children.
But
the majority of Black women will do right by their children.
Here's what the problem. Here's where the problem lies. Because you have this expectation that I don't think I'm unique in that. I do feel like that inherently all mothers want the best for their kids, but what do they think the best for their kids is?
Right.
To some women, their best is them being the top nigga in the hood. Them shitting on niggas every day.
The top nigga in the hood.
the top nigga in the hood, the best drug dealer, the best shooter. To some women, that's their perception of best for their kids.
Right.
So while I don't argue with you there, some women, most mothers do want the best for their kids, but then you have to question, okay, but what is the best?
Kick her out from it, because her argument is making too much sense. Our argument making too much sense. Kick her out.
Is the brother Google?
State of delusion.
Is the brother Google scholar still on the panel?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. I got a question for you, right? Because I know you've probably heard about this too. Is what they call the Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
Yeah, I heard about it, but
yeah.
Like I said,
this is sort of what we were talking about in terms of like, hey, how you need to meet the needs of the parents before you can sort of like meet, do any, I guess, higher level type things, right? And as an example, I'll sort of throw this over to you, Sosa. Like in terms of like, if you in the streets, right, and you ain't safe, right? I got a suitcase full of money, but somebody's got a gun to your head, right? That suitcase full of money ain't worth a damn because you in danger.
Yeah.
I got to handle this danger first. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's the hierarchy it needs. The basic level of hierarchy it needs. I need to have a basic level of safety.
Food.
Exactly. And then you move up, right? After that basic level of safety, I need to make sure that I'm healthy. Right.
Yeah, this is a more social question though.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. It sort of leads back to what we're saying. It's like, hey, how can you expect these parents to do these things, right? When their basic levels underneath aren't even met. You know what I'm saying? So you have to sort of, I guess, incorporate some of that, right? That you have to address the needs of the entire family.
But that's what I'm trying to do. With my 20-hour work week, I subsidize the family.
Then I'm on your side.
That's what I'm trying to do.
but see, the thing is, and here's the thing. I think you overestimate to a degree how much justification parents can do to you get money to subsidize your living or whatever, but do you know how many Black people in the community have vices? I have a vice. Hell, I'm a smoker, right? A cigarette smoker. You have people that drink every day. You have people that smoke weed every day. Like, so do you think that they're going to forego these habits for the betterment of their child's education because this is what the government gave them money for?
No, you have to sell people into a program. Like what I learned is community participation. You have to make community planning for community participation. You have to sell the program to the parent. The civil rights program, people walking instead of taking the bus, wasn't an easy sell. But then people looked at it and said, if I walk for a year, I'll be able to sit in the front of the bus for a lifetime. This abuse will not go on. So we have to figure out ways to sell our program to our people. Right? That is the problem, that we cannot sell ideas to our people anymore. Right? We need people who can, with the ability to sell the programs. Because there's no achievement that was made by Black people without bloodshed or sacrifices. None at all. We can't name one that was made without bloodshed or sacrifices. So we need to figure out a way how to sell it to our people to say, listen, this is no longer about you. This is an us situation. This is an us situation. We need to take the me out of it and put the us for the greater good of the family.
And I think that's a great point. I think Amber made, right? It's like, hey, I think in terms of like a parent, right? If a parent has an addiction, maybe the best of course, not the best solution for that isn't to give her, him or her, a voucher to go to a community college. No, give them a voucher to go to an addiction program. You have to meet them where they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's no short solution to our problem. There's no short-term solution. We cannot get out of our problem the way we're getting out of it now with 1 in 10 or 1 in 20 families coming out of the situation. Yesterday I was watching something on Vlad TV. I never normally watch Vlad. No, it wasn't Vlad. But this rapper said he's not working. Instead of he work, he prefers to rob somebody. Because he can rob somebody and make $7,000 one robbery. Or he can work for a week and only make $500. He prefer to rob somebody. And I ask myself, who's teaching these children? Where they get the morals and the values from? He's willing to risk 20 years for armed robbery for $7,000?
Well, the again, it's the values, right? So in the hood, people want to be able to afford certain things. They don't care about what means they get it. If I go and I work and I'm working 60 to 80 hours a week, and I might, if I got a decent job, I might be able to do a little flexing, but nowhere near the nigga that's kicking in doors and robbing motherfuckers, and he don't gotta wait to shine. He get to shine right now. He gets to shine every day or every other day, or shine if he fall off, falling back on is just one lick away. Like that's the idea that's mostly permeating through that instant gratification, that ability to shine and floss and flex for other niggas that's struggling just like you. But that's where the value lies. Most of these people ain't kicking in doors to invest in the stock market. They kicking in doors to buy them a nice little whip or some J's or a chain, to flex and appear like they got it until that shit get old and they need to hit a lick again. So, like, again, struggle is not received, and even though everybody's struggle is not received as like a badge of honor, it's received as, oh, you ain't doing enough, you need to do more, you need to get out here and get this money. You understand what I'm saying? Like, and not by illegal means. Like, the legal route take too long. Fuck that.
I understand what you're saying. I understand.
Stupid, your bill is not going to make it past Congress.
No, it's not. Listen, the other day I asked the question if our people is ready to leave religion behind. And today, when I listen to all the people who claim that Islam saved them, Allah is the greatest, everything intertwined. We're not ready yet. We're not ready. I don't know when we're going to be ready. I don't know how, if and when, but we're not ready yet. We're not ready. And that's a sad thing to say.
So I guess that lends credence to the whole reparations conversation there. I guess this is what we had. We didn't call it reparations, but essentially that's what we were talking about, right?
Yeah, I've been saying that for quite some time though. Like, to me, I think Black people push too hard for reparations, and I'm not saying we shouldn't get it, but I'm saying, like, once you play your big joker, then what? You fuck that off, you ain't got nothing left. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're not in a space where you know how to grow that money and you're still impressed by superficial bullshit just for flex, people gonna get reparations and they're gonna be broke within 6 months.
The reparation is a combination of what you and Stu Pease were talking about.
I believe that's the way it should be. I believe that.
It's a little bit of both. That's what I mean. That's how that's being pitched, though. It's not just all cash going to nigga pocket, because that's not going to cure anything. You know what I'm saying? That's not going to shape the the conditions that people are in. You know what I mean? You talk about maybe bringing back the maybe making the boys club more widespread in particular communities. You know what I'm saying? Where young kids actually have activities they engage in. You know what I'm saying? Outside, you know what I mean? When they leave school, like people used to be able to go to the playground and.
But what happened to the programs that existed before? Like, what happened to them?
Some of them were eventually gutted out. I mean, because like I said, when I was younger, there was a free lunch program. The parks where I went to play at, there was a clubhouse. So as a kid, we can go in there and play ping pong and do things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? There's, like I said, a free lunch program, so we would gather there. So there would be different things and activities that would keep us engaged and locked in and away from the bullshit. But eventually those places got shut down. That program was shut down. So now kids, you know what I mean? You know how it is when the idle mind, and when you're young like that, you're gonna get in the mischievous shit.
But
Yeah,
when I'm saying why, I'm like, did they gut it even though these programs were showing, promise? Or did they gut it because
where the money went? You know where the money went? I used to work state and local. That was one of my first jobs out of school, right? I used to work state and local government, right? So when you take a look at state and local, right, and you see all the different departments in these cities, right? You got parks and rec departments, you got public works, you got the fire department.
Mm-hmm.
You know who's the most funded?
The police.
Yep.
The police department. Overwhelmingly, all the money goes to the police department.
Overtime hours, officer will work 20 hours overtime, time and a half.
Not only that, the technology goes there, right? All the manpower goes there in terms of like staffing for the cities. All the money goes there. That's what happened. So there's nothing left for anything else. Right underneath that, you may have, like, say, who rivals them. Maybe the the fire, maybe the fire department underneath them. But you have to have public works, right? Because you can't have your water system like going to hell in a handbasket. But of course, like the police department overwhelmingly.
Yeah, and that's where the whole militarization of the police force comes in, because they have all this funding. They don't really know what to do with it, so they just buy equipment.
Yeah, they don't want to let it go. He's talking about defunding the police. It's like, dude, you guys never had this type of funding in the past. It's like it's disproportionate.
With them, like, in order to justify the budget, they got to exhaust that budget.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Oh, for sure. Typical government.
If they're not showing like they're exhausting it, then you don't need it. I need to get.
That's why
you don't use it, we take it, right?
A lot of overtime, and that is why they have to find work to do. And they're not going into the white community to harass people. They're going to the black community to prove themselves.
But the crazy thing is, some years ago, because I know this is a thing where they increase, police budgets, and in urban areas they have some of the largest budgets ever. When I looked, I'm inclined to feel and believe that a higher police presence actually increases crime. And let me say why. Because the crime rate does not drop even when you have an increase in a police presence. So to me, that appears that if it's at least remaining the same, that 9 out of 10, there's a problem there. Like, you brought in the increased police presence to decrease crime, yet it's either staying the same or it's rising. So I'm inclined to believe that a higher police presence actually aggravates crime, or they
And no, it doesn't.
they're making the situation worse.
No, it doesn't. Let me tell you what happened with a higher police presence. And this is what a lot of people. Previously, when police are in a community, police have discretion, right? The discretion is that it's not everybody the police interact with the lockup. A lot of the things they do is that they give people warnings and they send them on their way. That's how it's done in white neighborhoods. In black neighborhoods, to justify the presence, you have to produce arrests. So black men are arrested for even the simplest of stuff. A white dude is caught with a joint, the joint is taken away and he's sent home. A black dude is caught with a joint, he's even given a ticket or he's given a charge. Right? A stoplight, a broken headlight, a warning is given in certain communities. In the black communities where they have a higher presence, they're writing a ticket. Or they're attempting to tow the car, they're finding some reasons. So it might appear that the crime is higher. No, the prosecution of the crime is higher because the police need to justify their presence. And
that's what I'm saying. Not necessarily that people are committing more crimes, but that the crime rates appear to be the same or higher.
Yeah, so because the police have to justify them numbers. That's all.
But see, to me, that doesn't justify it. That's like a job hiring. Oh, well, we have so much work, we need to hire more people. But if the work isn't getting done, then I'm gonna just keep letting you hire people. Like, at what point do I say, okay, there's something else going on here? Because we're steadily pouring money in, but we're not seeing the quote unquote perceived results. Now, see, I know that that's not the actual result that they want. That's the excuse that they use.
Yeah, but if you look at unbiased has been showing some videos lately where people going around and videotaping the police. Right? What happening? Need to stop saying that. What happening in the black communities is that the police is over prosecuting. In stop and frisk in New York, they had over 100 million stop and frisk, and more than 3/4 of them was of black men. And they found that they didn't find anything, but they stop and frisk everybody to justify that that was a reason for crime to be low, which is untrue. Because black people don't commit crime at a higher rate than anybody else. But
what they found is that the black people were just as likely to have illegal items on their person as much as the white people.
Exactly.
But that the black people were stopped at up to 400 times more than the white people.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So that is what they're doing. Is that they have to justify the numbers, and they choose black people because the perception is that black people are criminals. Racist white people think that all black people are criminals.
But see, I don't believe that. I believe even that is a justification, because if you're white and you're committing crimes and you're around other white people, you know that white people commit crimes. You understand?
Yeah, but that's not the perception. No, that's not.
No, they don't think so.
It's not the perception, but in reality, they know that they they know that they commit crimes. They know
the perception is like, yeah, I know Sosa. I know he's not dangerous. He means well. He's just falling a little hard time. That's why he stole that TV. So you can give him a break. That's how they view it.
But the black man is a cockroach and a nigger. You heard about the judge? You heard about the judge when they found the black man breaking into the house or something like that? She was laughing at the Thanksgiving dinner when she was showing the family the video. And she said, "Oh, look at that nigger. Look at that nigger. He's a cockroach." That's a judge, The video with the judge who was calling black people cockroaches. Yeah. Right? It happened this year. She had to resign. I can't remember.
I remember about it, but vaguely, yeah.
Right, but that is it. When they see us. When most white people see us, they don't say, "Amber, that nice personality." They're saying that this woman is a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, but
I think it's more perceptional. Cause see, like, you know, I get what you're saying, Steve, but the onus is not, like I always used to tell like people to be like you know, the white person on the enemy. And you know, it's really not your everyday white folks.
It's everybody.
No, it's those individuals that are in those high positions that lay down those type of scripts because that's their viewpoint. Like how you hear, like, and I'm a Democrat, like how you hear Hillary call them super thugs.
Why are they more called? Look, there's a judge that most judges, a black child and a white child, a 16-year-old black child and a 16-year-old white child stole a car. I give you an example.
Yeah, but I'm saying
they wrecked the car.
You talk about a judge, and I agree.
The black one going to jail until he's 21-year-old. The white child is going home. Right?
Yeah. You talk about a judge.
Nobody in the white community. Both cases come on the news, and nobody in the white community had a problem with the white child going home. But they said the black child deserved it. A white kid can rape a girl at university behind a trash garbage can.
But I think that's crazy. That's a false narrative. Because I remember that. Like, it's not as if white people see that and be like, yeah, that's how it's supposed to go. It's just that when that shit is laid down, they don't have no say. Like when that judge makes that ruling, they don't have a say in it. That judge.
Of course, they have a say. They have a say.
You know, see, this is where I have to agree with Stupides. Like, while I understand what y'all saying to actually like uphold the system, right? You have to have a certain amount of power. But there are definitely racial prejudices, biases, and attitudes that are widespread held. Like the guy who was, I think, white guy drunk driving, killed like 5 people. Then then he was on probation, left the country, and all in the comments you see people making excuses, talking about he like Caucasians talking about he suffered from, what was the diagnosis that his doctor gave him?
He's one of them. That's what I mean about the in-group versus the out-group.
If I could speak on that. Entitlement syndrome, right?
Yeah, it was something like that.
Something
like
weird, yeah.
Pretty much like he was so rich, he was out of touch. But even for people,
anomaly. I remember that case too. Yeah, he was so rich that he didn't know right from wrong because he lived the proof. I remember that case. Yeah, but that's an anomaly. I'm talking about not necessarily having the
that's not that, but that's the thing. That's not an anomaly when it happens and he gets away with it. But widespread, white people are supporting that he got. That's not an anomaly. It might be an anomaly.
Widespread, the community widespread is not in the chat section. Those people, like that's I think that's a false.
You know what? You're right. You know what? Right, widespread, the community is not in the chat session. But if you think that that's not indicative or somehow indicator of what the collective belief is, so you mean to tell me that it just so happens that all of the people that agree with him are in the comment section, that there are nobody that disagrees with this outcome? You think that's the case?
I think the people.
Hold on, let me give another example.
In the comment section, freaking nuts.
Let me give another example, please. Allow me to give another example. I'm going to give you a perfect example.
We keep getting different variations before we can just build on this one.
Let me give you a perfect example you can build on.
All right, last example.
Last year, approximately 90,000 people in America died from opioid use. Majority of them is white people. Died from opioid use. Opioid is rampant among white youth. But when they are arrested, they do not go to jail. In the 80s, crack was primarily a black drug. Crack never killed nobody yet. I've never seen an OD crackhead. And dare anybody to show me an OD crackhead. I have never seen a crackhead OD. But young men spend 10 years in jail for pieces of crack that never killed anybody yet. And white children are sent home with opioid, which is a murder drug. And nobody have a problem with that. Because it's expected that white children are going to be given the benefit of the doubt.
Let's on a basic level, right? If
this is true, right? And we just came out of a regime where you had arguably one of the most blatantly racist president of our time, right? Our numbers wasn't large enough to put Biden in office. So that means that there had to have been a large population willing to remove Trump from that position, right? So if that scenario were true, then how would that happen?
But that does not necessarily mean that all white people support blatant racism. Like,
I never said, of course, I'm not like nobody gonna like.
Right. So
none of my conversations am I ever saying all and every. I don't never do that.
Okay. So it definitely can be true that people can be racist and vote for Biden. So
no. Why would they not? I'm gonna give you a clear cut example, right? Because if it's like you how you can see the world around you changing, right? A KKK goes to march, do a march right now. You won't see black people out there protesting and fighting. You will see white people fighting white people. That's where we are now versus where we were 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah, so I get your point, but I still feel we have a ways to go yet.
Of course.
Yeah, but I think y'all kind of confusing what we're saying versus what y'all saying. Like, there are a different degrees of racism. I'm not saying every white person is the closet racist, saying racial things and this. I'm saying they may hold some racial prejudice. They may hold some racial bias that they are not even aware of. Same as I believe all people do this. It ain't just a white people thing. Yeah, I believe black people hold racial biases too, and racial prejudices too.
It's a group thing, right? But yeah. So when you say, this, okay, like, people have certain prejudices, right? You know what I'm saying? That may extend, that also extend the race, and sometimes doesn't extend the race. Like if a nigga walking around with a hoodie on come close to me, like, yo, I'm cautious of that. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck what color, you know what I'm saying? What color he is. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I agree that dynamic does exist, right? What I was speaking to is that your everyday white folks, that the Karen that you may run into at a barbecue, doesn't have the power, right? Is not the people we need to be looking at is the Supreme Court justices that Trump put in office. It's them. You know what I'm saying? That spearheading the movement, because they get into position that they can't be removed from. They stay there for life, and they implement these laws, and they put down these laws and make it palatable and serve it to that base to where it now permeates throughout the country.
Here's why I have to say I don't believe that, because according to you, this is a legal thing. It's not a personal. Karen doesn't have power unless the law gives her power, right? But at the same time, that means Karen has to already be racist in order for her to utilize that power once it's given to her. Just because you have the power to do something does not mean you have to engage in racism.
No, I'm talking about laws as far as like stop and frisk.
But even with stop and frisk, so first off, I disagree that Karen doesn't have power. That's first off. I don't believe that her power isn't strong, but depending on who gets that call, when she starts crying like a victim, she may have the power to get that black man killed, or that black woman.
Come on, we can't do power like that. You know what I mean by power? Like
everything in that case, soft power. It's soft power, but it's still
that's different.
Well, if I could I interject something?
Peace,
guys.
Go ahead. Blue.
Yeah. So the whole thing with the races, well, I live in Los Angeles, so I mean, it's a lot of times people try to victimize Black people. So they feel they have Black people's numbers, so they feel they can victimize. So it doesn't matter if you think he's white, if he's Asian, or if he's Mexican. They already have a mind. They already have in their head a stereotype about Black people. And a lot of times where I'm from, the cops are not really going after criminals. They're going after the people going to and fro to work. So they're going after the black people who are not really criminals or not a threat, but they're going after them to penalize them, to to extort money from them, or stuff like that. So that's what I'm saying. That's been my that's what I gather. So I don't know how it works in your neck of the woods, but in California, that's how it kind of works.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think we're easy. Like I said before, we're definitely, easy targets. The lower caste are easy targets. You know what I'm saying? A capitalist society really runs off of is really his bottom class, is middle to lower class. You know what I'm saying? We're
permanent
underclass.
Well, I think, like I said, a lot of times black people don't know their rights. So if somebody, it's like a bully. If a bully feels they can mess with you because they feel you don't know how to fight back or you don't know what to do, they're gonna be a soft target. So if black people were, like, let's say, versed in law and they knew how to do things the right way, they would leave that alone. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of times when cops pull you over, they're looking for a overreaction. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
So a lot of times they're giving you a shit test, but that's just how the cops are. But by the time you get locked up on some bullshit, you have to know law. And so a lot of people don't know law and they get very scared about law. And so, for instance, I used to do unlawful detainers. That's when people get evicted. A lot of people don't even show up to their case because they don't know the defenses are to fight it. So they get scared just from that. And the lawyers and the judges, they know this about people.
They don't even show up to court.
Yeah, and so they feel they could walk on over you. So a lot of times with the black people, they feel like, oh, he don't know nothing about law. He's just gonna overreact. So I'm gonna get him caught up. So a lot of times they kind of, it's like they kind of, that, you know what I'm saying? That I feel like they kind of know that already about people. So, but if you stand up for yourself, eventually they won't mess with you anymore. If you know you're right.
Right. But as a black person, you still have to you have to do it in a particular manner. And I agree.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, you never threaten. You know what I say? I've been cussed out cops in all kind of ways, but I've never been a threat to them. That's the difference.
Blue. You came in and you justified Amber and Mayor Amber point. This thing is systematic. You see, in Rome.
No, I'm saying that's what I was talking about. This thing is systematic.
It's systematic. It's systematic from the very rich who implement it to the very rich white people who implement the very powerful.
And now you change the definition of systematic.
No, it's systematic in the system. It's in part. It's all over the system. From the very influential white people who implement it.
That's like saying when we say racism is like, it's like when we say racism is systemic. We mean that if we change, if we alter, but the problem is in dealing with the system, right? Not necessarily individual order. You know what I mean? It's the system. Those people that are in charge of the system and systematically making change to alleviate our situation, to make it better.
But it's systemic and systematic.
Of course.
And individual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's all the above.
But where do you start? You got to start. You start at the system.
Yeah, right? you start at the most comprehensive.
I believe you start there because that's the only thing that you can do. Like, to me, racism is not something that's ever going to go anywhere. Me personally, I don't believe that, because you can't control individual attitudes and opinions. To some degree, some people are going to hold on to their belief. The problem is I don't feel like people should have the power to use these views to oppress people. So as long as it's not systemic and systematic, I'm fine with that. I totally agree. But the thing is, you're saying like, oh, well, you know, to make sure these laws aren't in place and this, that, and the third. And to me, it sounds like you were trying to say like, well, people really aren't racist. It's just the laws that's making them racist. But no, it's the laws that's allowing them to
No.
exact racism.
No, what I was saying is that your enemy per se is not necessarily like Karen is really a distraction from the real target. That's why I brought up the Supreme Court justice and things that it's like your aim should be at the system, not necessarily the white man sitting down in a damn restaurant eating his meal. I'm saying he don't have the power to exercise these things that are factored in your day-to-day life. It's those Supreme Court justices, those police officers, the judges. That's what I was saying.
But you don't think it's necessary to highlight, because some of these people hold these types of positions, like the example that Stupi's brought up. I think that even on that small scale, it's necessary to highlight these different interactions.
Yeah, I'm not saying ignore it.
Hold, so that people can really understand that, yeah, this is likely to be going, because even though they've had the evidence that racism is literally in every system, there still has not been any major overhaul or change. So again, it's not that they don't know that it exists. They just
are benefiting from it.
Yeah, I mean, there was a report that the FBI had a report saying, you know, how the KKK has infiltrated the police force. Right, and then you know,
somebody got some music playing.
Like they at the casino. Who at the casino?
And then invite us.
But and you know, and you look at a job like a police, right? You got especially within the Irish community, like those police jobs are like that shit's like a family with that shit. That shit gets passed down. Like you talk to police officers, my daddy was a cop. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know what I mean? I think that type of change that needs to come. Like, you know, we African Americans should support African Americans joining the police force, right? Like the Pan-African ideas of policing your community and not being police is crazy. So if we want to build a police our communities, we got to be a large representation of the police force.
Oh, I definitely agree, and I think that extends to all systems. Like I'm not a believer of, well, just trust white people to treat us right and beg them to treat us right. No, you got to be in the system, making sure, or a part of the system to offset the injustice. Like I agree. So I'm not with the whole don't become a police officer. Now I do feel like, as far as historically, it's been a lot of tokenism, you know. So as far as I'm concerned, like people are doing it, but it ain't giving what it's supposed to give.
It's been tokenism because we gotta think of it like this: in the Black community, we don't. If your boy was to come and you say, "Yo, I want to be a cop," you can be like, "What?" Like we're not supporting and pushing those people who aren't tokens, right? Because you know, no Pan-African is a pro-Black person going to be a police, right? Even though they say they love Black people, you know what I'm saying? So those would really, quote unquote, be the best people to be in the position if they actually held that ideology, right? Because as a police officer, you feel like if my police officer was a Pan-African, maybe I can get fair treatment, right? At least equal treatment. But if in that realm, in that space, that they're looked at as pariahs, then only the token ones are gonna go there because they know I'm gonna be shunned in my community for being a cop. So if you don't like me, I might as well be against you.
No, but most Black policemen who go in the system becomes a part of the system. They become a part of the system. They operate at the system level, where the only difference between them when they have on the uniform, it was that one time this black jogger was arrested and he was claiming racism. And the one young black police said, "This is not racism. I'm here and I'm black." He didn't even understand
So
that.
listen, and I'll give you an example for just from where I'm at, because I lived in Charleston, now I'm in Atlanta. You get a black chief of police, right? And you get a black, like a police officer shoots somebody in Atlanta, that nigga's going to jail, like immediately. You understand me? But like you gotta be in that position in order to affect that change. Otherwise, somebody else will be doing it for you.
Nursery rhymes going on.
What in the hell is that noise?
Is that unbiased? Might be unbiased. I fell asleep and he got an alarm clock going on.
Yeah, that's. Oh yeah, for sure.
But honestly, you're right with that. But what caused that is that in Atlanta is because of the large black population, and then who they have is representation. That is direct result of representation.
Yeah,
Right.
but then that comes from entering the system.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm saying that's the, to me, I think that's the way to attack it.
Yeah.
It's a no-win situation. It's going to take time.
Yeah,
It's a must-win situation, actually. That's how I see it.
Yeah, we don't have options.
Yeah, failure is not an option. Yeah.
Get down or lay down.
Yeah. No, but that is it. Is the all right? But then we need to participate more than on a local level, and we need to develop lobbying power.
Definitely.
We need to develop lobbying power. We don't have lobbying power. Black people don't lobby.
We don't have the capital. They don't have the cash or the capital.
Yeah.
Stop it!
And you know, for the longest time, we don't listen. And we don't really have.
What that fat one named that fat pastor was just about his daughter a house for $5.4 million. We have enough money to give the black churches every Sunday morning.
We don't have a political science type of even understanding how shit goes. Like, you know, like we're really babies in this shit, like in terms of our mentality of working the system. Like, you know, like we may think Martin Luther King and shit, the shit like centuries ago with like Muhammad. That shit like yesterday in history, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, my mama.
Our culture is jacked up.
No, but
That's what it is.
My mama and grandmama was like during Martin Luther King's time, bro. That's how close we are. That's how close we are to that shit.
Martin Luther King would have died if it wasn't for Harry Belafonte. Martin Luther King would have got to bed hungry many a nights.
There you go. We're not trying to discredit the Jamaican presence and help. I fuck with Harry Belafonte. Yeah,
No, it's not the Jamaican help I'm talking about. I'm talking about in general. We will give the black pastors millions of dollars every Sunday.
Yeah, but I mean, but Martin Luther King was a bad example for a pastor. Like, he actually did the work. Like, we can't.
But Stu Peace, see what you're missing is that it is more believable for Black people to secure their afterlife and that they'll have their kingdom there versus investing in having a better kingdom here on earth. You're asking, they believe in what they're contributing to. Like, they don't believe in the political system. They don't believe that justice is something that can be accomplished. And I'm saying just in general, collectively, the average, Black person, even if they vote, they may just do so just off of tradition and not necessarily actual faith in the system. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
they don't understand how it works. They don't understand the importance of filling out a census in general. They don't understand how that affects the money coming into your community.
No, like, it's not just that. They don't have a world view. They're not intelligent enough, they don't
Oh
have
no
a
no 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 no! Don't
No,
say not
Don't do that.
intelligent
Don't
enough.
do that.
Don't do that.
no,
yeah,
no,
to
no.
use a better word, they're not
I'm just saying
educated enough.
there you go. We're
Yeah,
ignorant.
yeah, that's better.
That's
That's
the
better.
point I'm bringing out, that we're ignorant to these things. You know what I'm saying? And we like even when people were saying like, yo, you know, and hold the Democrats accountable. Like that shit was foreign to a lot of black people. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you mean? You know what I'm saying? It's like, even if you're going to vote Democrat, pump fake like you ain't going to do this shit. You know what? I might vote Republican. What you going to do for me? You know what I'm saying? Like, fake the shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, scare some niggas at least. You know what I'm saying? Like, but
well, if I could, the Black American or the Black people have been colonized the longest out of any other race. So there's this Stockholm syndrome, and then all the abuses that we've took, and then plus our culture is given to us, and so our culture isn't very cohesive, I guess. So like in Los Angeles, there's a Mexican neighborhood, there's an Asian neighborhood, but there is no Black neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? The Ethiopians might have their own little area, but we don't have a community. We're just kind of scattered.
But you know why though? And this is the conundrum that we find ourselves in. We're supposed to just be Americans. We're not supposed to even need a community. Like the country is supposed to be our community.
Well, I'm from LA, and so in the 90s, gangbanging used to be crazy heavy. You couldn't go anywhere. I mean, you had to be on your guard 24/7. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so there was no way to be cohesive. It was so, you know what I'm saying? It's like we fight each other too much to even be a community.
I think you on to something, so when you said that. It's
Right.
like, hey, when the integration piece happened, it was like the assumption that, okay, that Black people was just going to be Americans, right?
Right.
When that's not really how all the other groups work. It's like there are subgroups, right? In terms of like ethnicity and all these different ethnic groups, right? They work together. They do collectivism and all this stuff, right?
Right.
So I think you're on to something there.
Yeah. Like I guess. Yeah.
No, the only thing integration did was make all the Black people give up their mom and pop shops, and then they took on government jobs. That's what a lot of what integration did.
And I want to see all these damn mom and pop shop that we had that we would just goddamn flourishing in the goddamn 60s, but our niggas kicking in doors and dragging niggas out like that shit didn't exist. Man.
It was a different culture though. It was a different culture.
The schools was deplorable. You know what I'm saying? The books that the kids, like there's so much shit that was fucked up. That's why we was pushing for integration, man. So we can have opportunity to be in better schools. Because the schools in our area, we would get dilapidated buildings. The books that we were getting were passed down and should be falling apart. Like shit wasn't good, bro. It wasn't good, bro.
But do you believe that if we ever receive true investment in our schools and in our communities, even just the schools, do you feel like we should still be having this crisis of dilapidated schools? Like now, like you said, that shit was just yesterday.
Huh? What?
Do you think we should be still facing? So like you just said that the civil rights movement was like yesterday, like that wasn't long ago, right?
Right.
And that was when they were pushing for integration and all of this. But fast forward, we're back in a space where schools are dilapidated. There is underfunding. So like, did it do what it was supposed to do?
For its time.
But like, is it everything it's supposed to do? No. Right? Because at the same time, while all those things were happening, there were also things working against us in the background. You know what I mean? Like we get we get out of that state, we still get the crack epidemic, right?
The redlining.
Yeah, we have all then they did shit with the credit with the zip codes, right? Right in what the fuck they call it, where they were when they would run neighborhoods through particular black communities, right, to section certain areas off, and if you're in an area with a different area code, this shit kind of determine the value, right, of your
Values,
home,
right? Yeah.
and how
Redlining.
But I
so
guess,
so there was various things working in the back. It's not like integration went through and then everybody kept their word and then I think it was
but I
something.
would argue integration never went through. So it's a little confusing to me when we say, oh, we don't have communities, but we do. Like, they're just not ran by us. We're not at the head. Because at the end of the day, most Black people they live amongst other Black people. Like,
yeah, but there ain't too many, there ain't no Black businesses. There might be one food shop, one Black food shop, and that's about it.
Yeah, I
I
agree, but I don't feel like we ever arrived at a point of truly being integrated to begin with. So I don't really.
Anybody here been in a Black 5-star restaurant or 4-star restaurant or 3-star restaurant? I need a Black 3-star restaurant to go to. I've never seen
Black.
I mean, Black people went there, but the Asian people own it. That's what you're talking about.
A Black 3-star restaurant or 4.
When you say Black, you mean Black owned?
Black
owned.
I mean, like
Atlanta probably got some.
Yeah, there's plenty. There's plenty of them in Atlanta. I could just walk down. Like we got Black franchises, like many a Black franchise. I got a few Jamaican Black franchise, the Golden Crust.
I get 3-star or 4-star restaurants.
Atlanta
though.
But Atlanta is an anomaly. When I go to Atlanta, it's like the Mecca. Everything is Black in Atlanta. I tell you, I go to the airport. Everything is owned.
I don't have to see white people.
It's great. Yeah, exactly. Right. I think that's almost a model city in terms of ownership and doing stuff, because you can
look
just
at how they got there though. You got to look at how did they get there.
Now I'm not knowing, so go ahead and break it down how they got there.
I gotta go back, but it was like just a long and skinny, right? There's you got the home of you got Martin Luther King developing here, right? You got the there was a big point at in with Coca-Cola here, right? Where Coca-Cola kind of make a stand, because the reason it shifted this way was also political. You know what I'm saying? And also based on Coca-Cola, the shit was going on. Coca-Cola was threatening to leave Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? If they wasn't working towards just basically working towards being more progressive. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at Atlanta, it's not just that Atlanta's Black. The senators here are Black. You know what I'm saying? Also, all the people who are in those political spaces are Black, and like they're dying now. Like I forgot the older guy name that just died. That Martin Luther King. Like those are the people that were in those movements in Marvel. Yeah,
John Lewis.
Yeah, and they got the Black lady now. She oversees, so I can't remember her name. I'm bad with these politician names. I forgot her name, but anyway, all those people that was a part of those movement and marching got into the system. You know what I'm saying? So when like on TV here, and they be talking about the statues going down, they be on TV like, yo, them statues is coming down. You know what I'm saying? Like just up front and center. But a lot of those people that was in that movement and a part of that integration process are rooted in the same city. You know what I'm saying? So the money you see here ain't new money necessarily. It's older money that has developed over time. You know what I'm saying? And I forgot the other guy name too, Hosea. You know what I'm saying? You got like Hosea Williams who was here. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people that were staples in that Martin Luther King era that helped progress and push that shit forward. You know what I'm saying? How much we got Black mayors, we got Black governors, Bill Campbell, chief of police is Black, superintendent's Black. You know what I'm saying? The people that Atlanta controls the airport. who's also control. Like, so recently they've been trying to take control of the airport from the government because they got the white governor who just came in, and he's trying to finagle that. You know what I'm saying? Because look how much it's flourished since, you know what I'm saying? So white people who've been here for so long, they're like, yo, shit's been going good. Even for white people, like, I ain't fucking messing with the way shit's going because I like this shit. You know what I'm saying? So when you walk into other even white areas, you're gonna see African American posters in their yards. Vote so and so, vote so and so, because they don't want shit. They want shit to stay the way it is. Like, shit's been running smooth. You know what I'm saying? As far as they're concerned, they're like, fuck it, leave it the way it is. You know what I'm saying? And it's the number one place for businesses right now, not for Black businesses and just business in general. So now there's a large movement from people from California fluctuating to Atlanta. That just got stalled with the pandemic. But before the pandemic, everybody from Hollywood was coming here. You know what I'm saying? And then when they passed the anti-abortion law, the people were talking about you got different organizations, whether it's NFL, all these groups were threatening to pull away. I'm going to take my money out if you don't retract that shit. You know what I mean? And that's how it got to be to where it is. That's just short and skinny without having to really get into a detail.
You were talking about like people coming from California over to Atlanta in terms of like, think about the draw with the big entertainment scene.
Right.
Huge.
Tyler Perry Studios here now.
Yeah, all of it.
Yeah, before that, like
Music,
the Avengers movie was done here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and when they did that shit, they were threatening, all the studios were threatening to pull out because the city is flourishing. Business is growing. You know what I mean? It's the number one place to be for a business. Until the pandemic now, shit's kind of, but I mean, shit's still all right now, but it just slows shit down.
So all of that, what I'm getting from is that representation is one of the most important things Black people can have.
Representation is key. You know what I'm saying? For everything. Even when you can see it in football. When you see
but I mean,
a Black quarterback in football since Randall, look at it now. Representation.
But realistically, though, what you just detailed was a high concentration, though, of representation, like in one area, which made a lot of difference.
But it couldn't be done because, well, shit, look at Alabama, right? But you don't have African Americans in the system. So Alabama is one of the worst places to be for African American, even though there's a large population of Black folks packed in Alabama.
No, I'm not saying just. I'm saying a concentration of representation by capable and qualified individuals
in those positions of power. Yeah.
So, like you say, a lot of these staples from the civil rights movement, following that, they concentrated there and entered into the system, and they were able to build it up. But it wasn't like a one person or a two person thing. It was like a concerted effort almost. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. Obviously, particular like-minded individuals understanding what it takes. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Understanding what it takes to get shit moving, but they also understood we need to be in those buildings. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like I need to have my vote on that law. I need to have a vote and say if that shit goes in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think that that's something that, like, instead of how some cultures, like it was stated earlier, they have arranged marriages. I think maybe the idea of arranging for certain youth that show promise, for it to be a collective effort to push them into politics. Like, to me, I'm a little
like a talented 10.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm like a little conflicted because while I do feel like, you want your kids to kind of live their dreams, I do feel like we need to do a better job of like shaping kids, kind of like a Richard Williams thing at a young age to kind of
I can agree with that
direction we want them to go.
Yeah, because some communities do that. Like, you know, especially with I think this goes on probably even in the Indian community. You know, it's not like, you know, I want to be this. No, you're going into
Medicine.
yeah, medicine, or you're going into the software. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it is. You know, like, yeah, but that sounds a little, you know what I mean, a little uh draconian type, but I mean, I can agree with that. I can agree with
But
that.
Amber, if we're not ready yet for the 20-hour work week, we'll not be ready for that.
This is 20-hour work.
We're not ready for that.
I agree. We not ready for that either, because at the end of the day, you know, while I do feel like you have Black parents that will push their kids toward things, normally it's in the realm of sports. It's not education. You know, they'll put their kid on the basketball or football team at 3 years old because they want them to be a basketball player, but they won't necessarily, you know, buy different and again, I'm not saying choose, but control the realm of possibilities. Like, a lot of parents don't even have these conversations about what do you want to be when you grow up.
You know,
With
but
their
you know,
kids anymore.
it's easier, right, to want to be a doctor if your father was a doctor. You know what I'm saying? As a child coming up, it's hard to envision yourself in a position higher than your parents, so to speak, right? So like I love science now. As a child, there was nothing around me that would shape or even lean me towards science. Nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I always think now, like, I love science now. If I could, you know what I'm saying? If I'd have had something, look how far along it would be. But that shit wasn't even a thought process. Not just in my family, nowhere in my whole community was that even you know what I mean? Like, right, but a white kid might say, I want to be a marine biologist because they know or have a family or a friend who actually does it. You know what I'm saying? Who take them, you know what I'm saying? So it's like we need, I think, you know, it's definitely gonna be on the next generation of our kids. We put in position to be those heroes or to be the that judge or that doctor or the scientist that's gonna beget, a biblical term, beget the children that's gonna want to be scientists and want to be doctors. You know
Do
what I'm
you
saying?
think do you think that we have realized as a community that the likelihood of finding success is higher in education than it's in sports or drug dealing? Do you think that we as a people have come to that realization yet?
No.
That your child is more likely to find success through education than through sports?
It's a cultural thing. Again, right? I think.
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
in
Amber's gonna
education,
say no.
that's broad. Like I said, in a community, everybody has a different position. Everybody can't be the quarterback on a football team. People have to play different positions. So, like, you got to have somebody who's a mechanic. We got to have mechanics. We got to have different people, plumbers, different, you know, spread out, not just in education or in higher learning to be lawyers or doctors, because those people don't really help out the community. If anything, those people are more of leeches to the community.
But you don't necessarily have to be a doctor or a lawyer to excel in school, in grade school. Like for instance, when I was a kid, I used to be in Boy Scouts, right? This was basically just a bunch of just adolescent, my guys in my scout troop. They were a bunch of young white guys, right? White boys, right? It was almost a thing where it's like, okay, it was expected. Everybody was making A's, straight A's, right? And it wasn't until it was like everybody kind of exchanged report cards, and it was like, what's wrong with you? He was like, why ain't you making all A's? It's like it was like I'm the odd dude out, it's odd guy out. And as soon as I recognized that, it was like, okay, well, I can do A's. That's no problem. And then you just raise the bar and you just do it, right? It wasn't that I couldn't do it. It's just I just didn't apply myself, and it wasn't like something that was a push for it, right? And then when it was expected, right, that everybody that was supposed to make A's, we all just made A's. You know,
Yeah. I think
it's a cultural thing.
and even with the sports thing, like I feel that, but you know, like for me, and I think that also the catch-22 of sports is that sports kept me out of trouble, right? Sports kept me making sure my grades was right. Because if my grades came down, then I'd be kicked off the team.
Yep, sure.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you know, it also builds like this type of camaraderie.
Yeah,
Right?
teamwork. Like I
Team,
definitely think now
it's hard to then separate that and then not want to go to the next level. Like, it's tough.
I
I
understand
agree.
what you're saying in a Sosa. But what I'm saying is this, right? Is it that we need to tell our children that, listen, it's not everybody's going to get drafted in the NBA. Matter of fact, every year is basically 200 people is drafted in the NBA. And some of them don't even make it to the real team, right? And when we look at it, we say, how much people drafted to the NFL? But guess what? We never have a shortage of pharmacists, accountant. I'm not talking about lawyers and doctors alone. You have pharmacists, you have accountants, you have marketing people, you have 10 million different professions you can gain if you go to school. Is it that we need to start selling that in the Black community?
well, I say this. Like, I understand what Sosa's saying, and I understand what you're saying. Like, I definitely agree. Sports is an important element that even if it's just belonging to an organization or some type of activity or recreation, is good for keeping kids busy and out of trouble, and it's also good for, you know, character building.
How you
You know,
interact, yeah,
teaching them
right. How you
teaching them
interact
work
with other
ethic.
individuals. Yeah.
But I also understand what Stu is saying. So for all of the good that it does, I do feel like a lot of people are unrealistic, and they've allowed their kids to be unrealistic in their expectation of what they can do with their you know, sport, football, basketball, what have you. A lot of kids aren't in it for the sake of belonging to something or something fun or, you know, character building. They're in it because they believe they're going to go to the NBA or they're going to be drafted into the NFL. So I do feel like there's a certain degree of, you know, naivete when it comes to kids and what they think that they can do. Now, while I feel like, yes, being in sports often can have the impact and the influence of making kids perform better in school because they have the you know, the goal of staying on the team. On the flip side of that, it can also be a distraction because I have seen where boys are good athletes, horrible students, the grades come out and the grades get changed because we can't afford to have them ineligible.
Yeah, yeah.
You know? So as far as I'm concerned, like, there definitely should be a better balance as far as encouraging kids to, okay, you can perform on the field or, you know, on the court, and I'm with all of that. And I'm not saying that you can't make it. I'm saying that you have to be just as flexible with building a life for yourself if that doesn't happen. And you have to be equipped to do that. And education is the way to do that. Even if you don't go on to higher education, you can't skate your way through high school because you were the star athlete, don't make it to the NBA, and then what? You understand what I'm saying? Like,
well, I'm saying I think education is overrated, and I think sports is overrated. When I was in school, there was a
First, explain
14-year-old
how
boy.
education is overrated. You got to explain that one.
I'm gonna get there. When I was in school, a 14-year-old boy I went to school with, he said he quit school because he's gonna go be a mechanic. He was already a mechanic. And so he's like, I'm already making money. What do I need to go to school for? I'm already doing what I want to do. or what. I mean, so he already had his mind made up when he was 14. He was already a mechanic. So he wasn't trying to do the American thing of education. The man had a trade, in other
You mean in
words.
terms of which I wouldn't disagree with that. You mean in terms of
And he was able to take care of his family because
terms of
Mexicans
college.
get married. They used to get married early.
You talk in terms of college,
we
that's
talked about that a couple shows ago. The need for skills program in the black community.
trade and shit like that. And I agree with that because everybody. I think college ain't for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, how much math? You could know all the math you want, but it ain't gonna. It's not really pragmatic. You can't really do anything with it.
I mean, it depends on
nothing with that unless somebody hires you to do something with it.
It depends on what you want to do. If you want to be a
an accountant
surgeon
or something.
If you want, but if you want to be a surgeon, then you can't drop out of school, high school, bro. Like,
but once again, you're talking about these positions where you're working for the government or you're working for the state. Those people don't really help out the community.
Doctors help out.
Surgeons don't work for the state or the government.
Doctors help out the community, bro. We need doctors. We definitely need doctors.
Help out the community.
There's always going to be doctors. I mean, what does it matter if it's a black?
What do you mean?
Doctor,
what do you mean? It's always gonna.
What we need?
That's what I'm talking about. It's like
black construction companies. We need black construction companies. Black people to own land. Black people to build and to get certain types of businesses.
Yeah,
but how you gotta know how
and you know what?
We also need black doctors too, because there is discrimination in healthcare. Like, so.
I mean, if that's your calling to go into medical, I understand that. There's always going to be people who have that calling to go into further education and get their PhD and be a medical MD and all that fly stuff. I got that. But as far as like I was telling you, it was like if you come to LA, it ain't one of these motherfucking Mexicans speak a lick of English and they're able to feed their family. They don't speak English. They ain't got no education or nothing, but they have a trade.
Yeah, I want to live like a Mexican guy.
What I'm saying more so is like,
well, listen. Well, how are you gonna be a man though? Because all this metrosexual Kevin Samuel shit.
You ain't a man.
This Kevin Samuel shit, that shit is for the birds.
No, you disagree with. I don't disagree with Kevin Samuel. No, we're gonna talk about that next. Go ahead.
Oh shit!
I'm saying he's a straight up metrosexual, but yet these men are delusional and they think he's the status quo of a man. Somebody done lying to
hold
you.
on, let Amber talk.
Who thinks that? Blue.
Kevin Samuel.
What I'm saying, because I don't necessarily disagree. Like I think it was Sosa stated or Stu. We kind of spoke on this on an earlier live. What I'm saying is we need to do a better job of equipping our kids with viable careers. You know, where they can make money, where they don't have to struggle, whether it be through a trade, whether it be through higher education, whether it be through assisting them with getting a barbering license and opening up a barbershop, or whatever the case may be. What I'm saying is our kids shouldn't be last minute trying to figure it out once they're already out in the world and working a dead-end job and then trying to build from there. Like, because once you're kind of locked in, you just go with the humdrum of making it day by day. It leaves little room for growth, for advancement, for achievement. You just kind of get stuck in the cycle of, just barely making it. If we could teach them, okay, well, let's say you are 14, 15, and you decide, I know I really want to do this, and I don't have a need for high school. I want to drop out. I want to take up this trade. That's what I want to do. Okay, well, that's what we'll do. Now, me personally, I wouldn't feel quite comfortable with the dropping out and doing that unless they're getting equivalency, like a GED. You want to drop out and get your GED, by all means. because you could still, let's say this trade don't work out and you get in the class and you decide, okay, I actually don't like it as much as
money. He was already certified. He was a certified mechanic. He was already certified and already working at a shop. He wasn't learning it. He was there. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Let me address you on the Kevin Samuels now, since I'm spoke. The women who call into
fight that one. I'm gonna listen.
all right. The women who call into Kevin Samuels are seeking a specific type of men. They're not seeking men who work $40,000, $50,000 a year. These are the requests of the women who call into Kevin Samuels. These women want those men. They want open and close, what they call high value or high earning men. Kevin Samuel is merely telling them that the high earning men that he knows, that dress like him, look like him, act like him, want a particular type of woman. They don't want a fat woman. They don't want a woman with children. I'm not saying that other high value men won't want that, but the ones that he knows. That's what he says. No, if you disagree with him, you disagree with him. But the women want the high value looking men like Kevin Samuels. That's why they call into the program. They said, Kevin, I want a man like you who make a lot of money.
Men are not supposed to be following women. That's where you messing up, man. Ain't no man supposed to be following a woman on what she wants. A woman's mind to change every day.
Who's following
it's for a man to lead.
The women says who they want.
Blue,
women,
you got
the women don't know what they want. The women don't.
Women don't
the
know what they want.
90s, they said they wanted a baller, and then in the 80s they wanted this, and women always change their mind on what kind of man they want.
They still want ballers in 2020.
They still want ballers. That's always an answer. They just made a song.
That ain't moving. That ain't
never changed.
Listen, let me finish. Let me finish.
I want a baller woman,
because what you don't understand is that these women are telling you what they want. What right you have to tell a woman that she don't know what she wants? Are you that arrogant that you know better than what a person wants? If she want to stick up her ass.
I mean, I'm saying, yeah, I'm gonna tell, because majority of women, they get caught chasing that bag. They get caught chasing the bag. And then by the time they're 40, they're not old enough to have any children.
Guess why you have a problem with
it?
Guess why you have a problem with it? Guess why you have a problem with it? Because you don't have the bag. The man who has the bag don't have a problem with women selecting him. If you need those women, you need to get your money up. If you see the woman like Kevin Samuels who want a man with money, all right, Kim Kardashian walking down the street. All right, yesterday I went to the gas station. I live in near to Miami, and this girl came up. She drove a M5, and when she came out, solid 10. There's nothing false on this girl. This girl, her skin was like the smoothest, like somebody get the finest sandpaper in the world and spent 10 hours rubbing down her skin. This girl was like milk chocolate, smooth. Right? She don't want a broke ass man. She don't want a broke ass man. So if you're broke ass, you step to her and she say, I'm not feeling you. You're going to tell her that you don't know what you want? Because she's not feeling you?
I hear what you're saying. I'm not trying to change her mind, and I'm not trying to deny it, but I'm saying longevity.
That don't matter to her.
Hear me out. Those kind of people are not going anywhere. They're idle.
But see, here's what you're missing, Blue Devil. Yeah, they are going somewhere with the people that don't mind. So you're saying like women that want ballers or women that want this, that, and the third, like they don't have any real value over time. But yes, they do to the man that considers them valuable. Niggas wouldn't be out here shape-shifting or doing all of this if they didn't feel like this type of woman has value. Now, the only difference is Kevin Samuels is trying to make it to where now there's a standard for how high value, well, quote unquote, high value men approach this thing. He's pretty much saying, okay, y'all, let's take the power away and do it on our terms. You know, he's trying to change the narrative. But at the end of the day, these women have value.
Well, like
the
I
men
said,
that
I mean,
desire them
maybe
feel
because
they
I'm from
do.
California, we have a different perception of what a man is.
No,
But
I don't think it's about what just a man is. I think you kind of have to dissect what Kevin Samuels says what a high value man is, right?
I'm saying no. What I'm trying to say is,
bear with me for a
ahead,
second.
brother.
Yeah. So what he says a high value man is, right, is a guy that, that makes what is like $200,000 a year consecutively over like multiple years, right? Like three years or more, right? Which basically is like a qualified investor. You basically, you're on your way, right? But that's not the only thing, right? He says that, okay, well, you have to have a really good network of people that do the same, right? So you have a really good network of people that do the same, and you're valuable. You're basically connected, right? And then, there's other sort of sub things, but other than that, who cares, right? It's basically you make money and you're well connected, right? That's how he sort of defines it. And when you look at people like that, usually those are people that like to call the shots, right? The people that want to, say, okay, well, here's how things go. Here's how I want it to happen, right? So people in those type of circles, they can kind of dictate, their
What they want.
interactions, right? Their interactions,
The baby could kick him baby mother out of the house, and she had to get her ass out because the baby was calling the shots. Floyd Mayweather could slap up his girlfriend and tell her to leave because the girl wanted a baller like Floyd. Is what the ladies wanted. They're requesting from Kevin Samuels. If they wanted a dusty dude, they would go on a dusty dude channel and say, how can I get a dusty dude?
Right,
But these ladies are not asking for a dusty dude.
You got money to spare. You got money to burn.
They're asking for dudes with money to burn.
You got exclusive accesses and all this stuff. You're single. You do all that. But the thing is, in terms of what I guess the kicker is like these people that call into the Kevin Samuels show, they want a ready-made dude that has all this stuff.
And that dude don't have to answer anybody questions.
Exactly. Right. Once you start talking about a ready-made dude that has all this, like, you can't. A lot of these guys, like, it takes to get to that level. You have to do that over time. You know what I'm saying? It's like you can have this, but you have to build that and work with this a guy like this over time. You're not gonna get like a ready-made guy that's like, making that kind of money and doing and being influential like that. It's like if you get to that level, and maybe he might have been married before and gets a divorce. I know the type, and they get out there. It's like, yeah, they're gonna be really demanding. They want this and they want that, yeah, because they're used to demanding this and that.
Yeah, and as far as I'm concerned, at the end of the day, if you decide I want a certain price point, he got to earn a certain amount a year and can't have no kids and this, that, and the third, I feel like the man is entitled to be just as, choosy in what he prefers in a woman. Fair exchange ain't robbery. Even swap ain't no swindle. You don't get the nerve to come over here and tell me what all you want in a man, and I can't say what all I want in a woman. I don't care how superficial or how mean-spirited you think it is. The bottom line is you have your standard and I have mine.
Because you're paying to be the boss. What the man is actually doing. He is tricking. So they say it's not tricking if you have it. Well, he have enough money to go and pay for the highest. I'm not calling these women prostitutes. I'm using an example, right? Hugh Hefner is the biggest trick in the world before he died. He had enough money to pay to have 6 blonde girls living with him. 6 pretty skinny blonde girls living with him as his girlfriend. 6 girlfriends. Because he had the money. If Hugh Hefner was a broke geriatric man in a nursing home, would any of those 6 girls be up in the nursing home? with him? No,
Probably
they wouldn't.
would.
They wouldn't. But
but the thing is, he had the money and the willingness to pay for what he wanted.
And so he got what he wanted. Because if you're going to buy a car and you have unlimited amount of money, you can get any car you want. You can go to the Ferrari dealer and say, listen, I need you to paint each wheel a different technicolor. I need this kind of engine. I want you to make a specific body for me. And all the dealer is going to say to you, it's going to cost. They say, no problem, you're getting it. These women want the men with the ability to pay for what they want, to take them to Tahiti, to buy them Birkin bag, to put them in a hell of a house so that they don't have to work. When him asked the question, do you want to work after you have children? Most of these women say, no, they don't want to work, but they want to go on vacation, they want to go shopping. They don't want a dusty dude who working $15 an hour or $20 an hour. They don't want that.
It's funny that you mentioned about cars, right? It's like in terms of women, right? In terms of what you're shopping for. Dudes like that, they're not shopping for Nissan Sentras. They're shopping for Ferraris.
Right.
You know, the same thing, you know.
Hello?
Yeah.
Same thing with the women. They're shopping for Ferrari.
Exactly. Yeah.
So Kevin Samuel looking on some of the women and say, listen, baby girl, you are 5'2", 250 pounds. You are a Mack truck. You are not a Ferrari. Get yourself in Ferrari shape and come back. This dude is not going to see you. This dude is not going to see you. When you watch television,
and you know, me personally, I don't agree with that. I feel like the dudes that's around Kevin Samuels, this is true, but they can get with a white man and they'll take it naked. It's plenty of paid white men that want a black woman. And I'm not saying that that's what black women should do. I'm just saying, like, he speaks from a particular perspective.
Yeah, but not all. All right. Let's be honest, Amber. Amber, we're going to look. The other day I was watching Formula One finals in Europe, and before the race started, like they had the rich people was down by where the cars are parked and they're meeting everybody. And you can look at the women that were with these guys. The people who are interested in Formula One are people who go to Morocco to watch the race, are people who own yachts. And when you look at the girlfriends and the wives of those people, I don't say you don't see one fat girl, you know, but it's a 1 in 100 fat girl you see. All of the girls you're seeing look like Naomi Campbell.
Trophy wife.
Look like trophy wives. All of the girls you're seeing look like trophy wives. They have a particular look about them. Then you're not seeing any BBLs out and the Brazilian butt lips.
And I'm not talking about the rich white elite man. I'm saying the colder, the nerdy white boy that don't even give a damn about yachts or none of that. He's somewhere playing video games on the fucking weekend and doing cosplay.
But the black girl don't want him.
But now hold on. There are some black women that is getting into that shit now.
Yeah, because
they
realize that the black men don't. That they realize that what black women, what a lot of black women do, you know. And I'm not going. And what a lot of black women do, you know. They play the line. Let me mean by they play the line. During the 20s, during high school, they have a specific kind of guy they're talking to. When they come out of high school and go to college, they have a specific caliber guy they're talking to. Right? When they reach 35 and they realize that most of the guys they're talking to drop off the boat are gone, they start settling now for the next best thing. And they're telling you that, so the white guy now who was a nerd, she wouldn't see the nerd 2 days ago, but you see the nerd now. She's seen the nerd now. But a lot of these white nerds wising up to the game. I'm not talking black women in particular, most women, a lot of the nerds wising up to the game, that these nerds don't realizing that they're watching YouTube and they realize that shit, I have money. I didn't know that I have money. This is what they call money. And what can I do with this money? And there are other people informing them, so dude, you make 180,000 a year, you have money. That's money.
Oh yeah. Hey, imagine like for instance, just give you an example. Like some of these like big tech conferences you go to. In terms of like you go to Las Vegas during the tech conference, when they bring in, all the nerds, you'll be amazed how many, I guess you would say, night people from all over the country sort of swarm in
like the
during those
baller
tech
club.
conferences.
And all of them
Exactly. And they all over these guys.
because
These young engineers.
And you gotta know that some of
Crazy.
the guys is gonna go for.
Oh yeah, all of them go for it. Oh yeah, they all in.
Not even just go for it, but some of them gonna really feel like they want to build a relationship with that person. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think I'm in love.
That was that's 5 years ago, not today. These guys are in tune to the game now. They learn the game. Brenda didn't know the game now because 5 years ago they were naive, but now these guys share information among them one another. Listen, dude, what you doing? You're rich. You don't have to do that. The world is your oyster. These dudes back in the day didn't know the potential, but today they know the potential. They know that they work 40 million a year. They don't cycle.
What I'm saying is, okay, so then you have to look at this. Like, so you have the quote unquote trophy wife, right?
Yeah.
That is everybody's choice.
Right.
They have the step down from that, where she may feel like she's above dating a regular nigga. She wants somebody with money, and she's lighter on the eyeballs, So for the man that may be the tech geek and got the money, even if he's wise enough to game, he knows that he's not on the same level as the man that actually looks nice and has money. I may not be able to get that trophy, but I can get, the little silver medal. I might be able to roll with the silver medal and be content with that. Because to me, most men at their core are somewhat egotistical and superficial.
No, I'm going to tell you a piece of information that another man not going to tell you. Every man know where him rank. Every man in the world. When he go into a room, he knows where he's ranked. He knows who is the big dog, and he knows who is the little dog, and he knows where he ranks, and he knows the likelihood of which woman he can pull. Every man know that. It's something that you're born intrinsic with. Like you can evaluate the situation. When you enter into a room, you realize who is the big dog and who is the little dog and what you can pull. Right? After a while, a lot of dudes in the past, like these tech dudes, didn't know where they were ranked because they was playing Dungeons and Dragons and all of this. But now they realize where they're ranked because the same nerdy girl know where she ranked and know that she has something similar to what they like. So she started to cosplay and she started to look sexy too. She dressed like the girl, the geek from Scooby-Doo, or she dressed like the Halo girl, and she attract the nerdish guy. Every guy know where he rank and what he can pull. But women, a lot of women don't understand where they rank. Women are disillusioned. Let me explain what I mean by women are disillusioned.
Oh, absolutely.
You go into the club, and women move in packs. And in every pack, you have an ugly girl and you have a fine girl. Right? The ugly girl sometime will be jealous of her fine friend. Why nobody not paying me no attention? She getting all the attention. But she don't want to admit to herself that, listen, the reason why her fine friend getting attention is because she rank higher than she. Get your game up. It don't have anything to do with face look. Get the belly off. Get rid of that big belly where you have one. And get some industrial strength brazier to hold up the breast. Right.
Not industrial strength. You
right?
get on my
Right. You need to rank up your game to get the attention. But women in general will tell you that, ooh, take me as I am. This is me, and you have to accept me for me. But most dudes don't do that. Dudes know that, listen, in order for me to get certain woman, I have to rank up.
But
I have to get my shit in order. But women say you must take me as I am, and men must rank up.
Now here's the problem I have with that. I'm not saying you're wrong, right? Now for women who decide that they want a certain kind of man, I do feel like, yeah, you have to play along with the game. You can't just present anything and think that you're gonna get what the fuck you want when they have a particular preference as to what they're looking for. However, as far as I'm concerned, me personally, I'm gonna now one of the things is I've always been a cute girl, but
Amber, stop. Let me cut you. Let me cut you. You know, I never see a picture yet, but I can't say that. I can't tell it to your face that you're a good-looking girl. You know why? Because the arguments we have is that if you was an ugly girl, you would have seen what I'm seeing. But you have come to take for granted the position that you are in.
But
because you were always in the fast lane in terms of if you was a car, you would have been in the lane going fast because you're a sports car.
But what I'm saying is I've never relied on looks to carry me though.
Because you don't think you rely on it, but you have it.
But
you have the horsepower.
Don't rely on it.
You don't need to rely on it. When listen, what you're saying is that somebody with money, when your pocket full of money, I've never been hungry yet. How are you supposed to be hungry with your pocket full of money? You've never been lacking for attention, so you don't know what it feels like.
But
you don't know what.
You're absolutely right. I haven't been lacking for attention.
Right,
but
here's
the thing. I definitely know when a nigga is interested in my looks and when he's interested in my personality. I don't care about the guy that's interested in my looks because as far as I'm concerned, looks fade. And if that's where you're at, there's always going to be somebody cuter, bad, or whatever. So
no, Amber, you're unfair too, Amber. That's unfair. Let me tell you why you're unfair. Let me tell you why I say you're unfair. The statement you're making is a statement coming from a girl with options, from a pretty girl. You're looking at it from a pretty girl standpoint. So you would be the one who the dude's coming to. So you don't know what it is like for disillusioned women who look in the mirror and think that they're pretty, but dude's not coming to their attention.
Stu. I'm looking from the perspective of, at the end of the day, don't rely on even with the girls that think they're pretty, you know, or that they're the pick. Like at the end of the day, when you rely on that and there's nothing else to contribute or add, you leave yourself open for somebody to be able to come and take your place that's prettier. So as far as I'm concerned, like, yes, I'm not going to say like, oh, you know, I'm not the type to let dudes choose or whatever. Yeah, niggas gonna choose. That's what they do. But at the end of the day, if he could choose me as a pretty girl, he could choose the next pretty bitch too.
No, Amber, let me tell you. Let me tell you the hierarchy. Let me explain the hierarchy of picking, of being chosen. Let me tell you the hierarchy of being chosen. Pretty and smart girls get picked first. You're pretty and you're smart, you get picked first. I'm talking about the Kim Kardashians. I'm talking about the Carly B's. I'm talking about the Beyonce Knowles. I'm talking about the pretty and smart girls get picked first, off the top. Then the pretty and dumb girl get picked second. She's dumb, but she's good looking. She's getting picked second. Then the ugly and smart girl get picked third. Then the ugly and dumb girl get picked last. That's how I've always been from time immemorial.
That is ugly and dumb. Whoa, that's a heavy one.
Right, she get picked last. That is how life has always been. But the pretty and smart girl, she gets picked first. And the pretty and dumb girl getting picked second. Pretty has always ruled when it comes to girls. It's unfortunate. that a girl character don't matter to most men, her money doesn't matter, her education doesn't matter. She's in the top percent. She's in the top 75% if she's pretty. If she's pretty, doors open for her automatically. Pretty girls don't wait in the line at the club. Pretty girl don't ask, don't have to beg somebody to dance with her. She have 10 million dance partners. Pretty girls don't lack of attention. She getting picked first. And if she's pretty and smart, she getting gobbled up. She's off the market as she drop. As she land, she gone. Somebody scooping her up, she getting wifed up. If she's pretty and smart. That is it.
I see Melvin in the chat saying, "I hope y'all ain't talking about Kevin Samuel's talking points." Yep, this is exactly what we talking about.
No, I'm not talking about it.
You know it when you hear it.
What I'm saying is that what I'm saying about Kevin Samuel's talking about. This is what I'm saying.
No, not that. I'm just trying to vector the conversation in terms of like because different people coming into the chat. Yep.
The women asking Kevin Samuels for men that look like him. That men can buy them Birkin bag and Louis Vuitton. And they're willing to do anything to get these guys. Them selling themselves for that. Right? If he's that guy, lucky you. If he's not that guy, and you want those women, get your money up. That's all it is. Because that is all Kevin Samuel said. Kevin Samuel.
I say it again, Stupies, in terms of like, I think it's about the expectations. Like when you want like I think who was the unbiased talked about the concept about when you guys were talking about the NOI, about what he said, the ready-made devil, right? Right. And this the concept, you flip it on his head, the ready-made God, right? They want a ready-made God man that's making like, hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? And you can just basically deliver him to my doorstep, and then basically we engage in this dating type thing, and then we're good to go. It's like it doesn't work like that, because think about it, like people that that are really successful like that, they're usually already married. More than likely, they're already married. You don't have people that are in those type of circles like that, because really I think that it almost becomes a prerequisite to be like a leader like that. You have to be, gotta be married. That's one of the things.
Yeah. All right. Right. Let me ask you this. The dudes in those circles, because I know what you would do. You don't tell me fully, but I figure it out. You in circles where dudes make really good money. Sure. Right?
Yeah.
Sure. And the dudes with ugly wives, they had the wives from they were in college.
Forever. This is probably early on.
Ugly wives had the wife from forever before they were making money.
Come up.
Yep, exactly. This is the wife that you've built and you've had her forever. You know what I'm saying? This is your ride or die. She's been with you.
Okay.
When you was making hold on. Yeah. When you was making 40,000, when you was making 50, then when you went to 70, then when you went to 100 and to 2. That's your wife. That's
Let me ask you part 2 to the question now. The dudes who who's single now and making that kind of money, how the girlfriends look?
Well, when you look at it, right, most of them are divorced.
Yeah, right? But how the girlfriends look?
Oh yeah, they're gonna make up for lost time.
The girlfriends are beautiful. Exactly. Am I lying?
You most when I say it, I can just speak for myself, right? The guys that do it when they cut off, and then it's almost like the second life, right? Whatever things that they missed out early on is that they experience later on. You know what I mean?
Now answer the question. Are these girls beautiful?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Are they fit?
Sure.
Are they fat?
That
fat?
No.
Are they ugly? No.
No. You usually, they usually have, have some good women, good looking women. But here's the thing, right? I don't know what that relationship
It
usually
doesn't
looks
matter.
like,
It
right?
doesn't matter.
Those relationships are usually tumultuous, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. They're not talking about what is a woman anymore.
Here's the problem I have with that. Like, same way guys will take a thin girl and get them a boob job. I feel like you got a pretty face, even if you a little chunky, fat, whatever. A nigga with money can fix that. Like,
oh yeah, for sure.
So to me, like, even that though, do I feel like guys prefer a certain look? Yeah. Do I feel like some guys, and again, I'm not saying the majority, but there's a minority. So whenever women say they want this thing and Kevin Samuel shoots them down, like, oh no, they don't want you, there's always, standard deviation. There's always a standard deviation.
No, there's
So,
always exception to the rule. But we can't live on the exception. I'm going to tell you something now. This is the last piece I'm going to tell you on it, because people going to say, Stupid is sick in him head. But I'll tell you this truth. Most big dick dudes in high school make an ass of themselves in high school. Let me explain what I mean by that. Most dudes who are swinging a big dick in high school make an ass out of themselves in high school, because we were fucking everybody. We didn't give a fuck about schoolwork. We walked around with big dick confidence. Big dick confidence is a real thing. You know that, right? Dudes walk around, I can conquer the whole world with my dick. Dudes with average dick was dudes who didn't get the attention, so they placed their attention on schoolwork. And they become successful. No small dick dude want a fat girl. It's like two turtles trying to fuck him, can't find the pussy. So that's why these dudes don't want these women.
What are we talking about?
No, I'm explaining it to it's in a scenario where a dude tell me, where my Chinese
Stupid, you're all over the place.
Yeah, but all over the place. But
Blue Devil, help me out.
No, I'm not going any further because that's a sick argument. But Google Scholar understand what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying all over the place. Let me stop. I'm looking for my wallet. Where last my wallet? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but trust me. Trust us. If these women selling themselves, that's why they want these men. It's actually in the marketplace. I mean, them selling themselves. Them saying, listen, I will sell myself to the highest bidder. I will do anything it takes to get this dude. So if this dude treat me like shit, it doesn't matter, because I want this money.
Sounds like a niche market.
No, it's a real market. It's a big market. It's a big market that's out there.
It's a niche.
Not niche.
Not
niche. Listen, how many women, Amber, how many women out there willing to start with a dude who making $30,000 a year, but him have ambition? They call those dudes dusty. I don't want any dusty dude. He's driving a bucket. I can't be seen in a bucket with a dusty dude.
But see, I'm not gonna lie. I'm inclined to agree. Most women are very delusional. Like, they want a man to have all of this, and they're not even like, bitch, what do you do? Like, who are you again? Like, you a hoteler at a bank, but you think you finna pull up an NBA player, and not only are you gonna pull one, you're entitled to one. Like, that's the man you feel like you deserve. And I just don't understand, like, how, sis? Like, what make you deserving of that? But, and not to say she don't, I'm just saying, like, okay, justify it. You made the claim, now support it with some evidence. But when you typically ask them to support it, like, justify their desire for that and what qualifies them to have that type of, man, they rarely can. So I'm inclined to agree that most women, like, they don't want the ambitious guy.
And I'm about to drop this link for Sister Nandy to get her on this panel. We need some more female energy.
Hold
Go ahead.
on.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, drop the link. As far as I'm concerned, it's a whole lot of women that are entitled. And again, that's not to say that men don't come with they whole situation, but I've been kicked out of groups from my perspective. I've been because I don't agree with the whole I'm a queen and I deserve this man. But then when you ask, like, okay, so why? Like, what makes you valuable, unique? And they name typical run-of-the-mill shit like, well, I got my own crib, my own car. Like, so basically you're an adult. Okay, what else? Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, there's no real substance behind the desire.
Here.
Go ahead, Blue. You got something you want to add?
Nah.
Yeah. Amber, imagine this, Amber. Imagine you have your son and he just left college. He get his first job and the job only paying 45,000 a year. So he bought a used Honda car. He bought his first car. He's in his first apartment. He doesn't have much money. He has a roommate. And he's hollering at a girl and she looking at him and say, oh, I don't talk to dusty guys. You're not up in my class. You're not making any money yet. Wait until they start making some money. Now imagine 5 years later, he gets his second promotion. He starts working 120,000 a year. And this girl now hollering at him, hi, remember me? What would you advise your son to do?
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I'm already advising my son. Been advising him for years. So at this
situation, imagine in that situation when he wasn't making any money, a girl called him.
That's the situation. I'm gonna say no. Back then she didn't want you. Now you hot. She all on you. Fuck that hoe. Like that's what I'm gonna say. Now I've heard stories of guys that wanted a woman and they found out how much they made and they was like, oh, well, I need you to make this in order for me to be with you. And it's supposed to be this inspiring story of how he went back and he made the money and then he presented himself to her when he was like, fuck all of that. Like, I'm really not with none of that at all. Either you're gonna like me for me and trust and have faith in my ability, or move the fuck around. The people don't want to rely on that. Oh, well, that's just potential and this, that, and the third. Okay, but like all of this shit is potential. We potentially could have a great relationship. We don't know until we in this shit. But for you to base your willingness and your, desire to be with me, now don't get me wrong. I'm not a fan of like taking care of a nigga. But as far as I see it, if you don't take away from me and what I got going on, you do me no harm by being on your grind and struggling and like, yeah, we can see where this go, because I'm a whole grown ass woman. I don't need no nigga to help me pay my motherfucking bills or help me take care of my responsibilities for him to be attractive to me.
Amber, let me give you another situation.
I say, and that's a good point, Amber. I think it's about a partnership. At the end of the day, it's a partnership. It's you're not gonna get I guess what they say, a high value man, in quotes and air quotes, high value this woman or man dropped in your lap. Yeah, it's a partnership between the man and the woman. A lot of women don't want to partnership.
I think all that is from Kevin Samuel's imagination.
No. I'm just saying that you can want all day long, right? But in reality, you got to build it together. Like I say, you might have to support her through her getting her master's degree. Then she turns around and support you getting your doctorate.
Stop. You're lying. You're lying. Stop it.
How am I lying?
Let me tell you why you're lying with that.
This is how it works.
Michelle Obama.
No. Let me tell you how that works. Hold on. Let me tell you how that works. How many men in here have you heard this horror story, including Amber, the lonely woman in here, the only woman in here? Sorry to say lonely, because you're not lonely. You have your person. The only woman in here. How many times, many brothers in here, I've heard story about men sending women back into colleges to get the degrees, to become professional nurse, lawyer, doctor, Indian. And when they finish, they come out of school and say, dude, you are too lowly for me. I cannot be seen talking to the guy who drive the UPS van.
Guys do that as well.
Right.
You know what? You know what? Guys,
normally in the black community it works the other way.
You know what? There's countless stories of guys, women that stuck by guys.
That's
they
how
went
it works
through.
in the black community.
No. Put the black community aside. Right? There's countless stories of women supporting guys go through and get their medical degrees, and once they're good, they ditch their wives.
I believe they can kill them.
That
I
happens.
believe in that. The women should kill those men and not the child.
Yeah, that happens.
I believe that those women should be allowed to kill those men.
Allowed to what? Kill those men.
That's what my brother said.
No.
Here's my thing. Like, I feel like a lot of people be so thirsty to have someone that they miss all the red flags that y'all values just do not align. This person does not love you and care for you in the way. They only care for what you can do for them and how you can advance them. Because people don't just go through school and decide that, you know what, I don't want to be with you no more. Or get to a certain level of status or success and decide, you know what, I'm not really in love no more. They've been not rocking with you like that. They've been feeling like this is something I'm doing right now because, I just got somebody and this the level that we're on. But when I get to another level, I'm going to expect my mate to be at that level. Like, at the end of the day, I just feel like a lot of people just be wanting to be in a relationship and they don't really pay attention to their mate at all.
Right. Relationship as a convenience at the
Yeah.
time, for sure. Because honestly, a lot people don't want to be alone, right? Most people.
I don't know about that. I think a lot of people do like to be alone.
Well, if you had a choice, I ain't talking about the people that just got to be alone because they can't get nobody.
Well, but that's the thing. I've been alone for most of my adult life, and it ain't because I can't get nobody.
Women can definitely be alone.
But I would rather be in a relationship I actually want to be in. Like, have I had guys interested in being in relationships? Yeah, but I know I don't want you. And I don't just want to be in a relationship just to say I'm in one. I want what I want. And if I can't have what I want, then I just will be by myself. I don't care to be associated with somebody just for the sake of being able to show up to an event with a mate.
But you're a Ferrari. Like you said.
Amber, you still have to answer the same question. Amber, you say answer the question. The dudes with this money want what they want. And they don't care, just like how you want what you want. And it's not unfair for people to want what they want. And we don't need to question them. If having a Siamese twin float your boat, go and look at Siamese twin. Right? If having somebody who has 2 teeth, there's this black girl on TikTok, she's with this white guy. And sometimes she's there without any front tooth or front teeth. And the guy wants her. They want what they want. People want what they want. It's not our thing to say, so they're wrong. And the women want what they want. The women want men who they call real men. They don't want the guy who is a plumber. They don't want the guy who is a mechanic. They want the guy in corporate America who wear the suit, who they say is refined. They don't want the ordinary guy who would break his back to make her happy. They don't want that guy. So if they want that guy and that guy want her to jump through hoops.
Like, I definitely agree, but my biggest thing is want what you want, but you have to know that people are going to question, okay, so why do you want this? The fact that you ain't even thought that far, it's like you don't even have a stock answer. Your answers sound like every other motherfucker that's asking for this. Oh, well, I got a house and I got a car and I got a good job. Like, okay, that's typically most adults. They're providing for themselves. You still haven't set yourself apart. And the fact that you have this, you've identified what you want, but not necessarily identified the justification for you wanting it or deserving it. That's where, like, my thing is just think a little beyond that. I'm not saying you can't still want what you want, but you should at least be able to answer a two-part question. Okay, well, why? You understand what I'm saying? And
But
what
what
makes
if, but I'll push back on this. What if I say I've got all that and I can give it to you as well, independent, while we're waiting, while we're dating? I can give you all. I can give you a car. I can give you this a house. And I can give you money. Everything is taken care of, right? Outside of that,
Wait, I'm not.
those are the guys we're talking about. It's like, okay, well, everything that you're talking about, I can give it to you as well. No strings attached. Boom, here it is. Those are the kind of guys that the women on, like said, that's those are the kind of guys that they're looking for.
But what
I got a big I got a
what
big
do you
house.
mean no
I got a
strings attached?
condo. I got a condo. I can get you one too. I got a nice car.
No
I got a
strings attached.
Benz. I can get you one too.
Define no strings attached. What does that mean?
Well, there's all I take that back. There's always strings attached. There's no such things as no strings attached, right? When I say no strings attached, I mean we don't have to get married. You know, usually when dating, when you say no strings attached, we don't. That means we don't have to get married.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, because that was a bit confusing because there's always a catch in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah. This in dating, the strings are either the long-term relationship or the marriage, right? So that's the thing.
So there are men that will give a woman that without them being in a serious relationship.
For sure.
Yeah, I'm not clued in because I wasn't aware. So what would be her contribution to that relationship?
Her front. No. Ask a lot of women. Not most women you meet. Ask them what they bring to a relationship, and the only thing they bring to the relationship is the front.
Or you think about like the most married guys that have an affair, right? It's like
most.
I'm just gonna pull back because I'm a married guy because I'm not on the dating scene. So let me make sure.
Make sure you leave that one alone.
Cut down.
Drop the baton. Drop the baton. Drop the baton. Then leave that one alone. Let's step over.
Yeah,
that.
No. That's good.
Yeah.
The reason why I would say, okay, well, because at the end of the day, that's what happens a lot of times. You end up, like I say, that's why I say that a lot of high value guys are already married. So these relationships end up being like these relationships with these guys that are already married and they have families and all this kind of crazy stuff, right? So that's kind of, it muddies the waters. You know what I'm saying?
Look,
so the exchange ends up being like these monetary exchanges, right? So that's the sort of the dark piece of it.
But pretty much they got side piece action.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Look, a lot of side pieces, Amber. You know that too. A lot of girls who should have been side pieces turn into girlfriends. You know that a lot of your girlfriends
side pieces turn into wives.
Wives. You know why they turn into wives? It's just the sex. Amber is on the show, and I listen to Amber talk, and I can tell Amber this for a fact. Amber enjoyed the show because it has stimulating conversation. Ask Amber. Amber, I'm asking you, how many of your girlfriends can you have a stimulating conversation with on varying topics? Give me 5 girlfriends. Tell me 5 girlfriend name now.
One.
How many girlfriends you have? How many women?
In total, I probably got about 4. Like now, that's just my friends. Now with family, okay, I can have like a conversation with one of my cousins. So 2 people outside of this platform.
Girls
and then
talk
my
about
dude,
events and what they're going to do.
and then my dude, I can have a conversation with him on some of the topics, not necessarily all of them.
Right. So with the women who you interact with, probably only 2 you can find where you can have a stimulating mental conversation with. Most women, most men out there, the women that they're with, they don't know them. They cannot have a conversation with them because they cannot carry a conversation. They cannot hold their own. And if new information comes to them, they don't research it and come back with facts. It's about emotion. So a lot of men out there don't talk to women. That's why they look the pretty woman. Because it's a, why am I going to suffer with an ugly girl? It's better suffer with a pretty girl. Because the conversation, they cannot have stimulating conversations. And that is what a lot of women don't spend the time with recognizing that, listen, if I learn to use my mouth and my head, I will spend less time on my back. Because if you find a dude and the dude find a conversation intriguing, he's always want to be around you to have a conversation, to talk on various topics. If evolution come up, you can talk on it. If Margaret, yeah.
Stu, put it on the. I'm gonna bring it back to in terms of like appearances and stuff like that, right? You're a high value man. You have a trophy wife, right? What happens if your trophy wife, so called, right, cheats on you, right? She has her side piece. You know what I'm saying? Do you marry or do you divorce? You get rid of her or whatever? You got to keep up. You got to keep up appearances there.
It depends on the entanglement. There was a situation in Georgia the other day.
In terms of what you've got going on, do you keep that going?
It depends on what you.
It's not as clear cut.
No, it depends on what you have going on.
Yeah,
there was a situation in Georgia where this guy was a multi-level marketer and his girlfriend, and the girl killed him and killed herself.
Right.
And the girl killed him and killed herself. Situations like that.
Well, that's extreme.
Yeah, situation.
But I'm talking about, okay, well, that's not a big deal. It's like, okay, well, it's like the situation we got going on, whatever, you have you a side piece, that's no big deal for me. I'm still making money. We gonna still do it and we gonna move forward.
But we have the clearest example. Will Smith
and Jada Pinkett. Think about it. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Depends on the situation.
Both ways. It goes both ways.
It goes both ways.
Right.
It depends on the situation.
Right.
Right. It depends on what you bring to the table and how the man really feels about you. It depends on the situation. Because if you don't bring anything to his table and he doesn't have that love that Will has for Jada, for you, he will move on.
Not Jada.
No, Will love Jada with all his heart. Will love Jada. Because no matter what we want, Jada has stunted Will potential. Will could have been the next black president.
Or does Will love his half of the money that he's got?
No.
Think about this. Who's the earner in that conversation? Who's the earner?
Will.
They're both.
No, Will.
No.
Will.
If Will divorces Jada, right? Who's the loser in that conversation?
Will.
So, yeah. So it's not as clean cut. See?
Will, because Jada must have some of the best pussy in the world.
Yeah. And Will's got a lot of money. He don't want to give up in the divorce.
Well, that could be the calculation, or it could be just he's not strong enough in himself to let go.
I'm gonna be honest. I see Poetic Empress. She said a lot of men just don't know how to talk to women. I can agree with that, but I say it's a lot of women don't know how to talk to men either. Like, it was so much work to get my dude to open, almost to the point where I was ready to walk away. Like I can't function like this. Like dealing with a brick wall, but while I understand, I would tell him, I get it. I understand. Like the way society is built, you can't have dialogue. But I would ask him a question, and he like, "Well, I ain't gonna answer that because then you're gonna respond like this."
Mm-hmm.
No, the fuck I'm not. Just answer the question. so we can. But I
Loaded
understand where it comes from
questions.
because so many women will encourage guys to open up and talk and be vulnerable and swear they can handle it. But as soon as they do, then they punish for their answer or they're punished
Yeah,
for it. You
definitely.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
Like,
Definitely. Yeah.
Amber, be truthful. The moment he recognized that he was a young lady that he could have a sensible conversation with, don't you guys begin to have that conversation all the time? You guys begin to talk
yeah,
when
I
you
mean,
realize that
we talk about any and everything now. And this
because
was
you
like
because
we
you
did this on and
recognize.
off for 14 years. And of course, most of that time, like we've always been able to talk, but like how we talk now is way different. And this is back probably like maybe within the last 6 months, we've started having like way deeper, more engaging, conversations than what we had previously. We've always had a connection and, good communication, but like I told him, like, we're gonna have to move past this surface level communication. Like, because it's still very much surface. I like to be open and, like I don't like hiding or, harboring shit. And when I know that there's more that you want to say or feel like you need to say, but you just won't say it, like that bothers me. Like, what's the worst that can happen? I'm not finna give you no whooping. You ain't gonna be able to take this or you ain't gonna, no, just let's talk. Let's have a conversation. So once he realized, like, I ain't gonna throw it in his face or I ain't gonna, be on no petty shit. Like now, he's you can't shut him up.
But because him realize that you're a sensible girl. Amber, you's not. Amber, I need to tell you this. You are
Not
not the
typical.
rule. You are the exception.
Yeah.
Ask any dude in here. You are the exception to the rule. You can carry a conversation in a room full of men. And still, look how you blow my plan out the water easy. This would be a discussion me and you could be having at the dining table among friends. And nobody feel like it's a less than conversation. You hold your own among men. It's not every woman can do that without getting emotional. You
I'm gonna
engage your
have to
point.
agree with Stu on that.
You're the exception to the rule. You're not the
You are
rule.
you're an exception.
The dudes that are the girls that are out there, when the instant you start talking most of the time, I couldn't leave my wife now. If I leave my wife, I would probably go into the monastery. Because the girls that are out there to talk to, and I'm just generalizing, I'm not saying all women, but I'm saying a significant amount of the women out there, you cannot engage in a conversation as a man without it getting emotional, without it being used against you in the future. If you open up to them. So as a result of that, most men don't. Most men just play the game and keep the conversation to a civil level or a little bit above civil, that it look like you're engaged in the conversation. But realistically, the girl don't know him and him don't know her. And outside of the bedroom, they don't really know each other. You are the exception to the rule. Don't ever go around and say everybody's like you. That's a lie. Survey says that's a lie.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not saying that every woman is like me. What I'm saying is, like, a lot of times we kind of work against our own interests, and I'm just speaking as women in general, by not by being a little deluded in how easy we are to talk to. Like a lot of women like, oh well, men, they don't open up or they don't do this, but it's like, well, what has your track record look like when they attempt to open up? Or like, I'm big on this. Like, I'm not gonna ask a question I do not want an honest answer to. I know how to stay away from shit I can't handle. Now, if I ask, I can handle it. Give it to me.
Yeah, women do that.
If I can't handle it, I'm not gonna ask. I'm gonna wait until I've resolved within myself that, okay, I can handle this answer. A lot of women ask questions that they cannot handle an honest answer to. And then and the crazy thing is, this is something maybe because my experience as a child, like, I'm like, oh, well, just be honest. You ain't gonna get a whooping for it. Like, that shit really stuck with me. Like, oh, damn, now I'm being honest and you gonna whoop my ass when you told me, like, I can't stand a liar.
Men,
Like,
well, hey, men do that too, right? They
yeah,
ask those questions and then you want to go upside a woman's head when she tell you the real answer. Yeah, exactly. If you can't handle the answer, don't ask the question.
I agree.
For sure.
I definitely agree. Let me read some of the comments in the chat.
I'm just reading Miss Tiffany. With the exception, hopefully, of respect and honesty, a 20-year-old and an accomplished 50-year-old should not be looking for the same things, typically in a partner. A 50-year-old Tiffany, who has done all the hard work in his life to be accomplished, him don't want any headache. He want a trophy by his side. And a 20-year-old, if she getting somebody to satisfy her needs, she's happy. So it's a mutual, it's a symbiotic relationship. She getting what she want. She getting what she want. Huh?
Her need.
Her needs.
Most time it's not a need. It's not need.
It's her wants.
Yeah.
Her wants then. If she getting somebody to satisfy her wants, she's happy. She's happy. And she look at the other dudes, Dusty, the other 20-year-old working at Starbucks and going to college. She don't want him.
Yeah, that may very well be, true. But I mean,
I feel like guys be mad at women, but really the two feed off of each other. Like a lot of the reason why women quote unquote shun dusty men or men that they perceive as dusty is because a lot of the rhetoric of niggas clowning, quote unquote, niggas with less than they have.
Exactly.
You know?
My bad. Go ahead.
Like at the end of the day, niggas talk about downplay other men to boost them. It's the same thing with women do it too, Oh, like as far as like, oh, well, they're not respectable, they're a side bitch, or you got to be a wife, and that's this, that, and the third. Like at the end of the day, it's all just motherfuckers trying to make themselves appear to be more superior than the next to solidify their value in the marketplace. Niggas talking about what they have and dusty men, that's to say, don't fuck with them, fuck with me. What you want them for? They can't do nothing for you. And then when women say, oh, well, I don't want no dusty, this and the third, now the niggas that ain't arrived yet, they're like, hold on, shit. I ain't dusty, I just ain't made it yet. Like,
oh yeah, for sure. Like we talk about what that Kevin Samuels bar in terms of what's a high value man. He's not gonna put anything in there that he ain't got. You know what I'm saying? He's not gonna put anything in there that he don't possess in terms of being high value, right? It's like no.
No, but if it's that you want, I have no problem with a woman that she wants a man who makes 200,000 a year, and that's what she wants. But in all stories, the piper has to be paid. The piper always has to be paid.
So but he who pays the piper?
Yeah, who plays the tune, right? The piper has to be paid. So when the guy decides that he's the piper, and what he wants is what he wants, and a lot of women won't compromise to the dusty guy. The dusty guy, you can't look after me. How are you going to tell me what to do? I can't be submissive to you. I can't. No, I'm not going to cook for you. You've not earned that right. But when the dusty dudes, not all of the dusty dudes rise above dusty,
I see Tiffany in the chat just said 20-year-olds ain't dating 50-year-olds. You'll be surprised how many 50-year-old dudes, that I know been dating 20-year-olds.
Mm-hmm. And I seen
surprised.
I want to read an earlier comment she made.
I don't
I
judge
see it all the time in LA.
Hey, I don't. Hey, But
so earlier she
childish.
said, I'm saying I'm dating my college sweetheart. I'm willing to date a man when he has nothing but potential. If I'm dating in my mid-40s, I'm not as open to dating a man based on his potential. Now, but my thing is like, I understand what you're saying, but at the end of the day, I feel like at every stage of life, unless you just have stopped aspiring and achieving, you still in a phase of potential, right? Like you may be in your mid-40s with a good job, but maybe now your, new goal is to become CEO and you're working toward that goal, So while you may have a good job, here comes, the woman that says, oh, well, I want a guy that's now making $500,000. But this man, is only making 250,000. But she feel like, oh, well, he should be making $500,000. He may be only in that potential phase of earning that $500,000. So pretty much what I'm just saying is like, at the end of the day, women have to kind of get away from, or should try to get away from, expecting to see a whole finalized product. Nobody is going to be a finalized product. Everybody always going to be working towards something or moving towards something. And if you're not, then essentially you're trying to capitalize off of the gains of someone else. If you're not equally matching him or contributing to what he has, then why do you have this unrealistic ideology about what you are entitled to? I'm not saying that a 20-year-old is not going to be open to dating a 20-year-old, or that at 50 years old, you should be open to dating the motherfucker that, ain't got nothing going on for themselves. But 9 out of 10, women always take it a step above, from what I see. Like if he in his 50s, they want him to be set up for like retirement, like damn near vacation home and all. Like it's always a step above. It's never just like, okay, well, here's where you are in life, and okay, you got the makings of something good. It's always a little bit unrealistic. Like just to stick.
Amber, listen to this now, Amber. Listen to this. A 40-year-old woman would be there competing with a 25-year-old girl for the affection of the same man, and saying that he should choose her because she have more experience in life.
Mm-hmm.
But how men look at it, this is how men look at it. Men look at it and say, a new Benz and an old Benz cost the same amount to fix. If you have a 20-year-old Benz and I have a 1-year-old Benz, if both of them have mechanical problems, they cost the same amount to fix. Why should I be trying to fix an old Benz? That's how men look at it, It sounds awful, but I'm dropping gems tonight. Who want to pick them up, pick them up. Who don't want to pick them up, leave them on the ground. Men in general will choose younger and fitter because men like to enjoy new experiences with somebody who never experienced it yet. I want to be the first to carry you to your 5-star restaurant. I want to be the first to carry you to a vacation overseas, because the joy and excitement that you will have, it's almost contagious. I want to be the first to do that with you. With somebody with more experience, it does not have the same amount of joy when I carry you to places that you have already been. It's almost like you say, oh, this is expected. It is expected that you take me to a 5-star restaurant. Oh, this restaurant is nice. The food here is nice. But with somebody new who never have that experience, say to them, say, wow, this is wonderful. When a man hear that, it feeds his ego. A man don't feed off the ego of a 40-year-old.
Yeah, but you do know that that's gonna be a short, because guess what? You only get to expose her to that for the first time once.
Yes, but guess what? You did it.
Yeah. You did it, but it's gonna be short lived. Like, and I'm not saying that's like a definite, oh, these relationships don't last, but the reality is I'm not mad that men have that standard. Same way I'm not mad that women have their standard. But then you get the crying, about when people get exactly what they ask for, right? So you get the 20-year-old woman, you expose her to all of these new experiences, and she's elated until she realizes, okay, now I've had the experience and I can continue to have those experiences because now you've set my expectations and the bar. I can go for somebody younger with just as much money, or you understand what I'm saying? Like,
but
options are still open.
But what you have to understand, for men, that is a high. For men, that is a high that feed the egos, and a lot of men will agree with me on this. Men in general, we might appear tough on the outside, but we have very fragile egos. If a lot of women can figure out how to crack the man, it's easy for a woman to break a man. He might look strong on the outside and he might play the tough guy at times. But if you know how to play mind games, you can break a lot of men's egos. You feed into the egos.
But see, here's the thing though, Stupid. I don't actually disagree with you. So I'm wondering why niggas be lying about that. They'll pretend like, oh, she just a gold digger, this and the third, but a gold digger was what you wanted because you wanted to feed your ego.
Yes.
Now you got her and you crying, and that's my thing. Like, so the same thing with when women have the list of things that they want, and now you got it, and then he don't communicate, or he don't do this, or he wants to control everything. I don't have a say so, and this and the third. But that was the trade-off for you getting this man with all of these means. He don't need your fucking opinion. He feel like he got it under control. Fuck your opinion. He don't care about your mind. He care about you going along to get along. That's what he care about.
I think you hit on it, right? It's like, hey, you say they want these things, and they, it's like as soon as you get to dating these people, you fall in love and you marry them. It's like, dude, it's like you married a 23-year-old, at the age of 55, right? How long did you think that was gonna last, right? And then of course, it's gonna get, it's gonna end. You get a divorce, and she took most of your money, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's you to blame, and everybody else is sitting around. He's like, okay, we saw that happening. You didn't.
But the thing, they saw it too, because, and that's the thing that bothers me with a lot of men. Like, they'll lead with what they have. It's clear you're fishing for women who care about what you have, because that's what you're leading with. Same way, there are women that'll lead with what they have, and then say, oh, well, he was broke and he ain't contribute to this, that, and the third, and blah, blah, skip you. You left him no real sense of having any responsibility to do anything for you. You led with what you had. You led with what you could do for him. Same way men will lead with what they can do for a woman, and then be mad when women take advantage of it. And I'm not even going to say take advantage like take advantage like we're doing something you don't know, but take advantage like when they actually take you up on your offer. Oh, you want to buy this? You want to buy it? Okay, sure. Let's have that. Like, why are we playing crazy? Like, you didn't know what you was fishing for. You put the bait out there and you got a few bites.
Sure. But hey, like you say, you go on and you fish for another one, right? So that's how it goes.
Yeah, like
the best thing they can do is, or anybody can do, I guess, we talked about this earlier, right? It's like, hey, build a relationship with somebody early, right? You invest in each other, and then you don't have to worry about all that. It's like, if the relationship ends up going sour, it goes sour, right? At least you built it together. You know what I mean? Hell, it's like for instance, me and my wife, we've been together for 20 years, right? Hell, it's like we get a divorce. Hey, half and half of everything I got, whatever. You deserve it. Because for instance, we got married when I didn't have anything. I was broke. You know what I mean? So we built it together.
But it's gonna be
that's a difference. That's a big difference than somebody just coming in on the ass end. It's like I've basically out of my lust or whatever it was, and I that, and then boom, you basically got had. That's different. That's a whole different story.
But even in situations like, and don't get me wrong, there definitely can be some lying or whatever involved, but you'll have situations where people will be together for 20 years, build and work together. And then when it comes down, oh, she didn't do nothing, she don't deserve nothing, this, that, and the third. Like, and again, like, how did you not know that this nigga didn't value you? Like, were there no signs throughout the relationship that he just does not value your contribution to the relationship and the marriage? Like, how? Same thing with guys. Like,
the courts settle that out.
Like, it's a whole lot that I just be like, I know that these things happen. I'm not quite sure how. I don't know if there's some definitely, because a lot of people say, well, people show you their representative, but in my mind, I'm like, there's no way a motherfucker can pretend to be somebody for 20 years and
no, not at all.
There's no fucking way. You can't convince me of that. But a lot of people will, and I think again, it's the lie. You don't want to say, okay, I definitely turned a blind eye because I wanted what the fuck I wanted. It benefited me at the time. And now that it's no longer benefiting me, I can't be honest about, well, the jig is up. I got the short end of the stick. A lot of people will pretend as though it was beautiful, it was roses, and they never showed any signs of not being interested in them or in the marriage. Or
yeah, it was rocky the whole time.
It was beautiful the whole time, and this shit came way out of left field, and they never saw it coming.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I don't believe that, but that's typically how these stories are told.
Yeah. I've seen, like say, I in terms of like me back home in Georgia, it's like we used, in terms of like married couples, we used to hang out and stuff like that. It's like long-term, like relationship couples, like people together 5, 10, 15, 20 years, right? I've seen them, break up. It's like, relationships, marriages that's been together 15 years, 20 years, right? With kids and everything, they dissolve, that it happens for whatever reasons that they do, whether if one person was, I can say it was an infidelity, or whether if it was not what they put on, right, in terms of like everything, and it always ends up being like a big surprise. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what? It's like, no.
It's a surprise to strangers, not to listen. People in relationship, let's be honest. Every time you go in a relationship, you have been in the same relationship for 20 years, right? But when it's a good relationship from day one. We know, but we overlook the flags. 90% of people know from day one that this is not the relationship for them. But they overlook the flags because they believe in the heart that this person can become the person that they want. And that's not true. That's not true. But we overlook the flags. We say, oh no. But it is what it is. So a lot of times relationships are over far longer than when they actually break up. People live in the household for years, and the relationship was over 10 years ago. But because people weren't capable of leaving at that time, they didn't leave. Or they had to wait, or they made promises to themselves that they'll wait until the children reach this age and then they leave. But the relationships were over years before. There wasn't any real connection because the red flags came from day one. You know that this wasn't the right relationship. But you're saying that this person can change. I can turn this person in the person that I want them to be. And that's a lie. Nobody can change anybody in the person what they want them to be.
Yeah, you're right, right. I give you an anecdotal situation in terms of like, couples. We used to always hang out in couples, right? Into my long term relationships, marriages, kids, and everything, right? I work in IT. It's like one of the guys was like he's a business owner. He was like, hey, come over and help me fix my computer. I've got like payroll to do and all this stuff or whatever. We'll sit on the patio, we'll drink some beers, and we'll do all that. I said, yeah, no problem. I'll come over and fix your computer. Right. This is like just during the weekday. I came over. Right. Mind you, it's like everybody think they was like in a beautifully happy marriage. Right. I get over. It's like I'm in the house fixing the computer, they at each other's throat constantly. I'm talking about cursing each other out like they don't even know each other, like people in the streets. I'm like, what in the world's going on here? You know what I mean? It's like I don't even know these people. You know what I'm saying in terms of that.
The representatives they put out to the public as
Yeah.
ambassadors.
And we sat and we did it, and I kind of played it off. He's like, yeah. It was like, yeah, me and my wife, we have spats too. We all have disagreements and arguments, and I'm like,
somebody there with somebody.
Yeah. But I'm talking about they called him you MFer, and you like you son of a. Oh, sorry, it was crazy. And few years later, of course they got a divorce. It was done. But like I say, it kind of lends to the credence when you were talking about the flags were there, but you would never see it. But the only time I saw it when I came to the house like that, it's interesting, right?
Yeah, like now there are some couples where that's a part of their dynamic. Like it's not even that they don't look like that's literally
how they interact. Right.
They have these little jokes. Like I have a brother and him and his wife are like that. But you can definitely tell that they in love and they respect each other. But if anybody on the outside coming in would hear some of the way they joke with each other, you'd be like, "Oh, the fuck on? What's going on here?" But
I was thinking the same thing. It's like, hey, it's just yeah.
Yeah, but now then there are some people where it's like, why are y'all even together? Like, this is not healthy. Like, y'all don't even like each other, much less love each other. Like, what is really going on? But
right. Right. But again, I'm quite sure he ain't gonna call you. Hey, you mother effer. You ain't gonna call. maybe, but I wouldn't call my wife that.
Yeah, I don't understand being in the type of relationship where you're not happy. Like, to me, that defeats the whole purpose. For me. I understand people make, we got kids and this and the third, but kids be knowing y'all don't like each other. They know y'all don't really fuck with each other like that.
One of the most important thing I realized about relationships, because I've been married twice, and the second time around, you have to be honest with yourself, honest with what you want, and be honest with the person. And be willing to be open. If it work, it work. Right? But guess what? A lot of men lie in terms of the lie to get the woman. They put a representative what they think that the person would want instead of who they really are. And at the end of the day, your representative can only stay around for a short period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's temporary. But and that is it. And you're there and you're not happy. And eventually the chickens must come home to roost.
Yep. But I even have, some homegirls that, it'd be certain stuff that like years ago, these is, high school sweethearts and, come out of school and they done started and had a child. But early on, it was a lot of stuff being done to kind of prove or solidify, because oh, well, he talking to this other girl and I'm going to make sure I'm the one that gets chosen. You know, a whole lot of bending over backwards, doing extra stuff. And so later on down the line, okay, he done chose you, right? Now you here. You it, baby. But then the complaints start rolling in about, I always got to do this and this, that, and the third. And I'm the friend that's going to be honest. Like, well, he not really switching up. You're the one that's switching up. Remember when you was in competition and you was trying to be the one that got chose? You made all these promises and did all this wonderful, spectacular shit so he could choose you. Yeah, now he expect that. You led him to believe that that's just who you were. You love doing all of this, but really you don't. You just did it to get the man.
Yeah. Just like I said, when you start flogging and fronting, you can't stop. You can't stop.
Yeah.
What you got, what you did, what they say, what you did to get him, you got to do to keep him. Or
yeah,
her,
like
or her.
I'm always very honest. Like they're like, oh, you ain't gonna, no, I'm definitely not gonna cook for you. Definitely not. Like, I don't even want to get you started on thinking that because you asked me to cook, I'm cook. You'll know if I'm in the mood to cook because I'll be done cook some shit. And I tell you, hey, I cook. But just because you asked me, you no, baby, I don't rock like that. I'm not going to be the one to prepare your meals. How were you eating before you met me?
Yeah, you buy it like me because like me and my wife, we have the same agreement. I'm the kitchen. I'm the master of the kitchen. I don't do laundry and I don't vacuum floors or anything like that. She does all that. I'm the master of the kitchen. I clean the kitchen. I cook. I do all of that. And then as an even swap, it ain't no swindle. Just like you said, even
Yeah.
swap ain't no swindle. She do the bathrooms and like I say all that kind of stuff right there. But in terms of everything in the kitchen, I handle all of that, and of course all the bills and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's just certain things. I'm like, oh no, nah, baby. I'm sorry, you got the wrong. Oh, a real woman, you gonna do, baby. I ain't a real woman. Don't mistake me for her. If that's what a real woman is, baby, I ain't her.
But that is what you have to represent from day one. You have to put what you're willing to accept from day one.
But the thing, I'm so like it get on people's nerves. Because people, oh, you got to play the game, baby. I don't got to do none of that. I'm not playing it. I'm not finna have this nigga thinking that no, baby, I'm not doing none of that. I cook when I feel like cooking. Like, you definitely have to feed yourself before we met. So you're not finna make me think that that's my job to do. No, sir.
Right. My wife, she can cook certain dishes that's really, really good, and she does. But overall, like during the week and stuff like that, I do the cooking and stuff. And then, like I say, it's just like it's an agreement in any household, right? In terms of who does what and the distribution of what. It's all. I guess it's per the person or the couple, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
No, that is it. It's about honesty. It's about sitting down and have a real conversation in the beginning. So, what are my expectations? What are your expectations? What I hope to get from this? I know that we find ourselves attracted to each other. You're nice. You're good looking. What is your expectation? What do I expect of you?
I mean, but even going beyond the expectation, because people are great at saying what they expect. People just aren't really realistic about whether or not they can fulfill those expectations or not. Like, people will front like, oh, well, those are your expectations. Sure, I do that. Absolutely. Sex 3 times a week. Fabulous. I'm with all of that. And then get into the relationship. Like, you don't even know how many friends I have that low key aren't really attracted to their guys like that. And I'll be like, bitch, how you in a like? I don't even understand being in a relationship with somebody that I'm not absolutely attracted to. Like, I don't get that. Like, so bitch, like, so what y'all do? Play Yahtzee? Like, I don't understand. But they like just want to have somebody, and the guy just want to have somebody. You know, like, oh, so y'all agreeing to have? So y'all just cheat, and then occasionally y'all might get together and do okay. I guess if it works for you, all right. But it's just certain things I'll never understand. Like, how did y'all find yourself in a situation, in a relationship where y'all don't really even like each other, or you know, it's a lot of crying or a lot of arguing because y'all just don't see eye to eye on shit. And not like little minute stuff, like this is major shit. Like, how do y'all not even have the same values, yet you're hanging on to this relationship?
I don't believe in. I
I
don't
would say
believe in.
this, you know, in terms of like what you just mentioned, right? I think what she may be describing you is like, okay, differences or issues or challenges that she may not think is insurmountable, right? She might think that, well, my love or my affection or my what I feel for my whatever it is, her husband or whoever it is, could be bigger than the challenges. You know, I don't know. Maybe it's just maybe it's just a dependency thing, right? Maybe one, you know, you get
Well,
these
true. Now,
toxic relationships where one is dependent on the other. They don't want to separate, and it's bad, but it could be, it depends, right?
I might need to change my screen name because, well, I don't mind talking openly. I don't want nobody to come across this to feel no type of way. So I'm gonna try to be ambiguous as I can. There, I mean, honestly, it's like a relationship of codependency. Like, they both have their issues that keeps them there. One family is always, well, both of them, they've always wanted a family because of the family dynamic they came from. So that's I would say, if I had to rank the values, that is the supreme value. Just maintain. So regardless as to what that looks like, we want to be in the house raising our kids, because neither one of us had that. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But it's a lot of there's a large disparity in the respect level. So while you're in the household raising your kids, one person definitely feels superior, definitely feels better, definitely, it's a lot of kind of belittling and, things of that. And to me, how I look at it is like, okay, to a degree, are you a different person than when y'all got together? Absolutely. Do I feel like sometimes men are a little unrealistic, especially when it comes to women bearing kids and, different things like that? Then absolutely. Like, there's certain things that women deal with, face, that men don't necessarily understand. Like, men get out of shape and it's not an issue. Nobody really say, oh, babe, you out of shape. You done gained 10 pounds. But if a woman gains weight, it becomes, and I think a lot of it goes off of ego, maybe attraction, whatever the case. But if a woman gains a little weight, it becomes like a focal point, and it becomes a digging point, which, especially when a woman has been attractive their whole life or had a nice shape, you have to know that they realize they've picked up weight. You know what I'm saying? They're not unaware. But so in this particular dynamic, like, there were a lot of extremes that were gone to try to knock off that weight, but it still had the opposite effect, because I look at it as a person dealing with, depression that they don't want to face. So while they would lose the weight, they would gain it back just as quick, and even more so once they hit that depression,
Right.
And it's been a lot of, so to me, from the outside looking in, like, okay, so what is more important at this point? Just staying together because y'all both want to be a family, or is this like a really unhealthy dynamic? Because now that's all the things that have gone sour towards her way. There's definitely been things that's been done his way as well. I'm just not going to speak on that because it's a little too identifying, but at the end of the day, like, as far as I'm concerned, my thing is like, while I do feel like, of course, they have some unifying, value that's keeping them together. It's not necessarily a whole, we're so in love thing. It's more of like a Will and Jada situation,
Right.
One person probably stands to lose more than the other if they part. The other person don't really want to start over, and then it's just, that comfort of, well, shit, we done made it this long. Ain't no point in changing up now. But I just question if it's worth it all in the end.
Right. I see Pure Black in the chat says, nah, Amber, he say, it becomes a problem when the woman gets a booty, dude. It's like, but think about it, right? It's like, dude, if you get married, right? You guys get married in your early 20s or whatever, your early 30s or whatever, and you guys are together for 20 years, 30 years. Do you expect her to, or him, to be the same condition 20, 30 years later? Do you expect that same level of sexual attraction to be sustained over those times, right? Of course that's gonna wane. How do you keep that going? How do you keep your relationship going? That becomes a challenge in many relationships, I think.
Yeah, I definitely think it does, especially if I think it's gonna be a challenge with any relationship if you're not genuinely friends.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
And as far as I'm concerned, and a lot of people think I'm weird, and it's a whole lot of women especially who don't understand the concept. But I've never really had exes that I didn't remain friends with or couldn't remain friends with. Now, we might wasn't friends right after. It might have took some time, but my goal is always for us to remain friends. And it was them that was in their feelings where we could be, because I'm not fucked up about it. It didn't work. Okay, we can still be cool. Like, why we can't be friends? But it's a lot of people that like, nah, I don't want to be their friend. And it's like, but didn't y'all start out as friends at least? Like, so now they're a fucked up person and you don't want them in your life. Like, to me, that's crazy. Like, unless you really did something to me, then maybe, no, I don't want to be your friend. But as far as I'm concerned, like, you ain't really did nothing to me. And all we have between us is that we're no longer compatible. That don't mean we have to not be friends.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it poetic.
But I
do
want to clarify, just so people
what
know.
a booty do was.
Yeah, I do want to clarify, just so people know.
Right.
I can cook. I just don't like being expected to. Like,
yeah, you don't want that rope over your, for sure.
Yeah, like, no, that's a quick way to throw me off. Like, they look at me like, oh, you're the woman. You got me fucked up.
That's a luxury, not a necessity,
Yeah,
right?
I got to do that.
Right.
I work just like you. Shit, let me come home to a home cooked meal. Fuck you mean?
Yeah, especially if you working. It's like, hey, I'm holding weight just like you, right? For sure.
PB, I still talk to my exes. That's what's up. Now, I'll say this. I don't know how men view it. Well, for the most part, like, okay, how I've heard it from men is like, when you're still cool with your exes as a female, they feel like you still want to fuck with the nigga. And that's why y'all still cool.
Uh-oh.
Even though if we was to break up, they would still want to be my friend.
That's a
But
hot topic.
But I mean, like some women, you know, they feel the same way. Like, oh no, that's, you know. But I just feel like when people have those concepts, like, so have you never been able to have like platonic friendships with people of the opposite sex? Or like, who do you think I am? Like, I don't know. I'm too honest to be on no cheating shit. Like, I don't understand the purpose. I'm grown as fuck. And at the end of the day, if I want to fuck on a nigga, I would tell you, I don't need to cheat on you. I'm grown as hell. This relationship ain't working out for me no more. I want to do what I want to do. Let's be friends. We can all, I can be friends with you. I can be friends with him. I can remain single. And hey, it's no big.
But the question is, if you do it without being messy, is it a problem?
Do what without being messy?
What you just explained. I don't think it should even be a problem. If you can do it and it's not messy, and he don't, you keep that out of his face. Is that a problem?
For me, it is, because I pride myself on being grown. So me being grown mean I don't gotta hide or fake or lie about nothing. Like, cheat for what? If anything, to me, it's a bigger flex when, no, I'm fucking with you and I'm fucking with him, and that's just what it is. And who gonna check me, boo? Like, I would much rather go that route than to be.
So you want it all in the open.
I am not giving none of my ex none of my time.
Well, here's the thing:
most men ain't gonna go for that.
I'm not.
But the thing,
I'm not giving none of my time.
But being friends, I don't necessarily mean like y'all just kicking it and shit. But like, y'all cool. It ain't no smoke. If they, you know, shout you out or if they hit you up, you might have a quick chat. You know, like.
Oh, like that, I understand. If you're talking about that,
that's what I'm talking about. Like, no,
I think
hang out, kick it type shit. I'm not talking about that. Like, no, I'm not talking about like still maintain a chill relationship, like where y'all cool, y'all can see each other and speak or have a little chit chat, and it's not a big deal. Not like hanging out and, you know, going to his Super Bowl party. I ain't talking about like that.
You're not getting more than 15 minutes of my time at any one time. If you're my ex, you're not getting more than. We're not making any big discussion. I don't want to bounce the ideas off you, or you bounce any ideas off me, because most women are time thieves. Most women are time thieves. They enjoy the time, the conversation. No, you're not getting my time. You're not getting my time. It sounds awful, but that's all right.
I'm like, why she can't get your time,
No. I'm trying to kind of level set the conversation when you say in terms of like something extra, right? Extra in terms of the physical area as well, or just. You know what I mean? That's what I'm pushing.
4:30, I go to work
since we keeping it real and we open, right? Is that on the table as well?
You talking to me?
Yeah, for sure.
No,
not
now,
that.
One thing about me, when I'm done,
far.
I don't be undone. Like, if I'm done, I'm not fit to be undone. Like, nigga, dog, I'm done. Like, fuck you. We cool.
Okay,
it ain't. No,
it was a misunderstanding. Okay.
Nah.
But not even if it was an ex, if it was just another platonic, like you say, relationship, right? Outside of you and, you know, what you guys been together for 20 years. Do you think that's something that you can do? Maybe. No. Absolutely not. That's a question.
Wait. Which ones? I need you to be specific. What's your question? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, hold on. I got a winter storm that came in this area, man.
Wait,
Like
PB
I'm in
said,
the DMV.
if your
Yeah.
baby mom's your ex, you have to make sure she good, right? Like, so PB, my son, 18 years old, right? My oldest, and his dad communicates with him. So there's really no need for him to communicate with me, right? Like it's not a need thing, but occasionally we'll chop it up, shoot the shit. You know, he tends to ask rather frequently how I'm doing, to let me know he proud of me. You know, like he just tends to reach out. My youngest sons, that when he calls, they talk on the phone, this and the third, but and for the most part, I don't want to be bothered. But he let me talk to your mama. He wanted to say what's up. He wanted to see how I'm like, and any guy that is in my life gotta understand that. Like, they gotta be okay with that. Don't think just because my oldest is grown now that his dad is not gonna reach out. It's nothing like that. But I've been the mother of their children for years. Like, of course they gonna care how I'm doing, what I got going on. Even if they know it's not a chance that me and them gonna be together, they still won't. But even my guy now, even when we weren't together, he prone to check on me, see how I'm doing, see what's going on with my kids. Like, yeah, if there's real love there, that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna want to make sure the people you love is good. Like, that's a natural thing. For me, if I say I fucked with you at a point in time, I love you, that don't just change. Now, I may not mess with you in that manner, but I still want to see you doing well. I still want to make sure you're good. If I can assist in any way without running myself in the funny, I'm going to do that too. Like, that's just who I am. And that's how my family is. When it tends to be in our family, when divorces happen or people break up, we don't be divorcing the spouses. Them motherfuckers still invited. Like, yeah, y'all not, and it ain't weird. Like, that's just the dynamic I come from. We don't just throw people away because it didn't work out.
For sure. It's the same. Yeah.
Well, no, he ain't still trying to smash that nigga locked up. He can't smash. Like, actually, both of them are. Shit. So, nah, they ain't still trying to smash. Now, if he was out, would he be? Probably. Both of them. Shit, but they already know what time it is.
Oh, man, I tell you. And my wife was like, yeah, it ain't gonna snow early in the morning. It's like, man, it's coming down out here, man. We supposed to get 3 to 6 inches tonight or actually today, early morning.
Where you at?
I'm in the DMV. I'm in Northern Virginia.
Okay.
Resting. So we got a winter storm coming in. I think it was like a polar vortex coming down or something. Cause it was.
Is that why I heard I hope we ain't. I heard some loud shit earlier. I ain't even looked out my window.
You in Minnesota, you better look out your window. Y'all probably under the snow.
Like a plow earlier, but I'm like, no, that ain't no plow. It don't look like the snow, so I'm safe for now.
Oh, okay.
I was finna have a whole attitude like, oh no.
Yeah, it's coming down like crazy right now.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm glad. I'm glad that motherfuckers is getting snow. Cause everybody I've been talking to, oh, where you at? You got snow? So now I'm glad everybody else getting hit with that shit. Yeah, let's spread this love around. Shit.
Yeah, for sure.
He be gonna say if locked up, he most definitely think. I ain't saying he ain't thinking about it.
It was a good conversation tonight, though. There was some real talk. It was some like I say, gloves off talk, right? Across the board. We talked about what we started out with religion. We moved on to science. The boy Unc and the pseudo killers jumped on. Then we moved on to philosophy. We talked about humanism and what's good and ethics and all this stuff. Then we jumped into relationship. Well, actually, we jumped into politics, right? We talked about politics and then we jumped in relationships. It's like 6 topics in one live, right?
Yep, he should chop it up. Put out different pieces. Yep. Tiff said they getting some snow too in NYC. Yeah, I heard y'all are supposed to be getting some. I forgot who is out there that said that y'all was getting some. I think it might have been Unbiased said y'all was getting snow up that way.
Yeah. The crazy thing, I think Unbiased said he's in Jersey. I got relatives in Jersey, from Jersey City. All of them are Orthodox Muslims. So I guess that must be a thing there.
Yeah, that's what it kind of sounded like earlier when they were saying, I think it was, who was it? They said in Philly, it's rough. I think probably on the East Coast, period, just in general. But honestly, I feel like a lot of those, like outside of the Bible Belt and the West Coast, I would say the East Coast is probably like the next most religious. I ain't gonna say outside of the West Coast, like excluding the West Coast. I think the East is probably the next most religious place, but the difference there is they just have more variety. They like the anti-Christian, movement. So then you have your Muslims or your Hebrew Israelites or your Moors, like everyone who is so-called woke or kind of going against the traditional Christian doctrine that most Black people are taught. They kind of find themselves in that area.
Yeah.
He said, Amber, you talk and sound just like my cousin Ryan from Gary. Is Ryan a female? Is that a woman or a guy? I hope you ain't saying I sound and talk like a guy. Like, or maybe you just mean like the accent, which I don't hear, but of course I won't hear it because I'm used to hearing people talk like me. But a lot of people feel like I got an accent.
Well, all right, y'all. I'm finna jump off, man. It's getting late. Late is getting early.
Hello.
I was trying to tell you.
Yeah, I'm debating on if I'm gonna go ahead and go to sleep or if I'm gonna just
stay on up. Right?
Out.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
All right, y'all take it easy. All right, good talk.
Good night.
Later.
Well, I am going to wrap up, you guys. Good night to you all. Ryan Ashley. I don't know no female Ryans. I don't know. I can't even. Do you know around about what age she is? Ryan. Do I know a Ryan? I feel like my sister might know a Ryan. A female Ryan. I don't know. But it was good talking to you guys. We did cover quite a bit of things. It is 3:30 in the a.m. Hopefully I can get to sleep and get a few hours. If not, then I guess I'm going to just be thugging it all day. But peace to you all in the chat. Thanks for rocking out with us. Talk to you all later. Bye-bye.